The scene that first came to mind when King said she would participate in the strategy meeting was like this. An impressively made model of a wide view of Tang Clan, a complex blackboard and papers full of systematic operation plans with first, second, and third tier formations and rotations. A serious and heavy atmosphere. And at the end, even a cool speech to raise morale. However, the reality was a mess. It was a scene of all the Tang Clan elders gathered around a roughly drawn map, massaging their arms and legs while chatting idly. What's this? Didn't they say it was a strategy meeting? As King tilted her head in confusion, one of the elders looked at Tang Nana with eyes that didn't hide at all how adorable he found her. It was the kind of look often described as honey dripping from the eyes. Did you not sleep well? Ho ho, it seems you stayed up all night talking with your friend. At this, Tang Nana awkwardly avoided eye contact. Somehow, the tips of her ears were bright red. Ha ha. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Isn't it natural that when making a good friend, you should lie in the same bed and talk endlessly to become true friends? The elder seemed to have a different understanding of the reason. When this old man was young, I often lay together with friends. When we lay together and talked while looking at the stars, the hardships of sleeping outdoors didn't seem like much. Looking back, those times were truly beautiful. So should also laugh, cry, argue, and lie down to talk a lot with friends in your youth. Just like Sun and Ziyu did. Like the Liu's three sworn brothers did. How could we leave out Bo Yanzong Ziki? Guanzong and Bao Shuya also shared one bed. And Nuo Yao and Ma Li too. Hey now, weren't Nuo Yao and Ma Li made up people? Well, who knows? The names might be different, but it could be a true story heard and written down. The elders' chatter continued amiably. King took this opportunity to confirm her doubts again. So, friends sharing a bed is. Of course. Wouldn't you say it's the first gateway to welcoming a true friend? One should. Tang Nana hadn't lied, but she had been deceiving. It was because of her cunning desire to try sleeping in the same bed with a friend just once, but it could be considered a mitigating circumstance. In fact, the saying about lying in one bed and covering with the same blanket meant going through hard times together. Because the family was poor, they lived sharing one bed and one blanket. How could the bond formed by sticking together through hard times not be exceptionally strong? Originally, friends who were well off would use separate rooms even among siblings and not have to bump into each other. The Tang Clan elders were well off even as children, so they meant something else. They were expressing in a roundabout way that the earth was their bed and the sky their blanket, referring to sleeping outdoors together while wandering in Murim. Since the elders didn't know about Tang Nana's vicious deception, their sincere words were ultimately a truly genuine attitude. It was similar to that unique attitude of elders getting excited to answer when young people ask about something they know. So King completely abandoned her doubts. Instead, she reflected. Zhang Maiyongi must have been very disappointed. Should I sleep together with her when I go back this time? But Zhang Maiyongi is a minor. How could one share a bed with a minor when the national law was so strict? It could even be a dangerous act of defying heaven and destroying the earth that might bring about a crisis for the world. But what about the strategy meeting? Ho ho. The strategy have been established long ago. Don't you think? We've always been prepared and on guard against dangers, so if we were to be busy making strategies now, we deserve to perish. It meant that they already had plans prepared for major risks, so there wasn't much to adjust. This was the strength of a long prosperous family. Then why are you all gathered here? If the elders of the family were to play around like idlers, the children would become lax and unable to focus. Shouldn't we be serious first for those below us to follow suit? However, since Aha's friend can't be called an outsider to the Tang Clan, shouldn't she know the strategy? Of course, she shared a bed with Aha after all. We can't help it if it's Aha's friend. Aha finally has a friend. No, what are you saying? Tang Nana's face turned bright red. Seeing this, King knew at least one thing. This kid really doesn't have friends. Would it count as righteous karma to be a friend to someone without friends? How bad must it be for the family elders to watch me with eyes that almost seem like looking at a daughter? Elders, that's enough. Tang Clan Lord Tang Tuzhong lightly summarized the situation. First of all, The Tang Center is basically a death trap. Without preparation, one can't enter and leave alive. Didn't Taha warn you not to step into the flower beds? Yes. She said there were all kinds of traps laid out. The Tang clan had an unnecessary number of flower beds. Not only in front of and behind walls, but wherever there was even a little space, they had created flower beds surrounded by large stones. In peacetime, they were used to grow poisonous plants or raise venomous creatures, and in wartime, they were used to immediately spread caltrops to stop enemies. We've delivered defense plans to the guest quarters for the other guests, but you are also a proper member of the Orthodox Murim. Moreover, as my daughter's friend, you can't be called an outsider. So, will you face the enemy together with our family? Yes. That's why I stayed. At this, Tang Tuzhong's eyes moistened. To think Aha has made such a good friend. It was the incomprehensible sensitivity of a middle-aged person. The Tang Center is an impregnable fortress. If it weren't for artillery, that is. So if we can just remove the artillery, we should be able to face even an army of 10,000. The Tang Center, with its poisons and formations, prided itself on being the most dangerous place in the Central Plains. Moreover, how terrifying the Tang clan's poisons were hadn't been properly revealed since the time of the Celestial Martial Emperor. The main reason the Tang clan focused on medical arts was also because they judged that it was difficult to develop further with poisons. The problem was artillery. One had to at least enter the Tang Center in order to be stabbed, made to drink, or poisoned in other ways. If they just fired artillery from afar and turned the place into a wasteland of ruins, there was no chance to use formations or poisons or anything. So once we remove the artillery, we win. Therefore, we must endure with minimal conflict until we can pinpoint their locations. So the battle would start with a war of words. The Sichuan Tang clan was a member of the Orthodox Murim. Moreover, they provided free medical treatment and were one of the few groups that developed and improved agricultural pesticides. The increase in crop and fruit production due to pesticides was said to be a turning point in agriculture before nitrogen fertilizers. In fact, the Tang clan's high righteous karma stemmed from this. Of course, this was a fact known to no one. However, with free medical treatment and cheap pesticides, it wasn't easy for the imperial family to suddenly attack the Tang clan, which enjoyed robust public support. If they made a mistake, not only would the Orthodox Murim rise like a swarm of bees, but if civilians who sympathized with them appeared as well, there was no guarantee that the Tang rebellion wouldn't appear following the Yellow Turban and Red Turban rebellions. The main reason was that the current government had lost public support by doing nothing but taking without giving. So the imperial censor would try to find as many faults as possible before attacking to pin a definite charge of treason. So what we need to do for the time being is, Tang Tuzhong coughed awkwardly. What is it? To endure without giving any pretext. The plan was to continue the standoff as much as possible while identifying the locations of the artillery. Then immediately remove the artillery when the battle starts and lure in the enemy to annihilate them. However, the process of enduring would involve no small amount of humiliation. They were in a situation where they couldn't make the first move against those who came looking for trouble on purpose. Otherwise, they would have to answer for treason with immense compensation. As in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, for the people of the Central Plains, justification was face. Face was their honor, and honor was as important as life itself. If one drew their sword suddenly saying they wanted to beat the shit out of someone, they would soon be treated as public enemy number one of Murim, so one had to fight appropriately while watching for others' reactions. Although Murim was essentially just a group of thugs, it was also almost the only safety device that allowed history to continue without major conflicts. Of course, there were some who wanted to fight right away. The demonic cult bastards who invaded when the time came were like that. Still, the demonic cult wasn't completely without justification. Ancestral revenge was a well-received justification since ancient times. Rather than them, the blood cult bastards were the worst. As a group that gathered all the world's scum like madmen, sexual deviants, drug addicts, cannibals, and so on, all they wanted to do was dye the world red with blood, thus causing blood disasters. As such, whenever they ran rampant, it became a complete mess. However, The government couldn't be like that. Another word for justification was legitimacy. The government's weakness was always legitimacy. After all, there was a history of the continent being divided, such as the rebellion of the 8 kings 1 and the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians 2, when people rose up saying they should overthrow the imperial dynasty. After hearing the situation, King thought, so Murim wasn't just about let's attack, let's defend, and fighting life and death battles. There are unexpectedly complicated aspects. King's righteous karma score had now exceeded 3,000 points. The 1,000 righteous karma points received as a reward for overcoming the first crisis were instrumental in this amazing rise. It was righteous karma given with the mission window making a huge fuss about how it was the path of harmony, the greatest hidden achievement, and whatever. One could say it was worth overcoming a crisis. So that meant 3 martial arts. King took time to seriously consider again. This was no time to be stingy with righteous karma exchanges when facing a potentially decisive battle. First, the Yijin cleansing method. Isn't it a bit useless? It was a martial art with great efficacy in building muscles and strengthening the denshin and meridians. However, her physical abilities had already transcended human limits, and her denshin and meridians weren't just strong but completely invincible, remaining fine even with all sorts of energy flowing through them. Learning it would only give her something to boast about to her master. Then, is there a need to learn a martial art that wouldn't have much effect? Wait, master would like it, so how could I not learn this? I have 3 martial arts to exchange, so let's count one as filial piety. King immediately exchanged it, afraid she might regret it later. With the feeling of her brain turning inside out, she unintentionally imitated a mute that lost their mind, gagging and retching. The Taoism faction within her danchin cheered again. As the great meditation art happily extended a hand shape often adopted by the Buddha, the Yijin cleansing method also raised a hand in the same shape, and they high-fived each other. Meanwhile, King just lay there for a while since her brain felt murky. King then focused on the exchange window again. For now, let's just efficiently put this 1 to 6 stars and hold off on the rest. If I go crazy later, I'll raise it bit by bit and use it like a purification spell. After finishing the 2,000-point exchange, King frowned as she called up the next exchange window. Why 3,000 points? Shouldn't it be 2,500 points after 2,000 points? Why is it showing 3,000 points? She grumbled with a sense of injustice, but in fact, wasn't it common sense from numerous previous experiences that these kinds of exchanges gradually consumed more resources? It meant that from now on, exchanges would be 1 for every increment of 1,000 points instead of 500. What was even scarier was that she didn't know if it would be 1,500 or 2,000 points after this, and what made her even more afraid was that she didn't know how many she could exchange for 1,000 points. Damn, if I knew, I would have postponed the Yijin cleansing method. However, regret always came too late. If the Yijin cleansing method had known, it would have given the teaching of what can you do about what you have already learned. This Buddha has already settled in your danshin, so is it not my victory? What she thought were 2 free martial arts turned out to be just 1. Her future expected income had also dropped to less than half. King sighed and put away the exchange window. This was a judgment that she should subtly ask her master later and decide. Then she called up the martial arts window and raised the Yijin cleansing method to 6 stars. King stared at the martial arts window for a long time. Then, as she focused on one point, the bar filled up and the number changed, finally reaching 12 stars, the Grand Star. White Hand Demonic Arts. Grand Star. Wasn't it said that when it reaches Grand Star, I'll become indestructible below the elbow? And I can't grasp the transcendent realm at all yet. So I should have more means to counter sword force. Plus, there's Gramps to help with performance testing. Above all, blocking sword force with bare hands. Isn't that so cool? King roughly estimated her remaining practice points and raised 1 purple martial art all the way to 12 stars. Buddha's Palm. Grand Star. Come to think of it, although it lacked a satisfying feeling, No martial art had been as helpful as Buddha's palm. King roughly unfolded the new movements that had burrowed into her brain like parasites. It was an amazing sight of wielding white hand demonic arts with her right hand and Buddha's palm with her left. If someone had seen it, they would have rubbed their eyes and checked again, lamenting, "Even with open eyes, I'm seeing things." What use is sight, whether you have it or not? Moreover, freely using completely different martial arts separately with the left and right hands was a marvelous skill of itself. It was such a difficult technique that only peerless divine arts or the results of developing the upper danshin made it possible. But King hadn't trained martial arts by practicing with her body from the beginning. She just pulled out certain movements embedded in her brain. So what did it matter if it was the right hand or left hand? King was freeloading in many ways. Or, what if I learn some kicks? Hold a sword in one hand, tear with the other, shoot palm strikes, and when needed, I can kick too. King thought this was a good idea. However, when she actually looked for kicking techniques in the martial arts window, there were no purple ones at all. In fact, there was only one gold one called formless kick, and even red borders were few and far between. What's this? Are kicking techniques underdeveloped? Was it ahead of its time or something? Because King couldn't contain her curiosity, she asked Choi Leong, upon which he clicked his tongue and answered. The feet are the beginning of all martial arts. Whether you extend a spear, sword, or fist, the feet move first and support the body to exert force. So aren't almost all martial arts used together with the feet? So learning kicking techniques separately is not like finger stances of the left hand or clasped hand techniques that can be used together. It's enough to learn just one as a trump card. Then what about the martial art called formless kick? Isn't formless kick a supreme technique of Shaolin? They are fundamentally people who take a clasped hand approach. So they made a few foot skills at least. Shaolin. However, for a woman, it might be good to learn one. Women's skeletal structure is advantageous for kicking techniques, and if used as a noble kick, it can be quite tricky to deal with. If you ask your master, she will probably teach you one. The noble kick wasn't a specific martial art, but rather referred to kicking techniques performed by women wearing skirts. Its power was doubled because the shape of the legs could be hidden under the skirt. In a way, it was close to a vile deception, but who would complain about a woman wearing a skirt? There would be no problem as long as men didn't wear skirts to take advantage of the noble kick. However, the act of fighting in a skirt itself was uncomfortable and interfered with footwork, creating a disadvantageous situation. So it wasn't particularly worth targeting for training. This was why female martial artists often wore indecent skirts with slits on the sides. Thus, all the mysteries were solved. Kicking techniques were trash. If the Shaolin monks heard this, it was a conclusion that they would nod at with crumpled faces. While one couldn't say that formless kick or demon subduing cyclical divine kick weren't excellent supreme techniques, the truth was that it was better to learn other divine arts instead. Gramps, then if I had to learn just one martial art, what do you think I should learn? Well, in my opinion, EO would like you to learn the Violet Mist Divine Arts. Violet Mist Divine Arts? Do you not handle various true chi with your special abilities? Huh? You knew? How could I not know that much? Choi Leong snorted. Although Choi Leong had ultimately benefited greatly by dispersing his demonic arts and gaining a more precious divine art, he had ended up breaking apart all his previous achievements. However, King had readily accepted and learned everything, handling true chi of various different colors, so he thought there must be a way to use them without conflict. But since he hadn't seen the purple energy of the purple lightning demonic arts, he thought she was being mindful of people's eyes. Since Violet Mist Divine Arts and purple lightning demonic chi look similar and cannot be distinguished by eye, if you learn it, couldn't you use it without worrying about the eyes of others? However, Choi Leong was misunderstanding something. King wasn't not using the purple lightning demonic chi, she just couldn't use it. Purple lightning demonic arts was originally a martial art that should appear in the form of lightning, rising up at will according to the owner's emotions. However, in reality, it was busy running away from the blissful maiden arts day and night, continuing a pitiful sprint without being able to do anything. along with other demonic arts. As such, the demonic arts had set up a cute plot to revitalize themselves through King's automatic cultivation in order to counter the blissful true chi. However, they had ultimately despaired in the face of one Buddha and now collapsed because of two. Anyway, King, who wasn't particularly concerned about purple lightning demonic chi, wanted a different answer. What about besides inner chi cultivation techniques? If it's swordsmanship, wouldn't the wisdom sword of Tai Kai be the best? Its subtleties are in tune with the principles of the world, so it should help with your growth and achievements too. Wow! Tai Kai, Violet Mist Divine Arts, Wisdom Sword of Tai Kai. King scanned them and saw that both had dazzling purple borders, indicating they were divine arts. Come to think of it, she had been too negligent with swordsmanship. Even the maiden sword technique that had reached Grand Star wasn't actually a sword technique, but a blade technique. The Divine Maiden Sword Sutra had an exhilarating taste to it, but it was blue. Ximenzuran had evaluated that it was much better to embody the rigidly formalized peerless sword art of the maiden sword technique rather than learning new sword techniques. Thus, she just focused on sparring, disguised as nuclear bombings. In the end, it meant she didn't have a single proper sword technique. Of course, in King's standards, proper martial arts were only those with purple borders, what the world called peerless divine arts. Gold ones were barely usable. Come to think of it, there seemed to be a gold sword technique registered, right? Why wasn't I learning it? Was there some side effect? King seriously tried to recall, but couldn't remember anything, so she quickly made a decision. One of the 10 great demonic arts under heaven, 108 Azure Sword. 6 stars achieved. Tang Nana seemed to have realized that sleeping close to someone else was quite a difficult task. This could be seen from the fact that she didn't ask to sleep together again afterward. Well, of course it is. It's a privilege that only someone with a dull mind like me can do. Carelessly attempting it could be a big mistake that might mess up your sleep cycle. After spending several days training like this, the day of the decisive battle finally dawned. From early morning, a group of arrogant people appeared, kicking open the gates of the Tang Center. Of course, it wasn't a surprise attack but a bold walk down the main road, so the elites of the Sichuan Tang clan, who had received advance notice, rushed out in droves to meet the enemy. The fatty standing in the center, who looked exactly like a personification of Dong Zhaowan, opened his mouth. "Ha! You treasonous bastards! How dare you not move your heavy backsides when His Imperial Majesty ordered you all to come out voluntarily, forcing this esteemed Imperial censor to come in person? Just how much of the people's sweat and blood have you sucked to fill your toilets and make your behinds so heavy?" Ooh, that's a pretty hard blow from the very start. King recalled Tang Tuzhong's words. They shouldn't strike first when the other side was openly coming to provoke them. At that, Tang Tuzhong responded politely. "Come out, we clearly heard that you would come to visit, so we should wait. Did we not?" "TSK. Isn't that the same thing?" Then the Imperial censor clicked his tongue again. "Even if that's the case, the attitude of you traitors is incredibly disrespectful. I clearly said to wait with the appearance of criminals. So are you saying that this is the appearance of criminals? If they were criminals, they should have been kneeling with their head down, wearing hemp clothes, with their forearms and knees touching the ground. However, everyone was standing proudly on 2 feet, hence his words." Despite hearing this, Tang Tuzhong remained dignified. "What do you mean? How can we call ourselves criminals over mere slander when we have committed no crime under these heavens? Is it not a crime against His Imperial Majesty for those without guilt to claim guilt and obscure the true culprits?" "Ha! Your words are flowing like a mountain stream. Fine. Then let us find out from now on whether you really plotted treason or not. Look here, all of you. Rush in and scrape out every single letter without missing a single thing." "Ah, that would be a bit difficult." Tang Tuzhong interrupted the Imperial censor's words. "What? Then are you admitting that you plotted treason?" "That is proof that the evidence is in there." "That is not it." "In truth, last night, a mischievous wildcat caused havoc in the warehouse, and unfortunately, it ran around with a pouch of deadly poison in its mouth, turning the entire Tang Center into a trap no different from an area of death. It was an implausible excuse from the start. If it was a poison warehouse, it should have been handled as one of the most dangerous places, so the idea that a cat got in there was ridiculous to begin with. Moreover, was this cat carrying the deadly poison pouch in its mouth some kind of invincible, super cat with invulnerability of 10,000 poisons? Even if they generously assumed that an invincible cat actually existed and raided the poison warehouse, how could it spread poison all over the vast tank center to turn it into a death trap without an infinite pouch? At this, the Imperial censor was utterly dumbfounded. So much so that his nose was blocked, his mind muddled by the nonsense, and his words cut off, leaving him only gaping his mouth. King admired this. "Wow, Your Honor." It was all the cat doing. The dog shit, or rather cat shit, that was spoken had reached a level that transcended shamelessness, so even the Imperial censor's brain functions temporarily stopped, leaving him in a daze. Then he suddenly shouted, "How can that make any sense? We find it hard to believe too. But what can we do if it's the truth? Should we lie because you might not believe it? Is your face made of cold iron? It seems you are someone that is impossible to communicate with. Well, I shall have to verify if what you say is indeed true. You there, go in and prove your clan lord's words." At this, one of the Tank Clan experts who was pointed at showed his palm and answered, "Do you mean me? This unworthy one believes in our clan lord, though I did not ask whether you believe him or not. I said to prove it." "If that is what you mean, I saw that cat clearly with my own eyes, so there is no need to worry." The Imperial censor realized that pressuring them any further would be futile. But if he immediately sent soldiers rushing into the tank center, they would clearly seize the opportunity to spray the prepared poisons. At this, the Imperial censor gritted his teeth. King's eyes lit up as she saw this. She then took 2 steps to the side and quietly asked an old man who had been introduced as some high-ranking elder, "Excuse me, were we allowed to provoke them from our side? You said earlier that we had to endure great humiliation." "Our side, you say? Aha has truly made a good friend. How admirable. Here, I'll give you this." "Ah, thank you." The old man very naturally took something out from his bosom and handed it over. It was a small medicine bottle about 2 finger joints in size. "It is a personally modified version of the soul-dragging water. If there's someone you dislike, mix it in sweet alcohol and make them drink it. After 1/4 of an hour, their muscles will relax and they'll soil themselves with excrement and urine." It was truly a deadly poison that could destroy someone's social status in one go. "Wow, thank you. Such a precious thing." King brightly smiled as she pocketed the special soul-dragging water, because King's expression was extremely honest. The old man's face also broke into a smile upon seeing her pure joy. "But who is this elder? Is he some poison vending machine? Is this like those village people in games who give you an item when you talk to them?" The answer was that he was the Grand Clan Lord, the highest-ranking elder of the Tank Clan, who was sticking close by out of worry for his granddaughter. He was also the one responsible for getting Tang Nana interested in all sorts of vicious poisons by giving her gifts since childhood. The Grand Clan Lord then added an explanation. "The Tank Clan does not forget grudges, so the insolence of kicking open the main gate of the Sichuan Tang Clan is a serious crime that should be punished by death. Just enduring that is humiliating enough, so shouldn't we at least irritate them a bit? However, it would be even better if they make a big verbal mistake. Isn't it the way of the Central Plains that we can use our swords if we find justification by picking at their words? There has never been such a way in the world from ancient times to now. But the rule of the world found by an old man who had lived long wasn't wrong either. However, if one of us makes a mistake, we'll all be annihilated, while if one of them dies, another will just replace them. So it's an extremely disadvantageous fight for our Tank Clan. Do you understand? What? So we can provoke them from our side? Then, isn't that my specialty? King's eyes sparkled brightly. Then, can I join in provoking them too? That desire to help in any way is truly lovely. How admirable. Here, I'll give you this. It's a personally modified version of the soul-seizing oblivion. The Grand Clan Lord handed over another small glass bottle. Inside were 3 pills that looked like goat droppings. If you make them swallow it by shoving it into their mouth, after the medicine takes effect, It will stimulate their lust while making them see hallucinations. You'll definitely be able to see them humping the air. Oh my. I shouldn't say such things to a young lady. How thoughtless of me. Wow. Thank you. It sounds fun, so I'll definitely use it. It was another deadly poison that would bring about death to one's social status. She wasn't sure what he kept personally modifying, but since it was precious, King happily accepted it again. However, Tuzhong, that fellow. Didn't he secure clan lord position? Because he was originally incredibly glib. There's no one in our family who can wag their tongue better than him, so if we leave it to him, he'll handle it well on his own. Sure enough, after that, the regional military commissioner had no choice but to withdraw. It seems the search is not feasible, so we will withdraw for today. Quickly deal with the poison and comply with His Imperial Majesty's august command. It was a win on points for the Tang clan. The Imperial censor didn't come just to be pushed around, so the next thing he did was to blockade the Tang Center. By surrounding it with soldiers and blocking all entrances and exits of the Tang Center, he prevented not only people but also supplies from entering. Among the supplies was food, and since people couldn't live without eating, it meant they should either starve to death or die for treason. However, King ate well. The Tang clan members also ate well. This was because there were already several secret passages. As such, all that really changed was that it became just a bit troublesome to bring in supplies. Since what the Tang clan needed was time, they also pretended to meekly endure. Oh my, Goodman. If you block even our food supplies, how are we supposed to live? We're just following orders too. It was like this. By the fourth day, even the Imperial censor started to feel something was suspicious. Wasn't this a bit strange? Did they really stock up on that much food? Meanwhile, 2 points had been marked on the map of Sichuan, meaning they had already found the locations of 2 artillery positions. It was only on the 7th day and night that the Imperial censor finally realized something was amiss and rushed back with a horde of soldiers. This time, he not only came himself but also brought new members, a group of martial artists dressed in martial attire made of brilliant golden silk. I clearly warned you, yet you still have not taken on the appearance of criminals. Criminals? Where are there any criminals here? HMPH, Guard Assistant Commander. What did I tell you? Look at the shameless lies of these outrageous traitors. We should immediately rush in and slaughter them. King watched this scene and asked, who are those sparkling guys? They're called the Embroidered Uniform Guards 1. The Embroidered Uniform Guards, also known as Golden Uniform Guards, were literally guards wearing golden clothes. However, since this golden martial attire was the exclusive uniform of the Emperor's direct military group, each and every one of them held quite high official positions. They were almost identical to the group called the Life Guard 2 when Germany was an empire back in King's homeworld. They were the army, secret police, and the Emperor's blade all in one. The complexion of the poisoned grandfather, no, the Grand Clan Lord explaining this, darkened a bit. It seems the Emperor has made up his mind. A Guard Assistant Commander is the 3rd highest position in the Embroidered Uniform Guards, so they rarely come down to the provinces under normal circumstances. At any rate, another war of words betting the family's fate was about to begin. 7 days have passed, so you must have surely detoxified by now. This time, you should accept the seer. Oh dear. In truth, last night, a mischievous wild cat caused havoc in the warehouse, and unfortunately, it ran around with a pouch of deadly poison in its mouth, turning the entire Tang Center into a trap no different from an area of death. It was exactly the same line, as if it had been copied and pasted. Did you not say the same thing last time? Isn't it said that history often repeats itself? There should be a limit to shamelessness, even if... The Imperial censor trembled with a disgusted expression. Meanwhile, King just admired such a scene. Isn't this an incredible second rendition? Basically like a meme. Furthermore, it was a declaration of intent to thoroughly milk this for 3 or 4 more renditions. They seemed to be ready to reach the realm of internet comments, all yap and no logic. It meant that every night before they came to visit, an invincible cat with immunity to all poisons would steal an infinite pouch of poison and meticulously spray it all over the Tang Center. However, the Imperial censor was no ordinary person either, So he immediately realized that there was no way forward in this standoff and turned to leave right away. At that moment, King suddenly raised her voice. "Alright, Imperial Censor. Just a moment. I have something urgent to tell you." The Imperial Censor, who was about to take a step, looked at King's veiled face with a dubious, yet somewhat expectant gaze. What is it? "If you're going to report these outrageous traitors, I swear on my name that I'll do my utmost to save you alone, woman." Then King turned to Tang Tuzhong and spoke. "Well, about that, a broken bark landlord. Our food waste is overflowing and it's been smelling a lot lately. Couldn't we ask them to clean it up on their way back? They're the ones who blocked us and prevented us from coming and going. So shouldn't the ones who blocked us clean it up?" "Ooh, that is indeed a good idea." "Imperial Censor, may I make an earnest request?" "Our chef makes such huge portions that the Tang clan members usually have more than enough to eat with plenty left over." It was a taunt saying that no matter how much they blockaded, it was useless because they had separate ways to bring things in. Some Tang clan members deliberately responded with giggling laughter. "Shut up, you traitors who are not even worth associating with. You should be torn limb from limb and thrown to the dogs. You should be skewered and roasted to feed to your own children." "Ah, you wish to talk about the end of traitors? Then how about using those whose belly fat we stick wicks in to use as candles? The Imperial Censor alone should burn for a good 7 days." It was a refined jab at the Imperial Censor's dong's-like physique. "Why you? Let's go. These fucking sons of bitches." In the end, the Imperial Censor, with a face turned bright red, left while cursing. Sichuan Tang Clan, victory number 2. After that, Poison Grandfather held out another glass bottle. "The child's quick wit is truly admirable." "How praiseworthy." "Here, I'll give you this." It's a personally modified version of the immortal waste. This time it was an empty, sealed glass bottle. "If you make them inhale it through their nose or mouth, for 15 days their breathing will change to sound like an ugly flute, making them wheeze roughly. On top of that, their voice will change to be even more ridiculous, so they won't be able to hold back their laughter even at their own words. If there is someone who laughs easily, they might even laugh so much they suffocate." Every single thing he touched was consistently a poison aimed at ruining someone's reputation. "Wow, thank you so much. This wasn't what I was hoping for, but I'll use it well." King happily accepted the bottle once again. King judged it as the Tang clan's second victory, but that wasn't actually the case. In fact, it was their third victory. This was because the Imperial Censor had presented a dilemma of death by blockading the Tang clan, either starve to death or die for treason. What came back was food waste thrown out ostentatiously outside the gates and walls. Strangely enough, it always fell exactly where the soldiers or guards were standing, and the Tang clan's official stance on this was, "Why are you standing there?" The Imperial Censor, with his eyes rolled back in anger, went around turning Chengdu upside down trying to find the Tang clan's supply line. But how could that be easy? Even from the perspective of the Central Plains people, Chengdu had been a prosperous ancient capital for over 2,000 years, a land where dynasties have nested. In other words, there were already plenty or passages dug by ancestors, to which the Tang clan had added and improved underground passages over hundreds of years. It was not a sacred realm that could be invaded by the shallow wisdom of humans who had lived a mere 50 years. As such, 6 embroidered uniform guards and 30 soldiers who found and entered 3 secret passages became eternal guests who would never return. Because the discovered passages were turned into poison fields, even the corpses couldn't be retrieved. Thus, the expression that they had become wanderers who could never return was quite accurate. The Tang clan's official stance on this was, "Oh, we collected and disposed of the poison sprayed by the cat. Why are you passing through the garbage dump?" Meanwhile, 2 more red dots were added to the Tang clan's map of Chengdu, meaning they had discovered 2 more artillery positions. Victory number 4 for the Tang clan. After this series of defeats, the Imperial Censor realized that he was no match for their shamelessness, rudeness, and local infrastructure. Damn these bastards. The Imperial censor gritted his teeth. The option of taking out false evidence under the guise of a search had gone down the drain forever due to the rampage of the invincible cat with invulnerability of 10,000 poisons. He couldn't starve them to death either. What remained was the strategy of provoking them to strike first. Just one hit. One hit would be enough. Even a light tap on the back of the hand would do. After that, he could shout, "How dare you damage the Emperor's army? You truly are traitors!" And fire cannons, push in soldiers, and turn the place into a wasteland. So the Imperial censor racked his brains, thinking about how to anger these traitorous Tang clan bastards, how to piss them off. Finally, he found a point that the Tang clan couldn't endure, what could be called their trigger, and smiled with satisfaction. Thus dawned the fifth decisive battle. On the 15th day, the Imperial censor, who boldly entered through the main gate of the Tang Center, which remained shattered from lack of repair, scanned the Tang clan elites blocking his way. And he quickly found a weakness among them. Of course, anyone with eyes could find it quickly. Because there was a peerless beauty in place, around whom the surroundings suddenly brightened and flower petals seemed to flutter in an illusion. The Tang clan's precious daughter, the speaking poison flower Tang Nana. They say she was raised with abundant love from the family and considered her their pride. Could they really endure if such a precious flower was insulted? This was the trigger of the Tang clan that the Imperial censor had found. Listen here, Imperial censor. Let me tell you in advance, actually, last night, a mischievous wild cat caused havoc in the warehouse. That is enough now. I have long known that you bastards are beasts who cannot be reasoned with. Then shouldn't you just turn back without wasting your breath? At this, the Imperial censor smiled vilely. This time, I came to find a way for you traitors to live out of pity. A way to live? The national law is strict, so the crime of treason is a capital offense that will exterminate 9 generations of the family. Thanks to this, all those with the surname Tang from Sichuan will die without exception. However, if you can still leave that blood behind, it would not be complete annihilation of the clan, would it? Tang Tuzhong's complexion darkened for a moment. He wondered what kind of nonsense the Imperial censor had prepared to have such a long introduction. However, his facial muscles immediately tightened at the Imperial censor's next words. I shall do you the honor of taking that passable wench instead of killing her and using her as a slave. Even if she happens to get knocked up, I shall not necessarily abort it to cut off the lineage, so you could preserve the blood of dirty traitors. How does that sound? Does it not seem like a good idea? Tang Tuzhong's face contorted severely. The Imperial censor's face brightened in proportion. Moreover, upon thinking about possessing the most beautiful woman in Sichuan, he suddenly felt excited as blood rushed to his lower regions. Even if it is the blood of dirty traitors, once the merciful Imperial censor shares his seed, it will be half a loyal subject and half a traitor's blood. Would that not be enough to use as slaves for generations? If you do not watch your words. If I do not watch my words? Are you daring to threaten an official carrying out His Imperial Majesty's Jade command? Is this not the behavior of traitors to the world? I am just saying it would be better to close that vulgar mouth of yours. Tang Tuzhong weakly stepped back. You there, wench. Do not just stand there like a mute and show some skin. Right, I should check if you are still a virgin too. Then again, with a face like that, I wonder if any man would have left you alone. That dirty blood must have been writhing in lust like a whore every day. Tang Nana's face turned pale. What, feeling wronged? If not, lie down and spread your legs right now. After all, would it not be easier for people to check with their eyes in regards to whether your chastity is intact? Tang Nana, who had studied medicine and become a master of toxicology at a young age, was intelligent. She knew that in this situation, she had no choice but to endure insults pouring down, as it was just a matter of rank and rudeness. Just as Tang Nana's eyes were moistening and her hands were trembling slightly, a broken bar. Suddenly a weight pressed down on her head, and a semi-transparent membrane-like object draped over her, creating a layer of fence from the world. Excuse me, Imperial Censor? Elder? The Imperial Censor's eyes widened. The veiled woman who had mentioned food waste last time had passed over what she was wearing, revealing another peerless beauty underneath. King stood demurely and raised her voice. It has been said since ancient times that children are mirrors of their parents, so don't people's words and actions ultimately come from their parents' conduct? Was there such a saying? Of course, there was no such saying in the Central Plains. But as soon as he heard it, he immediately understood what it meant. In the Central Plains, there was a saying that children resembled their parents. Similarly, in the Minxin-Bodian one, it was said that where cucumbers are planted, cucumbers grow, and where bins are planted, bins grow. Furthermore, Lord Mengxin II, who served as the Chancellor of the state of Qi during the Warring States period 3, said that generals come from generals' families and chancellors come from chancellors' families. All of these meant that children take after their parents, expressing a universal human nature that all cultures of humanity have sympathized with since ancient times. The words that the imperial censor is saying now are vulgar and vile, something only the shittiest mongrel under the heavens would say. But since the imperial censor's parents are precisely that shitty mongrel, you've just inherited their speech and behavior, so we shouldn't blame the imperial censor, right? What? It means if you don't want to smear shit on your parents' faces, you'd better watch that mouth of yours. Though we've already known the level of your family education, since you've already smeared shit all over your parents long ago. Currently, there was no one in the world who could match King in insulting parents. This was because in the Central Plains, insulting someone's parents was equivalent to challenging them to a life and death duel, saying let's see who lives and who dies today. However, having lived in a society of unfilial children who casually inherited parent insults, King's study in this area had already reached a realm worthy of discussing the title of greatest under heaven for this particular field. You bitch. Ending every sentence with you bastard, you wench, you bitch. I guess that's how your parents address people. You dog-like. Imperial censor. Please calm yourself. At that moment, the third in command of the embroidered uniform guards, the guard assistant commander, standing beside him, gently tapped his shoulder and intervened. The imperial censor glared at King while panting, gradually calming his ragged breathing and regaining his original composure. Just then, there was a subtle touch on King's fingertips, which soon climbed up to her palm, leaving behind something hard before slipping away. It was a familiar size, one of Poison Grandfather's poison bottles. Only then did the imperial censor open his mouth again. Your words are laughable. How dare traitors call themselves people? My parents always said that traitors are like ungrateful beasts, so I am just doing as I was taught. Courtesy is only extended to humans. Is that really all you can say after all that? King put strength in her eyes, making a round-eyed surprised expression as she asked back, huh? Excuse me, but may I ask which of the imperial censor's parents is the beast? What? No, just now you were talking about sharing seeds with our nana and whatnot. But you said traitors are beasts. Then, did you inherit the hobby of mating with beasts from your parents too? Wah! Now that I'm looking at the imperial censor, I can tell one side is a pig. Did your father mate with a pig and give birth to you, or did your mother mate with a pig and give birth to you? Well, either way, you're a half-human half-pig fat fuck. King raised her voice, cutting off the imperial censor's words and rapid-firing her own. King's volume had already surpassed human limits, so amidst the thunderous sound, her beautiful voice rang out clearly beyond the walls of the Tang clan's main gate without becoming shrill. Shut. Wow. Everyone look at this. Hey you middle-aged minions over there. Did you all just hear that? There's a monster child here. Born between parents WHO mated with pigs. Look at this imperial censor. Look at this elder. How can such a thing exist in this world? Wow. Then can we call the master bedroom a pigsty? Come to think of it, the imperial censor's mother is either a pig or mated with a pig. Either way, she's just as sow obsessed with bestiality, right? It must be so nice to have a sow as your mother. Wait. What? Are you embarrassed about your mother right now? Why can't you say it proudly? Imperial Censor. Your mother mated with a pig. Imperial Censor. Your mother is a dirty pig bitch. How can such a thing happen? The Grand Clan Lord who was listening trembled. By tonight, the shocking rumor about the Imperial Censor's mother's infidelity would spread throughout Chengdu as if it were fact. And he could clearly see that new facts circulating in Chengdu would spread throughout Sichuan, and within a year, the everything under the heavens would accept it as truth. The Imperial Censor, as the head of the censorate, belonged to the second rank of high officials, so the family that produced him was originally among the most prestigious of prestigious families. However, now their downfall was clearly visible. Immediately, they would be despised and cut off from relationships up and down their faction, Guangxi, and for the sake of the imperial family's face, they couldn't keep someone with such an indecent rumor in an official position. My, it seems this old man has finally found the ultimate poison that would fill the rest of one's life with pain through humiliation worse than death. It was a scene where the ultimate poison the Grand Clan Lord had dreamed of was being realized with just a 3-inch tongue. How could one not tremble with emotion? It has no substance, cannot be prevented from poisoning, and does not even need to be administered. Indeed, that gossip is truly the very definition of formless poison. The Grand Clan Lord, speaking as if he had gone senile, took out all the poisons he had personally modified and swept them into a separate poison pouch. It was a gift bundle for King. The Imperial Censor grabbed the back of his neck. His fleshy build seemed like it might collapse with just a little more stimulation, so King was about to push harder. That is enough. The guard assistant commander, who had been maintaining his composure until then, suddenly intervened. Imperial Censor, please calm yourself. Is this not just the antics of a green girl? But King had no intention of ending it yet. In this kind of battle, the one with the loudest voice ultimately seized victory. Just as King was taking a deep breath, a broken bar, a shining bead rose subtly above the guard assistant commander's hand and then faded away. It was force compression, the symbol, pride, and crystallization of the unrestrained realm. King was quite the consistent person. She didn't act bold in front of the strong and shrank as always. What the hell is this? Just when I thought I could handle at least a transcendent realm, now this unrestrained realm bastard shows up to block my way. Why do masters keep popping up from everywhere? King didn't know, but it would be stranger if the martial prowess of the guard assistant commander, ranked third among the Imperial Palace martial artists, wasn't at least at the unrestrained realm. After all, he was a master deliberately nurtured by the Imperial family. King stepped back at this display of skill. Since she had already enjoyed beating them one-sidedly, she didn't feel too regretful. However, the opinion of the person who had just been beaten up one-sidedly was different. You wench. Is it you who learned such dirty slander and stinking lies from your parents? But it was a grand miss. Insulting her parents were already ineffective against King. To begin with, she was uncertain whether this body was born under human legs. It might have just been formed from energy coalescing in a cave, or it might have opened its eyes after inhabiting an abandoned corpse. Since no traces of another mind were found during the mental parasite's invasion, she only knew that she hadn't stolen the body of a normal living girl. King answered with a bright smile, "This body truly has no parents, you know. I never learned from anyone to begin with." At this, the Imperial Censor quickly interjected, "So you were an orphan wench." "I thought as much." "Yes, that is right. Even I would have abandoned a crazy thing like you. But I think it's better to be abandoned than to have parents who mated with pigs anyway." "How could you live with your face up, being embarrassed about having parents who mated with pigs?" "If it were me, I would have committed suicide long ago by sticking my face in lye water." A broken bar. No, since it's the Imperial Censor's house, in pig slop. A broken bar. Everyone. What do you all think? Would you rather live as the son of a woman who spread her legs for a pig, or just live alone as an orphan? In a way, King's attitude could be said to be the true posture of a martial artist. At least King knew when she was outmatched and immediately retreated to wait for the next opportunity. The Imperial Censor, despite not being good with words, tried to argue back and ended up stumbling without even getting his money's worth. At this, the guard assistant commander stepped in again. "I told you that is enough." "No, wait, that pig, I mean Dongzhao, I mean Zubeiji-1, I mean Imperial Censor was making a fuss earlier and you were quiet, but why are you lowering your voice only when I speak a broken bar? I'll shut up now." King prettily closed her mouth in front of the force compression. However, her expression continued to smile brightly and cheerfully, persistently targeting the Imperial Censor's blood pressure. "For such a young wench, your realm is not low, but that venomous heart is even more frightening." "Thank you for the compliment. Rather, it is a pity. If you had not been born with the Tang surname, that of those great traitors, you could have surely made a name for yourself in the Central Plains." "Ha! Who's a great traitor?" "You're accusing innocent people of being criminals without any evidence. Your parents must be so proud of you." "Son, today you've once again killed innocent people by wrongfully accusing them of crimes." "How admirable." "Your ancestors in hell must be burning in hellfire with pride." A broken bar. "What did you just say?" "What? Did you stuff a donkey's cock in your ear? Or was it a dog's cock?" "Since you're taking the pig's side, maybe you stuffed a pig's cock in there?" "Is your ear hole blocked with a cock so you couldn't hear?" "Everyone here heard it, but the unrestrained realm master couldn't." The guard assistant commander's eyebrow twitched. "I think it would be better to throw your parents' graves into the river or the sea instead of burying them in the ground. They'll be burning forever for the sin of raising such a vicious child in the world, so soaking them in water might help with the heat a bit." "You wench, you are truly courting death," King snorted. "You're just an incompetent fool." Lowering his voice. "Unrestrained realm master? Is there only one retard of an unrestrained realm with a cock stuffed in his ear here? Why has this human scum of a butcher, who should have drawn his sword and cut everyone up long ago according to his words, been enduring until now? You wench, you will absolutely not die peacefully. Not until you beg to be killed." "Wow, look at that." "Elder Imperial Censor, did you see that?" When you were being insulted, he just lowered his voice saying that is enough because it wasn't about him, but now that he's being insulted, he's getting angry. The Imperial Censor was still red, but after hearing those words, his gaze towards the guard assistant commander wasn't friendly either. After all, what she said was true. King stepped forward, raising the stakes even more. "Stop talking and come at me if you're so upset." "Fair and square, one-on-one. Like a real man." "Want to have a life or death duel?" At this, Tang Nana quickly grabbed King's wrist. "Hey, you! What are you trying to do?" "It's okay, just enjoy the show." King's expression was full of confidence as she answered. King was originally someone who valued her own life terribly, so she didn't move on a whim. But she couldn't tell Tang Nana that she had already prepared some dirty tricks in advance, so she just threw out some cruel words. "I can't just stand by when my friend is being insulted." "Right? You were broken bar." It was truly a scene of emotion, the back view of someone stepping into danger to protect another's honor. Wasn't this the image of the most admirable man that women dream of? Though King wasn't actually a man, of course. Tang Nana's eyes became misty. However, she was wearing a veil, so King couldn't see it. Regardless, the guard assistant commander was completely dumbfounded. A mere peak realm wench dared to say what? "I said let's have a match." "How about it, one-on-one?" The guard assistant commander snorted through his nose while his mouth stretched into a long grin, not hiding his evil intentions. "Ha! You wench have truly decided to die. Fine. You said a life or death duel. Right. You have already said it, so you cannot blame me for what happens." "Good. Just don't run away." "If you're going to run, you'll have to leave behind what's attached between your legs." At the same time, King walked forward gracefully. Then, in a manner that didn't suit her, she took a respectful clasped hands posture and shouted, "This girl is called King and has no other title yet. I have studied the Maiden Sword and Maiden Divine Palm, as well as other miscellaneous arts and skills." After that, she drew her sword and demonstrated some simple movements, then waved her hand in the air a few times to slightly reveal the subtleties of her hand arts. This was called a person's starting ceremony. It was the act of briefly introducing oneself and demonstrating learned martial arts before a duel, and while it was incomprehensible as to why it existed, it was also a long-standing tradition of Murim. For a moment, everyone in the courtyard fell silent. What did I just see? The girl who had been spewing terrible curses suddenly acted like a righteous female expert of Murim, with every gesture and movement of her fingertips and toes exuding an impeccable grace. The beauty that had been hidden behind her vicious speech finally revealed its presence. Amidst the silence of the crowd, the guard assistant commander also stepped forward and performed his starting ceremony. I am called Chogwak, and I have reached my realm with the Imperial Grace's demon-conquering sword. At the same time, he demonstrated some simple movements, but anyone could see that it was actually the demon-conquering sword technique, a supreme technique of the Kongtong sect. In fact, the martial arts of the government were ones that the 9 sects and 1 union had offered when they were the government's hunting dogs in the past. Although they say they were somewhat degraded versions, those degraded divine arts all remained in the Imperial Palace Martial Vault, so the embroidered uniform guards, who were masters nurtured by the Imperial Palace, were made to learn them. They claimed to have improved them somewhat, adding names like Imperial Grace this and that in front, referring to the Emperor's grace. The Tang clan elders who were aware of the situation clicked their tongues, while King, who didn't know, wagged her tongue instead. Ah, right. By the way, my master is Taoist Ximen Zurin, and her Taoist colleagues of Murim call her the matriarch or the zenith among women. A broken bar. Wait, what did you say? Have you still not removed the cock from your ear hole? I said my master is Taoist Ximen Zurin, known as the zenith among women. No, wait. I have not heard anything about that. For your information, my master promised that if her disciple were to be harmed during her journey in Jianghu, she would take revenge 100-fold afterward. So if anything happens to me, you'll incur the wrath of the zenith among women, and your entire clan, down to the last relative, will be annihilated. Guard Assistant Commander Chogwak doubted his ears for a moment. Normally in these situations, didn't one say there would be no repercussions even if they died? He wondered if he had misheard. However, while King enjoyed deceiving others, she wasn't good at outright lying, especially not in her master's name. Of all things, Ximen Zurin had actually often joked, mixed with curses, that, even if you die, I shall take revenge 100-fold. So do not feel too wronged if something bad happens. However, it was a joke mixed with a lot of sincerity. In other words, it was a petty threat saying that if you mess with me, the zenith among women won't leave you alone. It was a shabby threat made after requesting a life or death duel and performing the starting ceremony. In fact, Chogwak's mind went blank. How can a disciple of the Divine Maiden sect get involved in the affairs of traitors? Involved? This girl was merely staying as a guest. Rather, weren't you the ones who blocked the entrance so we couldn't leave? I only stepped forward because I couldn't bear to see my innocent friend being insulted, so why don't you take back those terrible words about treason? Then she extended her hand and pointed at Choi Leong. And that old man over there is taking care of me, and he cherishes this girl like his own daughter. He's currently suffering from senility, so even if something unfortunate happens during the life or death duel, I ask for your generous understanding. As if it wasn't enough, she even laid out an outright threat implying that Choi Leong might launch a sneak attack. What kind of life or death duel is this? How can you use such violent cowardly tricks? Violent cowardly? A person who has reached the unrestrained realm is calling a life or death duel with a peak realm martial artist violent cowardly? King spoke, full of mockery. Chogwak, at a loss for words, could only open and close his mouth. At the same time, he realized he had fallen into a trap. It was called a life or death duel. But the situation had become such that if he didn't subdue King gently, the consequences would affect not only himself but his entire clan. Wait, this is invalid. No more words. Here I come. King cut off Chogwak's words and charged forward with her sword leading the way. The sunset-colored sword chi enveloped the moonlight sword and shone. At that moment, Chogwak's mind raced quickly. Burning sunset-colored true chi, a characteristic of the divine art of the Divine Maiden sect, the heart cleanse mirror of Zuxiang. So it is not a lie that she's Ximen Zurin's disciple. The Imperial Palace martial artists were those nurtured by the Emperor, who gritted his teeth in his frustration to subdue Murim. They were familiar with all the major martial arts of Murim and knew their weaknesses and countermeasures. And the maiden sword is not a problem. The maiden sword technique was originally used by the state of Yi soldiers and had been passed down, still occupying a place as an introductory martial art when entering the military. Of course, Chougwak could perform it with his eyes closed. I haven't heard of the Divine Maiden Divine Palm. Is it a martial art created by Ximenzuran? If she dared to name it Divine Palm, it must not be ordinary. But it didn't seem like a mere peak realm master's hand arts would be dangerous to an unrestrained realm master using force armor. It shouldn't be too tricky. Except for that unknown old Buddhist over there. Both Choi Leong and a Buddhist martial artist would take offense at this thought. Anyway, that was the conclusion Chougwak came to. In fact, a duel between a peak realm martial artist and an unrestrained realm master was not much different from a fight between a child and an adult. Although it was petty to accept a life or death duel just because a child, extremely, misbehaved, it wasn't that he lacked confidence in subduing her, even if it might be troublesome. That's what he thought. But a broken bar. Suddenly, the sword chi rose 1 kai from King's blade. This was a technique absolutely impossible with sword chi, not sword force. If sword chi could be extended freely outside the sword, wouldn't everyone carry a small dagger in their pocket and draw it out to wield like the lightsabers in that famous work, instead of carrying heavy swords? So it wasn't sword chi rising. If one looked closely, it wasn't actually sword chi, but high-density sword threads clustered together to appear as one. While the effects of the Yijin cleansing method were still unclear, at least one thing was certain: the blood vessels where true chi flowed through the 8 extraordinary meridians had greatly expanded, allowing for what was essentially an ultra-high output true chi spray. In terms familiar to modern people, it felt like double chi consumption for 1.5 times the power. However, King's chi accumulation had already far surpassed the realm, and sword chi that hadn't formed into force didn't consume much true chi anyway. First move, King shouted as she drew a straight line. The thick sword chi collided with the force surrounding Chougwak's sword. Though there was no sound as the swords didn't directly meet, a shockwave burst out from the center, blowing wind in all directions. However, King's expression contorted while Chougwak's face relaxed slightly, so the result of the first clash was clear. Ah shit, sword threads still don't work, huh? Chougwak's sword not only penetrated King's sword chi but also slightly chipped the blade of the moonlight sword. Force compression was merely a basic long-range technique that unrestrained realm masters could use. For those who weren't expertly handling force arts specializing in force compression, its power wasn't even as good as throwing hidden weapons imbued with force. So the true terror of unrestrained realm masters lay not in force compression, but in the fact that they could emit force compressed to a higher degree around their weapons, visible to the naked eye. Purple force rippled around Chougwak's sword, increasing its thickness. It was a scene that would make the Taoist monks of Mount Hua foam at the mouth. It was the Imperial Grace's Violet Mist Arts, the Imperial Palace's modified version of the Violet Mist Divine Arts. King was startled and withdrew her sword, but a large chip had already been taken out of the blade. My moonlight sword. I barely even got to use it. King, who now had to obtain moonlight sword number 9 after barely using this one, smiled awkwardly and spoke. Oh, since you're such a master, how about giving me 10 moves as a handicap? Nonsense. Chougwak's sword moved busily. The Imperial Grace's demon-conquering sword was a vicious killing sword forged with the terrible determination to subdue demons. However, the compatibility was a bit bad, as the demon-conquering sword was one of the martial arts with the strongest killing intent among orthodox faction techniques. It was awkward to try to attack while avoiding the opponent's vital points with such a killing sword. For Chougwak, whose family would be annihilated if King died, the enemy's vital points were as good as his own. Whoa! Eek! Ak! Kak! Ak! King was busy dodging while continuously letting out breathless exclamations mixed with screams and admiration in a chaotic cacophony. If she clashed directly, her sword wouldn't survive. For now, It was a trick to distract and look for an opportunity by making noise. However, no matter how much the attacks avoided vital points, the opponent was an unrestrained realm master and an expert at the sword. Moreover, his swordsmanship was a peerless divine art. If King had checked the martial arts window, she would have seen the dazzling purple border of the demon-conquering sword. King twisted her waist to dodge the force-imbued blade by a paper-thin margin. However, the sharpness of force extended beyond what was visible to the eye. It immediately cut through her clothes at the waist along with her skin, causing a red stain to spread slightly. Wait, I really got Kakaya. Small cuts gradually increased on her thighs, sides, and shoulders, causing her clothes to become patchy in just those areas. Though she had clearly dodged, her skin split and stung, and while the pain made her worry about her condition and whether she had been badly cut, the aching wounds oddly didn't feel too bad. A broken bar. Huh? Why? What? King's exaggerated cries gradually subsided. What's this? It clearly hurts. But it's unexpectedly okay? No, how should I put it? It feels hot and not that bad. The stinging, prickling sensation is strange, mysterious, like the pleasurable pain of scratching a mosquito bite. A broken bar. As a result, King's evasive movements became more concise. With less unnecessary movement, her gaze became steadier, and as her vision stabilized, her movements became more efficient, allowing her to avoid sword strikes without incurring further wounds. Cho'Gaak immediately noticed the anomaly. This wench, isn't she gradually becoming more adept at evasion? Cho'Gaak, his anger rising, shouted, "Damn you! What are you trying to do? Do you plan to keep dodging? Then what else should I do? Should I let you hit me?" Shouting thus, King's knees suddenly bent. With her feet still on the ground, her upper body became parallel to the ground, supported by her arms. Cho'Gaak hesitated for a moment, having lost sight of King, who suddenly seemed to sink into the ground and disappear. This was a technique of a highly refined movement technique called Dragoon 1. No, the iron plate bridge. From that position, King pushed off the ground with her arms, appearing to Cho'Gaak as if she had suddenly sprung up from below his field of vision. King made her surprise appearance and thrust her sword forward. HMPH. It is futile. However, the difference in realms was just too great. Cho'Gaak casually swung his sword, deflecting King's arm holding the sword and leaving her wide open. At that moment, King's eyes flashed, and her left hand suddenly shot out. Cho'Gaak hurriedly raised his forearm to block. Then he spread his left hand and curled his fingertips, taking the basic form of a claw technique called the claw hand and swinging Imperial Grace's Divine Wind Claw. If a Taoist monk from the Kongdong sect had seen it, they would have screamed that he had stolen the Divine Wind Ghost Claw, their sect's hidden true supreme technique. However, the White Hand demonic arts, even without its demonic nature, was one of the most mystical hand arts in the world. By stabbing with fingertips, curling to scratch, slicing with the edge of the hand, then striking with the back of the hand, pushing with the palm center, and hitting with the raised joint bones of just the index and middle fingers, 6 moves were executed in one breath. Since using the entire hand was called hand arts, it was truly the essence of hand arts in consecutive strikes. As the claw art he had learned as an auxiliary skill fell short of this, Cho'Gaak's force-wrapped hand was barely able to forcibly endure and deflect the blows it received. At this moment, the right arm that had gone far out returned. Sword chi erupted explosively from King's sword again. The moment Cho'Gaak's gaze turned towards it, a chillingly red-white hand dug in and struck his side. Using that rebound, King leapt back to widen the distance. Although she had landed a few nice hits, King's expression was dark. "A shit, force armor. It's so hard to have fun, huh?" King muttered while shaking her tingling left arm. In contrast, Cho'Gaak's expression relaxed a bit more. "Ha, so you did have something up your sleeve. Fine. I'll acknowledge the finesse of your techniques. But don't you know that the difference in realms is as vast as a mountain? If you withdraw now, I shall show the generosity of a senior." Cho'Gaak, who was trying to persuade her to retreat with words, suddenly frowned. A strange, chilling, Tingling sensation suddenly surged from his side. His left hand and forearm also felt subtly cold and stinging. Cho'Gaak quickly probed his meridians and detected the presence of a secretly penetrating dark energy. A chillingly unorthodox dark energy was tearing through his blood vessels and spreading faintly, but strangely, it was simultaneously entwined with unorthodox warmth, reducing the pain and making it hard to notice immediately. This showed that King's divine maiden divine palm, which mixed true chi, had surpassed the viciousness of the original White Hand demonic arts. What, this is? Only then did Cho'Gaak notice King's chillingly white and long, world's most beautiful slender hands. Wasn't it human nature to assume that if someone's face was that of a peerless beauty, their hands must naturally be beautiful too? But now that he saw it, a martial art came to mind. This is the White Hand. Here I come again. King shouted and charged in again. This was King's method of interrupting people's words. At the same time, she firmly gripped the moonlight sword with both hands and pushed it out to the side of her shoulder, causing its radiance to burst out roughly, mixing brilliantly in red, white, and purple hues. Anyone could see that this was clearly a final move using all her strength. Starlight also flowed thickly from Cho'Gaak's sword. He intended to cut through the sword completely and break her spirit. The huge sword of chi that had extended beyond King's shoulder suddenly shot forward. A massive streak of color drew a thick line in the air. The force-wrapped sword opposing it seemed rather small and diminutive in comparison, but everyone present instinctively knew it was the more dangerous, destructive Starlight. And just as the two energies were about to clash, King's sword flew weakly into the sky with a whoosh. Of course, when you let go of an object you are swinging with all your might using both hands, it was bound to fly far away. Cho'Gaak had been trying to cut through the sword by meeting its trajectory. With King's sword gone, Cho'Gaak's sword only cut through the air, and his clenched hand went on an excursion far out to the side of his ribs. Opening, King's right hand went behind her back and firmly grasped the handle of a long object. It was the end of a 10,000-year-old iron short staff with a noisy miscellaneous function attached. As Cho'Gaak gritted his teeth and raised his force armor to the maximum, King used all her strength to swing Bok Shinjiaok upwards at an angle from below. Whack! Bok Shinjiaok, imbued with a monstrous strength that even General Xianyu would have to acknowledge, struck the side of Cho'Gaak's chest. Cho'Gaak's heels lifted off the ground as he lost his balance and staggered. While force armor could block the impact transmitted to the body, it couldn't do anything about the pure physical force pushing him. If he had known in advance, he would have withstood it with 1,000 catty weight. However, how could he have imagined that a slender girl, aside from her tall stature and ample chest, would exude such monstrous strength? King alternately swung Bok Shinjiaok and her left hand with brute force. Choi Leong had said when criticizing kicking techniques, a martial artist's strength comes from a firmly planted center, from the earth. So Cho'Gaak, having lost his posture and center of mass once, was pushed onto the defensive. He could only desperately endure by wrapping himself in force armor, hunching his body, and continuously backing away. King was also desperate. Even in this situation, she wasn't getting the desired sensation of flesh tearing and bones breaking. Seriously, what the fuck is unrestrained realm? Is it invincible? I want force too. I want to use force. How am I supposed to live as a mere peak realm without force? It's so unfair. But if I keep hitting, he'll die eventually. Right? Who am I? The genius of the century who killed an unrestrained realm despite being only late-stage peak realm. I have to brag to Master about this. Just as King was thinking this and about to raise Bok Shinjiaok again a broken bar. Suddenly, a chill ran through her entire body, causing all the fine hairs to stand on end and her skin to rise in goosebumps. It was the killing intent of an unrestrained realm master. King's instincts reacted to the enormous murderous intent, the thought and chi response of "I will definitely kill you. You, bitch, die." King hurriedly planted her feet on the ground and pushed her body in the opposite direction. But she was already a step too late. The trajectory of Starlight traced a crescent moon as it swept across King. The sensation of skin tearing and a blade entering the body came clearly. She also learned that when properly cut, Sound was transmitted through the body, not the ears. And then, more than the pain, what surged up was rage like a raging fire. No, this son of a bitch. How dare he cut me when all he is a piece of shit motherfucker with a shit ton of evil karma. A fucker who only did bad things. He should have just given me practice points and died quietly. This shouldn't be happening. At least, I shouldn't be cut by such a son of a bitch. This is unfair. Bad guys should get cut by swords and good people should receive all the fortune. And I'm the most righteous person in the world. The most important and precious person in the world, you know. Yet this NPC, a piece of shit worse than an animal, dares to harm me without knowing his place. In King's pupils, a malevolent red star stretched awake and shone brightly. Often, when people of Jianghu thought about the owner of the heavenly slaughtering star, they imagined a crazed killer intoxicated with blood. In fact, that wasn't entirely wrong. But it wasn't quite the same. At least the heavenly slaughtering stars didn't go berserk like mad dogs and bite to draw blood. Even the image of a blood-crazed killer was actually an illusion deliberately adopted by past owners of heavenly slaughter. Since the rarely appearing heavenly slaughters never met each other, it was just something individuals used as a method to conceal themselves. Rather, the heavenly slaughtering stars were closer to meticulous killing fiends. Thanks to this, King's mind now sharpened clearly as she received the energy of heavenly slaughter. Her first thought was a bitter reflection. Why didn't I think it was strange? Is force armor some kind of absolute magic barrier? It's not some new superconducting shock-dispersing material, so how could it perfectly absorb all impacts? King, who understood superconductivity as something akin to 100% perfect, thought like the social science major she was as she examined Chokwak. The hell? It wasn't a matter of sword chi versus force to begin with. If I hit him that much, even if it wasn't Chokwak but Chokwak's grandfather, some flesh should have burst, bruised, and bones should have at least cracked. Her eyes, which had lost their luster with an indifferent coldness, quietly reflected Chokwak's figure. It seems like he's completely lost his reason. Well, that makes it easier, I guess. Keep the heart hot, but the head cold. It was something all masters in the world say at least once, but it was actually difficult for even themselves to maintain. When you lose your reason and are caught up in killing intent, you become honest. Your eyes only see the place to stab, and your body follows without deception, becoming a fool obsessed only with slaughtering the enemy. King faced Chokwak with a much more relaxed mind. The approaching sword tip wavered left and right, splitting into three forms, aiming for the neck and heart, with one curving diagonally towards the waist. Stepping sideways, twisting her pelvis, and pulling her spine back, a fierce sword wind brushed past her neck, and then a broken bar her chest stung. Shit, I got cut again. Even then, one attack remained, and King's hand touched the side of the incoming blade, gently pushing to change its direction. Chokwak's body swayed outward following the blade. King stepped to the left while swinging Bokshan Jiauk, and the 10,000-year-cold iron club dug into the back of the knee, cutting through the air with a swish. Thwack. When you hit the back of the knee flies forward. Chokwak collapsed into a kneeling position, then tumbled and rolled away. King didn't follow, but quietly exhaled while her eyes tracked Chokwak's figure. Even just now, the hit didn't land at all. Strange. Is it possible for impacts not to land at all? But would an unrestrained realm master get hurt or break bones just from rolling a bit? After rolling around, he sprang up using the rebound and charged again, taking a fighting stance. I'll kill you, you bitch. I'll kill you. HMPH. You shouldn't be the one talking. King snorted and charged forward, kicking off the ground. Because the opponent had lost his reason in anger, it actually became much easier to deal with him. This was why King always ran her mouth, aiming for this. Of course, it was also thanks to King's reason having cooled down. But in her state of being unhinged by the killing star, she didn't feel strange because she considered herself normal. She just thought that after continuously getting hit and being cut badly twice, she was now getting used to that sword technique as it became familiar. King extended Bokshan Jiauk straight out, firmly striking Chokwak's blade guard. The twisted force acting at the starting point of the sword path caused the technique to lose direction and waver, drifting off course. Then, blocking the incoming claw attack with her forearm, fuck. That stings. She kicked his shin with all her might using her toes, causing Chougwak to lurch forward. Bokshinjiaok left an afterimage as it struck Ban on the back of Chougwak's head. Chougwak slid across the Tang clan's front yard, drawing a long line with his face. As Chougwak sprang up again, King continued her vicious scheming. If I can tire him out like this, it should work. His inner chi isn't infinite, and how long can he keep spewing force and maintaining force armor defense techniques like that? But what if he comes to his senses? If he says ho ho, oopsie, I lost, and declares defeat before running away, can I chase him down and kill him? No, I won't be able to do that. What other means do I have? Buddha's palm? That's too easy a death. Let's hold off on that for now. Black slaying demonic palm? If even the white hand demonic arts didn't work, then a broken bar. Lustful immortal disrobing dance? A guy who's out of his mind with anger probably won't go he just because someone takes their clothes off. King checked what she had while extending Bokshinjiaok towards the charging Chougwak again. 108 Azure Sword, Heavenly Falcon Grab. The end of Bokshinjiaok, extending with the imagery of a falcon snatching a rabbit, pushed aside Chougwak's shoulder, twisting the starting point of the demon-conquering sword and drawing a completely off-course sword path. At that moment, she hooked her ankle around his and used the principle of the anti-gravity King Kong of the maiden footwork to stomp the ground. Chougwak flew off in a parabolic arc. Even in the midst of this, the killing star, who hadn't stopped her thinking, suddenly stretched her mouth into a long grin. Choi Leong was about to spring into action the moment King's chest was badly cut. However, he stopped after just taking the stance to deliver one force compression attack. This was because the nature of the life or death duel had completely changed. Only Tang Nana, with her poor judgment, stamped her feet anxiously before clinging to the Grand Clan Lord. Eek, what should we, grandfather? We need to help Kinga. Let us wait and see for now. It does not seem to be a serious injury. Above all, a broken bar. I'd like to ask how the matriarch raises her disciples. What do you mean? There's blood. Blood is flowing a broken bar. However, after several more exchanges, it was Chougwak who was tumbling down again. He kept getting up and charging, but he was busy being thrown far, rolling around, and being pushed back twisted, presenting an unsightly appearance to anyone watching. Look there, isn't our Kinga winning? But what should we do? There's blood. She's hurt. The child completely breaks down movements and knows how to use them. Her mind is clear, and she sees and responds to attacks. It is not an achievement one would expect at that age. Originally, movements were practiced as a continuous flow, ingraining their trajectory into the body. For martial arts learned this way to exert their proper power, one had to take the correct posture ingrained in the body. But how could that work properly in actual combat where even a speck of dust could act as a variable? However, as experience accumulates and one understands the principles through actual combat, that was when one reached the stage of freely using any part, breaking it off as needed. Of course, in King's case, she had completely freeloaded. It wasn't that she knew how to break down and use movements. Instead, from the very start, what was embedded in her head were completely broken down movements. Moreover, her physical stats had surpassed limits. Her strength, balance, flexibility, and stamina had already developed beyond human levels, so the techniques she used were implemented in the most ideal form as imagined in her mind. But that bastard is still fine. Though it is just making a lot of noise, she is hitting softly, isn't she? From what I see, it looks like she's training against an unrestrained realm master. The Grand Clan Lord was deducing the situation so well but then stumbled. If King had heard this, she would have questioned whether even Poison Grandfather had gone senile. Meanwhile, it was also impressive how Chougwak still hadn't come to his senses even after being knocked down more than 10 times. Well, to be fair, being unable to handle a girl young enough to be his daughter and rolling on the ground repeatedly, his anger would only grow and not diminish. As a result, rough thoughts, uneasy glances, and impure murmurs gradually spread among the subordinates of the embroidered uniform guards. Honestly, It was an unsightly spectacle. It was in the midst of this wiener broken bar. Suddenly, instead of charging, Chogwak stood still with his eyes wide open in a surprised expression. "Princess Harian, how is it that you are in such a place here?" Broken bar. And then, every time he opened his mouth, it was a series of nonsense. "That will not do. How can you be in a place like..." "Why, you must maintain your dignity." "Your dignity?" "No, number. I too, I also." "Princess, no, Che." "Higher." At this, gasps of shock erupted from where the government troops stood. Princess Harian was, as her name suggested, literally a princess, and Princess Harian's name was not Harian. Harian was not a name but merely a title bestowed by the emperor. The real names of the imperial family were so noble that merely uttering them was a sin against heaven. That was why they could not be called by name, so it was the emperor's august consideration to designate her to be called Harian. Nevertheless, he had uttered an imperial family member's name in broad daylight with countless people present, which was a terrible capital offense that couldn't be fully expressed just by calling it blasphemous. Even Murim practitioners, who knew the imperial family like the back of their hand, didn't dare to utter the real names of imperial family members. Chogwak's eccentric behavior didn't stop there. Suddenly, he threw away his sword, pulled at his waist to undo his belt, and roughly pulled down his pants. He proudly erected his thing for all to see, put his hands on his hips, and began vigorously shaking his waist. "Ha ha! How do you like it, for a princess of a country to be so lewd?" "Che, you bitch!" To exaggerate a little, it seemed like the sound of blood draining from everyone could be heard as loudly as thunder. The government officials all simultaneously turned pale, their faces becoming stark white as their pupils trembled. "You call yourself a princess, but you are just a useless whore. This hole is so loose. Even fucking the air would feel better than this, you bitch." Well, he was actually fucking the air. Buta broken bar. Everyone swallowed such thoughts to themselves. "Tighten up right now, you fucking bitch. Who have you been rolling around with besides this elder Chogwak?" "Huh, princess. My foot." Was Harian just a stage name for a whore? As he said this, he kept striking the air with one arm, creating a catastrophe too terrible to watch. He was so immersed that even as King carefully approached to pick up the discarded sword, he was busy just shaking his waist. King pushed all her true chi into the blade. Once again, sword chi of various mixed colors burst out in brilliant radiance. King stomped the ground, creating a deep depression. The incredible force in her fighting stance traveled from her soles through her ankles, knees, and waist, adding power as a lightning-fast thrust dug into Chogwak's lower abdomen. Even though he was in a hallucination, it seemed even force armor was ineffective in the midst of the act. Nevertheless, the blade snapped with a crack, unable to withstand the resistance as if stabbing steel. How could a sword possibly penetrate someone with such a body and force armor on top of that? Is it some kind of special external art? Is this the legendary invincible Vajra body? Chogwak, with his back and stomach pierced by the broken blade, looked up at King with disbelieving eyes. "Princess?" "Why a broken bar?" It seemed the drug's effects persisted even with his dungeon skewered. "Well, if being stabbed with a sword could detoxify poison, what use would antidotes be? Instead of acupuncture, I'll give him one sword puncture." Instead of answering, King took a deep breath and shouted, "How dare you insult the princess? I cannot let this slide." "How dare you?" Who was it again? "Right, Princess Suion." "Blasphemy is not allowed." "I hate blasphemy." "Criminals shall receive castration." At the same time, King's kick dug between Chogwak's legs. Boom! With a sound like a wall collapsing, Chogwak's body flew up about 1.5 stories high before crashing down and rolling on the ground. This time, the feeling was definitely there. It was the vivid sensation of pulverization, with the pubic bones on both sides in front of the pelvis and the tailbone area in the back all being shattered to powder. Above all, the sensation of flesh between the pelvis and instep being crushed and mashed was satisfying. No, truly the very definition of a huge satisfaction. The brightness returned to King's eyes, as the great meditation chi and cleansing chi chanted Buddhist texts together harmoniously along the governing vessel one behind the spine, The malevolent star that had inserted a straw into the half-open upper dantian quietly slipped out and pretended it was never there. The reason for its docile retreat was unknown. After all, how could humans understand the intentions of stars? King, now back to normal, or more precisely, returned to her emotional, stupid state full of random thoughts that were not particularly kind even after the heavenly slaughtering star's killing intent had left her, looked down at the fallen Chogwak. He was rolling his eyes, convulsing, and continuously foaming at the mouth with fine bubbles. Wow, he's still not dead. No, wait. Maybe it wasn't enough to kill him. He just had his dantian pierced and the lower part of his pelvis shattered into thousands of small pieces. It wasn't an immediately fatal wound that would take his breath away. King squatted down, firmly grasped Chogwak's right wrist and elbow, and bent the joint in the opposite direction. It was King's monstrous strength that could easily bend even steel. Nevertheless, her hands just trembled as she held onto the fully extended arm. What kind of body was this, for heaven's sake? As she struggled like that, pop, pop pop pop, along with the sweet sensation of tissue firmly attached to bone being torn away strand by strand, finally, crack. Oh, ooh. Finally, it worked. King smiled gleefully as she repeatedly bent and stretched Chogwak's forearm in all directions. Only then did the spectators realize King's intention. They thought she was taking his pulse when she grabbed his wrist and trembled, but that wasn't it. She was tearing off a person's arm. The Imperial censor shouted in shock. What are you doing? You are broken bar searching for spoils? Stop this at once. How dare you? To an Imperial official. A traitor. An official? What do you mean an official? Didn't you all hear him insulting the princess? Wow, it was really too much. How could he say such things to a woman? Even I felt humiliated listening to it. She said this while twisting the skin and tendons of the forearm she had just torn off, spinning it around. Ah, right. Don't tell me the Imperial censor is on the same side as this traitor. Is that why you're trying to protect him? No, no. No, it's not. It is not that. I am not. The Imperial censor hurriedly and vehemently denied it. Regardless of the Tang clan, if he got wrongly involved here, he would have to be prepared for his entire family to be exterminated. It was a petty and vile trick. Perhaps, being the Tang clan, they must have some poison that makes people see hallucinations. Princess Harian was the beauty of the era whom the Emperor himself had declared the most beautiful woman under heaven. So it was actually natural for Chogwak to have seen an illusion of the princess and dreamed of lewd acts. As an embroidered uniform guard who trained and resided in the palace, there wasn't a single guard who hadn't suffered from lovesickness. However, Princess Harian was the emperor's most beloved daughter, and some high-ranking officials like the Imperial censor were particularly better aware than others of how extreme the emperor's love for his daughter was. He still cared for his grown daughter as if she were a child, even worrying about her sleeping comfortably and having her sleep next to him. It was a secret of secrets known only to the highest officials in the Imperial Palace. Insulting such a princess meant the annihilation of one's entire family was certain, and one would have to beg for mercy to see if it would be 3 generations or 9 generations that would be affected. Meanwhile, King finally saw results. The stretched and torn area that was originally the right elbow was now mangled and bleeding profusely, and finally, with a rip, King, who had finally separated Chogwak's forearm from his body, stood up with satisfaction. Although there had been an unsavory process. To be precise, it was a life-or-death duel where not a single aspect wasn't unsavory. But even if one took away the terrifying hellmouth technique and suspicious, cowardly suspected poisoning, what of it? The fact remained that an unrestrained realm master, and the third strongest of the embroidered uniform guards at that, had been toyed with and rolled around by a young girl of the mere peak realm. The Imperial censor had no choice but to retreat with the armless guard assistant commander. There was nothing more he could do by staying. Moreover, the army's morale had hit rock bottom and was practically burrowing into the ground, so he had to deal with that as well. King casually held out the forearm to poison grandfather like a gift. Grandfather, this was strange. Can you take a look? It doesn't seem like a human body. I mean, steel. No, Not even 10,000-year cold iron should be this hard. There was no reason to tear off and bring a person's arm if you weren't going to roast it or make soup with it. She brought it because it was strange and wanted him to examine it. Of course, that was limited to the fact that she brought it. If King hadn't been satisfied with the castration, it wouldn't have been strange if she had torn it off for fun and thrown it away. What do you mean? Just as the Grand Clan Lord was about to ask what on earth she meant by such bizarre words after receiving it, our broken bar. Hey, what are you even doing? Your appearance is a broken bar. I'm really upset. Tang Nana shouted and grabbed King's hand, dragging her away. In fact, none of King's wounds were serious enough to be life-threatening. In truth, if bones were damaged or muscles were cut, she wouldn't be able to use her strength at all. Heavenly slaughter or not. If she had been cut in an area with heavy bleeding, she would have fainted and collapsed midway. At most, they were just minor cuts on the skin. However, the wound on her chest was quite deep. King, led by Tang Nana into the medicine hall, finally took in the wound on her chest. Wow, my chest has become 1 in 2 halves. Ugh, so gross. 1 plus 1 half, a tilde. 2. It was a rather accurate expression. Since no part had fallen off, the total amount was the same, but the left breast had been diagonally cut vertically, revealing a gross cross-section that was kinda like a broken bar, like, you know? Is this the time to say such things? Tang Nana slapped King's shoulder and exhaled rapid, angry breaths. If it had been just a little deeper, all your ribs would have been cut off. Why weren't you more careful? No. Against an unrestrained realm, this much is pretty goony vermined. I am sorry, a broken bar. King immediately retracted her words upon seeing Tang Nana's expression with tears welling up. She wasn't cruel enough to upset someone who was worried sick. Instead, King tried to subtly change the subject. Do you think it will leave a scar? You worry about scars yet you don't even take care of your body. No. That's not it. Wouldn't a scar look kind of cool? Usually. Hey, slap. King ended up getting hit once more. It was only a slap because it was Tang Nana. If Ximenzuran had heard this, it would have been a yap of fear that would have cooled down a profound strike from a master who had reached the profound realm, regardless of injuries. I'll take responsibility and make sure no scar remains. So don't say such useless things. King felt a little wronged. It was split diagonally vertically, and then cut horizontally about 2 finger joints. Combined, they made a perfect cross shape. Shouldn't a sword master have at least one such scar? No, really. It's okay if it leaves a scar, so don't get so worked up. However, King's sincerity didn't get through. Far from getting through, it only invited a huge misunderstanding. Even if a woman didn't mention her breasts out loud, was there anyone who didn't care about them? Whether they were small, large, or just right, they were precious things that one would secretly look at alone, worrying if the shape was okay, if the color was strange, if they were pretty or not, or what if people said something later. If someone said that it would be cool if a scar remained after it had been split in half, as if worried that the counterpart would feel sorry, how could one not feel even more sorry? In truth, King had said something that could be misunderstood. What use would a cool scar on a woman's chest be? It's not like you'd show your chest to passers-by and say, look at this. Wow, a sword scar. So you know about the cross, huh? And brag about it. You really a broken bar, really a broken bar. Hick. Tang Nana finally burst into tears. And then, she had to pay dearly for toying with a woman's pure heart with nonsense. It hurts. Just a little gentler. Help. Kark. Someone help. The physician is trying to kill me. What? What are you saying? I used plenty of anesthetic powder, so why are you exaggerating? This much would work even on an elephant. That, opium, broken bar. Can't you give me some opium? Do you know how harmful opium is? SSS. Who? Sniff. Sniff. For the first time since her journey into Murim, King cursed the strategy guide. Are you for real? Shouldn't anesthesia at least work? Why does opium work but anesthesia doesn't? In fact, pain itself was necessary for the body's survival. Therefore, anesthesia was harmful. Opium didn't eliminate pain, it just elevated the mood to mask it. So in modern terms, one could make an analysis about something and orphan something or whatnot. However, a broken bar, King doesn't know anyway. So all she could do was curse her cursed constitution that didn't even respond to anesthesia and the person who recommended that choice. It was that night when Poison Grandfather came to visit. King happily welcomed the Poison Elder who had generously given her poisons. Wow, that poison was incredibly effective. Of course it would be effective. In the Tang clan, there existed 7 supreme poisons called the 7 Great Extreme Poisons, which were considered almost products of chance even in the history of the Tang clan. They were the 8-colored powder poison pill, soul-dragging water, immortal waste, soul-seizing oblivion, 7 steps soul-severing powder, 5 poison divine dance, and soul-destroying pill. The ingredients that the Grand Clan Lord had personally modified were these supreme poisons of the Tang clan. Moreover, the Grand Clan Lord was the greatest poison master under heaven. It was the result of the world's most vicious poisons being modified by the world's greatest craftsmen. Even masters above the profound realm, let alone the unrestrained realm, would have ended up in a miserable state if they couldn't quickly capture and expel or burn off the poison chi in the early stages. Moreover, Chougwak had all but lost his reason and didn't notice the poison chi, and this was combined with the fact that his meridians had already been greatly damaged by the White Hand demonic arts. "Do you have any more?" "I used all 3 pills, a broken bar." "Ho ho, it was something that came out by chance, so that was all I had." "I was actually going to ask if you had any left." "It can't be helped, it seems." The Grand Clan Lord also showed signs of regret. He had many such works as he made them as a hobby. However, there was no one to use them on, so he left them unused and didn't write down the formulation separately. But after seeing the terrifying effects of the modified soul-seizing oblivion, he thought he should properly name it and add it to the clan's list of extreme poisons, but now he was told it had all been used up. "Ah, that's right. By the way, how did you administer the poison? Did you learn some separate poison utilization techniques?" "Oh, that." King held out her hand, and Choi Leong stared blankly. Only after King pursed her lips and whistled did he realize her meaning and take out Bokshin Jiaok to hand it over. King, who received Bokshin Jiaok, mimicked putting a poison pill into the flute hole and then shook it once with precision. If there had been something inside, it would have bounced out due to centrifugal force. Bokshin Jiaok was a truly versatile club that could withstand force, make sounds, and even fire poison pills. "Oh, child, your ingenuity is truly admirable." The Grand Clan Lord didn't hold back his admiration at this. At Poison Grandfather's praise, King proudly puffed out her chest and was about to answer confidently, "Ow, ouch, see up." But feeling pain, she just answered while shrinking back, "You don't need to be so surprised. I'm always excellent." If you don't call an excellent person excellent, that of itself becomes a lie. Therefore, even modesty could be rude for King, a genius talent gifted by the heavens, who couldn't bring herself to lie to an elder and simply stated the facts plainly. "Yes, it's good to see you have such confidence. A martial artist should have such ambition." The Grand Clan Lord who accepted this could also be said to have issues. "But, about that fellow's armor broken bar." "Ah, so that's why you came. How far did you look into I mean, did you look into it?" As she spoke, she realized she was saying something only subhuman vermin would say, so King quickly corrected herself. The Grand Clan Lord, unaware of the circumstances, just blinked a couple times before answering, seemingly thinking nothing of it. It seems he was likely a reinforced blood demonic human. "A reinforced blood demonic human?" King shouted in surprise. "A reinforced blood demonic human? What on earth is that supposed to be?" She shouted once, riding the mood that seemed like she should shout, even though shouting didn't suddenly make the unknown facts enter her head. King, who didn't hold back when curious, asked, "What's a reinforced blood demonic human?" "It is a kind of extremely vicious, how should I put it, yes, created by the blood cult's dark blood supreme law. Its characteristic is a body as hard as the sword and Tao invulnerability." "The blood cult?" "Yes." For an embroidered uniform guard to have received the blood cult's supreme law, I think this is no ordinary matter. In Jianghu, anything related to the blood cult could be said to be entirely evil without exception. Because it was true. It wasn't prejudice. The methods used by the blood cult basically always required blood. The dark blood supreme law was the same, absorbing specially treated human blood into the target's body to create a reinforced blood demonic human with a body possessing sword and Dao invulnerability. EI diaresis 1/4 inverted exclamation mark. The Grand Clan Lord knew nothing about the special treatment in question, because he wasn't a member of the blood cult. At any rate, it was a supreme law that absorbed other people's blood, so it was very evil and more than enough to be treated as a public enemy of Murim. Isn't that a living Jiangshi? It's different from a Jiangshi. Even a living Jiangshi only has consciousness alive, with the vitality in its Danshan dead, so it just moves by consuming the remaining innate true qi. Oh, so the difference is whether they can use their own inner qi or not, right? That's right. You are quite clever. Hee. No number. I'm not. You flatter me. King knew herself well, and knew that while she was always excellent, she was a bit far from being clever. So this time, it was modesty. Then, does a reinforced blood demonic human unconditionally have forward compatibility? Does this saying exist in the Central Plains? Anyway, if you're going to make something, isn't it better to make a reinforced blood demonic human? Reinforced blood demonic humans are just tough, but their disadvantages are so great that even those blood cult bastards don't choose them often. What are the disadvantages? In exchange for having a body with sword and Dao invulnerability, they become dull. Their movements slow down by at least twice, and their joints and tendons stiffen, losing all flexibility, so their limb movements become stiff and linear. You fought one, so don't you know? King's expression turned very sour. What? That was already more than twice as slow? That one move that cut her chest. Even though she noticed it with her killing intent, she was too late to dodge and her breast was split in half like a mackerel being chopped. She could empathize with the part about lacking flexibility and being stiff with linear movements, especially after Choguak lost his reason. King protested in indignation. For something like that, didn't he fight pretty well? Fight well? His swordsmanship itself was overwhelmed by you, and he kept rolling around like a donkey. I thought Choguak was just an idiot who had only trained in seclusion with no experience in Jianghu and couldn't keep up with you, like those high-level masters who struggle in actual combat after being stuck training in deep mountains. Should I not brag in a broken bar? King seriously pondered. Still, if attacks can land, wouldn't it be possible to face even if the enemy becomes twice as fast? If you can block once with your arm and then stab a broken bar. But if you fail, you'd really be split in half. No, wait. I was invincible with my shield known as Master. Come to think of it, if Choguak hadn't been a reinforced blood demonic human, I would have beaten him to death long ago without my chest becoming 3 pieces. Thinking about it, it's unfair. If I had known he was a bastard who used other people's blood to become tough, I should have torn off all his remaining limbs too. He was truly the biggest son of a bitch under the heavens. For an embroidered uniform guard, and one of guard assistant commander rank at that, to be a reinforced blood demonic human, this is no ordinary matter. We must immediately inform the Alliance and investigate. Your merit in finding evidence by tearing off an arm is beyond words. You did very well. Actually, while looking at it, I thought it was a strange sight, but this old man was wrong and you were right. It was truly a bizarre thing to say in the world. It was praise for tearing off an arm well. However, given the nature of the matter, it was something anyone would nod and agree with. Grandfather, our king needs to rest. At that moment, Tang Nana interrupted the conversation. Autumn was now in its latter half, and the nights were long. As is common in primitive ancient uncivilized societies, when nights are long, one should sleep more. That is right. I'm being thoughtless too. To think I would keep a sick child up. Yes, rest well. In this situation, even the government will no longer be concerned about treason, so they shall withdraw soon. It is all over now, so you can rest easy and recuperate. That was welcome news. If it's all over, then I can stop by the my sect and go back a broken bar. No, wait. I should go after my chest is fully healed. She said there won't be any scars. I'll send a letter saying I'll stay a bit longer before going. I don't want to worry them unnecessarily. How upset would they be if I showed up with bandages wrapped all around? Rather than that, it's better to become a runaway disciple and face nuclear retaliation later. If someone has to be in pain, it should be me. King decided to stay at the Tang clan until she was fully healed. King stared blankly at the screen. A section A inverted exclamation mark A section A inverted exclamation mark 30 60 90 120. And she thought, wow, I'm really fucking awesome. It's a perfect score. King scratched her strangely itchy chest vigorously as she looked up at that beautiful score. That's when it happened. Someone hugged her waist tightly and whispered in a soft voice, "Ho ho, darling. Are you nervous because it's perfect, huh?" No, no way. How could this man, Simon King, be nervous? Is that so? Then shouldn't you show me your gallant side? Ah, yeah, Heartbroken Bar. She's a beauty that looks familiar. Beauty Broken Bar. Who is she to call me darling? King tilted her head, but the question was only momentary. For some reason, it just felt natural, as if that's how it should be. At that moment, the pins came down from the end of the lane and neatly aligned themselves. King tilted her head again. Huh? Was the head pin, pin number 1, always shaped like that? It was a triangular pyramid with a wide base, somewhat translucent and even emitting a soft glow. Wouldn't it not fall over with such a wide base? King had such doubts, but they too were instantly forgotten and accepted as natural, as if that's just how it was. More than that, her chest was itching like crazy. King scratched her chest irritably, and then the outer part of her thigh just above her knee started to itch too. Ah, damn it. Finally, King frowned and gave up, inserting her fingers into the 15-pound house ball. She lifted the ball high, stood with her feet together in front of the lane. She pushed the heavy house ball with a slight rebound, then dropped it in time with gravity. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. And just as it was about to touch the ground, at a height of almost a paper's thickness, her thumb came out first, followed by her index and middle fingers twisting out of the holes a beat later. The house ball, which had been drifting to the right side of the lane, rotated elegantly and then struck the side of the frontmost headpin at a 42-degree angle, pushing through. At that, the triangular pyramid-shaped pin No. 1 shattered into pieces and screamed. It was a strange yet desperate scream, saying, "Akaka, just kill me. Why do you torment me even in dreams, you crazy killing star?" Ah! It was a scream so filled with terrible pain that even King, who was listening, felt hurt. And then the remaining pins collapsed and were swept away with a refreshing pa-pang sound. Wow! Strike! That's when it happened. A semi-transparent window appeared in front of King's eyes, and text floated on it. Omen, unknown th crisis. Description: you are under attack by Imperial troops. Actions for mission completion. Righteous karma, help the Tang clan defeat the Imperial troops. Evil karma, help the Imperial troops annihilate the Tang clan. Heavenly slaughtering star, kill everyone. This choice could influence everything below heaven. King dismissed the mission window with disgust. And then she realized, ah, this is a dream. Sigh. King let out a long sigh and thought, this motherfucking mission window, I thought it was strange that I haven't seen it in a while. Is it seriously even showing up in my dreams now to cause trouble? King sat down on a chair and spoke. Yunayong, get out. If you don't want to die. Thanks. Yenyang, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, answered in a somewhat husky voice and walked away, her heels clicking. Wait, who wears heels to a bowling alley? What an uncultured woman. Of course, Yenyang was not at fault. Originally, a shitty dream was disorganized. That was why it was called a shitty dream. And King was invincible right now. Because she was aware that the dream was a dream, it was called a lucid dream. However, the heavenly demon spirit was not a made-up character within the dream. Judging by the scream she heard earlier, it seemed King had been unknowingly tormenting it in her dreams every day. It seems that Punk, the heavenly demon, has been tortured in dreams every day. But I don't particularly pity it. How many lives has that mental parasite made miserable? From the demonic cult members of the past to the present, to all the victims devastated by the Great War between Orthodox and demonic. It sacrificed all those lives just to fulfill its own grudge. It was a real son of a bitch. Even if King had unknowingly tormented it every day in her subconscious, well, it was something that could certainly happen, so she didn't feel any particular emotion about it. More than that, look at this piece of shit mission Windows, barging into other people's dreams. A broken bar. Shit, and it's itchy. Is it where I'm hurt? No, the injured part is on the opposite side, though. That's when it happened. The mission window that she had dismissed earlier reappeared, this time displaying only a part of the text she had seen before, enlarged. You are under attack by Imperial troops. 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 Shit, I got it. So stop. Attack? In that instant, as her mind suddenly cleared, the dream collapsed with a crash along with a distant and dizzying distortion. Gasp. King opened her eyes wide, exhaling her remaining breath. Then someone who wasn't King also made a sound of exhaling their remaining breath. Gasp. For some reason, as soon as she opened her eyes, her gaze met directly with Tang Nana's. Well, she would be here since she said she'd take care of the patient and slept in the same bed, but hadn't she slept at all? Of course, that wasn't the important part, because behind Tang Nana's tiny head, the uninvited mission window was still causing a commotion. You are under attack by Imperial troops. King's expression naturally hardened. Then Tang Nana, turning bright red even in the darkness, spoke frustratedly. No, it's not. It's a misunderstanding. So, that, other, palpation. That's right, it was palpation. Because you were going through palpation, I was just checking. There's no other meaning, it's palpation. Palpation. Isn't it suspicious? It's palpation. You might have internal bruising even if the outside looks fine. What are you talking about? More importantly, our enemies. At that moment, boom, a broken bar, along with a dull but massive explosion sound. An earthquake-like tremor traveled up through the floor as vibrations. Creak, the sound of wood twisting loudly, and dust from above the rafters fell like clumsy first snow. What? And then, crash. Something broke through the wall and struck a pillar, immediately shattering it. Its pieces flew in all directions like a storm. King quickly shook the blanket, with a pararak sound of Inichi shaking the cloth. Wooden pieces clattered. Dardadadak. Firebombs. Thunder bombs. Hey, danger. Tang Nana threw herself towards King as if diving into water, and as they tangled together, they rolled off the bed and tumbled into one body. And then, boom, along with a near-splitting explosion, all sorts of sounds of things breaking, tearing, and embedding occurred at once, causing such a commotion that their ears became muffled and there was a slight ringing. Being a military veteran, who was ironically also a young beauty, King's mind snapped awake at the massive explosive sound of gunpowder. Artillery fire? This is artillery fire, right? What the hell? Since when did Murim have time fuses? Unfortunately, these were the same Chinese people who made the act of burning things part of their national spirit and turned their history and ancestors into charcoal. Even going so far as to have children take the lead in beating their parents to death, claiming parents were the evils of the old era. The red people who carried out ruthless sacrifices for the greater good while laughing. So how could the Chinese, inventors of the ultimate material for burning, the original gunpowder, and pioneers of firearms, not have come up with the simple idea of shooting bombs from afar? Moreover, the imperial family had been grinding their teeth to eradicate Murim practitioners, and the culture of artillery crews working overtime without nights off had already been going on for over 100 years. We need to get out of here right now. Knowing about artillery fire and experiencing it were two different things. King, who was terrified and about to rush out immediately, had her wrist quickly grabbed by Tang Nana. Clothes. Put on clothes first. We're about to die from artillery shells. What do you mean clothes? Hurry. And so, while the earth kept trembling, boom boom, and cannon fire vibrated near and far, the two women were moving around, somehow managing to put on clothes. With a crack, another shell broke through the wall, and as they jumped and lay flat on the ground, boom! It felt like the whole world was shaking. Creak! Suddenly, all the woodwork twisted at once, making an ominous sound. "What are you doing?" "It's collapsing. We need to get out quickly." "Poison. We need to take the poisons." Tang Nana was busy opening this drawer and that drawer, sweeping their contents into her bosom, stuffing them into the ancient belt on her thigh, pushing them into the armband on her forearm, busily arming herself. And then a crack, followed by a sound of rupture that chilled the chest. King immediately tucked Tang Nana's waist under her side and charged towards the door panel. After all, it was just a wooden frame covered with paper, a structure that a martial artist's body could easily break through. However, since she had tucked Tang Nana under her waist, the luggage's head hit the door before King's. Tang Nana's head, as if it had become a siege hammer, broke through the door with her crown. After coming outside and putting her down, Tang Nana glared at King with fierce eyes while wearing the window frame around her neck like a kang, the longboard criminals wore around their necks in historical dramas. "Ah, my mistake." Forget it. Tang Nana threw away the window frame she had been wearing. Chaos reigned everywhere. The smell of burning in their noses. The black smoke billowing up into the night sky, and flames shooting up from the ground. The sound of swish swish cutting through the wind. The clear sound of shells falling near and far, and roofs and walls being smashed to pieces. And one terrible wail. "Child." "No, my child." "Gramps." "I'm here." Choi Leong, who had been digging through the ruins of a collapsed annex, quickly approached and felt King's arms and legs. After confirming King was safe, he took out a face veil with visible relief and put it on her. "What do we do now?" "Underground. There's a passage. This way." "Just step where I step and follow me." Tang Nana deployed her King Gong and ran towards the devastated inner part of the Tang Center. King followed behind, crossing over the smashed main gate, passing through narrow alleys, going around burning buildings, and winding through. And when they arrived near upon behind a certain building, Tang Nana tapped the ground, crouched down low, and somehow managed to lift up the floor. "This way, hurry." Tang Nana said that and then grabbed the ladder attached to the wall and quickly went down. The question of whether they didn't need to close this lid crossed King's mind, but if the daughter of the house owners said so, broken bar. As King was climbing down the ladder, about halfway down, there was a thunk sound of the lid closing. Boom, boom. The artillery fire heard from underground sounded like long-lasting, giant drum beats. With each beat, poof, dirt dust showered down, hitting the brim of the face veil King was wearing with a toad-odok sound. Tang Nana, who was bareheaded, just irritably shook her head at the falling dirt dust. As they made their way through the underground passage like this, a space wide enough to fit about 2 buildings appeared. "Grandfather." "Aha, child, Xaman is safe too." "Thank goodness." Unexpectedly, the underground cavern had a calm atmosphere. It was gloomy but not sad, and while they seemed shocked, they weren't terrified. At the center, the Tang clan elite masters whose faces King had seen several times were gathered around a large table. As King approached, she saw a familiar face. Despite his pale complexion, he had a gentle impression, looking just like a bookworm. "What? Didn't my friend run away?" "How dare you? Whose safety do you think is at stake to speak so recklessly?" "Kneel immediately and show your respect." At this, a small-bodied woman holding a spear shouted in a loud voice. King blinked her eyes. "Owing? Why? Whose safety is it?" "The Lord of Sichuan, His Highness Grand Prince Duxian is present, yet you dare to raise your head high and act impudently as a mere martial artist." "Owing? Grand Prince? Art." "The weakling, I mean, Art." "This girl has committed a mortal sin. Please forgive my previous rudeness." It was a scream-like sound that burst out next to King. When she turned her head, she saw Tang Nana's back, who had somehow prostrated herself on the ground in an angled posture. In her haste, she hadn't tied her hair, so how violently must she have bowed her head for her hair to spread out straight like an unfurled brush? King looked down at that sight with half-opened eyes. "This girl a broken bar. I felt this since last time, Butte a broken bar. Isn't she being a bit too cheap with her knees?" Anyway, while Tang Nana remained motionless like a stone statue stuck to the ground, King looked at Zhu. So you were a grand prince? Zhu just shrugged his shoulders with an embarrassed expression. In chess, why is the cannon usually placed near the palace or close to it? It was because it was such an important piece. If so, the fire soldiers of the Imperial Army in reality were truly the elite of elites, selected from among the most outstanding Imperial soldiers. They were not only physically strong but also loyal subjects whose loyalty had been verified, and they were also scholars skilled in mathematics for accurate artillery fire. Therefore, the defense surrounding artillery positions was not like that of ordinary soldiers. A defense team trained in specific martial arts was stationed together to take charge of their protection. In terms of Murim practitioners, they were at the end of the second-rate level, able to properly handle weapons, so when they formed battle formations and deployed strategies, it wasn't easy even for Murim practitioners to deal with them. However, among the 10 noble clans and the 9 sects one union, there was one force with a strange combat capability. Although they were evaluated as insufficient to face masters, they were infamous for dealing with low-level practitioners. Hey, don't you smell something? What is it? It's sweet peaches. It smells like peaches. A fragrant peach scent mixed with the cold night air. Peaches? It is peach season, but who would be eating peaches in the middle of the nick-hack? Cough. The soldier who suddenly coughed up phlegm then rubbed his itchy nose. What's this? Blood? You are broken bar. At that moment, the soldier staggered and collapsed. Hojang. What's wrong? Strange, I feel a bit tired. Why is this happening? Then something flowed from his eyes too, bright red blood trickling down his tear ducts. Hojang, blood, there's blood. Cough. Cough. The soldier who had been making a fuss started coughing dryly and suddenly vomited what came up. You are broken bar? That's when it happened. Something about the size of a child's head flew from afar and fell between the two with a thud, rolling around. Damn it. Puke. Puke. It's a poison bomb. Everyone swallow the antidote powder and cover your mouths with the detox masks. Boom. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't a poison bomb but an explosive bomb. The shattered metal fragments tore apart the flesh and bones of the two people, and after their eyelids fluttered, the two were no longer recognizable as human forms, just debris scattered across the ground. Gradually, the sound of artillery fire decreased, and soon the loud explosions that had been tearing through the night completely subsided. At the command post, the Imperial censor was furious. What is this? Who ordered to withdraw the cannons on their own? Keep firing. We need to turn them into ashes. A broken bar. Urgent report. The 1st Artillery Battalion has been annihilated. At that moment, another messenger who had entered the command post hurriedly interrupted. It's terrible. The 2nd Artillery Battalion has been annihilated. The Imperial censor gritted his teeth. How is that possible? What were the artillery defense teams doing? Firebombs. They say the tank clan bastards are using firebombs. Firebombs were effective even when used by soldiers who hadn't undergone proper martial arts training. All one had to do was light them and throw them far. But when used by masters, they were even more powerful, especially the martial artists of the tank clan, who were experts in various throwing techniques. Firebombs thrown with the subtleties of hidden weapons were practically human artillery, capable of long-distance precision throws even without cannon barrels and gunpowder charges. How can a mere civilian clan use firebombs? How dare they? These traitors! The Imperial censor exhaled angrily and went berserk. The manufacture of gunpowder was strictly prohibited by national law, and violating this was truly treated as high treason. While the Imperial censor was having a fit, unable to control his rising anger and stomping his feet, new reports came in announcing the annihilation of 3 more artillery battalions. No, the soldiers bestowed by His Imperial Majesty. And only then did the Imperial censor take a long breath in and exhale deeply. No, number. That's right. So the traitors have finally shown their true colors. This is rather fortunate. With this, we can mobilize the provincial army. A broken bar. The Imperial censor decided to think positively. Losing all the artillery positions was painful, but thanks to this, they had discovered the fact that the tank clan had been secretly manufacturing firebombs. Of course, the Imperial censor was also aware of the extent of illegal firebombs circulating among civilians, but whether they bought them or made them, It was a matter that could be pushed as treason either way. No matter how much they were one of the 5 great clans or peerless masters, how long could they hold out against hundreds of thousands of imperial troops? With the evidence already clear, even Murim wouldn't dare interfere with the imperial family's actions. That's right, hundreds of thousands. They had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. One guard division had about 6,000 soldiers, and there were several such guard divisions in one administrative province. If they gathered for wartime conscription, nearly 30,000 soldiers would be assembled from Sichuan province alone. Just by adding troops from nearby Hubei, Shaanxi, and Guizhou, over 100,000 imperial troops could be mobilized. The imperial censor was the head of the imperial censorate. He had the enormous authority to mobilize a province's military commander, so once justification was established, he was a very, very high-ranking person with the command authority over a great army. That's when it happened. Another messenger pushed through the tent as if about to tear it, leaving urgent muddy footprints. It's terrible. The imperial censor snorted and answered, I see. Has the 4th Artillery Battalion been annihilated as well? Losing the artillery positions was painful, but just over 200 cannons and about 800 gunners were like a handful of sand compared to the entire imperial army. If throwing one grain of sand gained justification, wasn't it rather something to be glad about? That is not it. The Grand Prince's flag. They have raised the Grand Prince's flag. Those bastards have raised the Grand Prince's flag. At this, the imperial censor's expression completely crumpled. Oh, a Grand Prince. That's pretty cool. That was King's impression. In truth, Ze hadn't tried to hide that he was the son of a well-off family. King hadn't particularly cared about it either. It was like an unspoken agreement to pretend not to know, so King didn't think she had done anything particularly wrong. The unfamiliarity with the Grand Prince system also played a part. When people of Korean descent thought of rulers in this medieval Murim, wouldn't they just go, wow, an emperor, and be done with it? They wouldn't know much about various royal prefectures, or that they could be the actual rulers of a region, or that they could command all the military forces of a province, or that they occupied the first place in the hierarchy of princes, generals, and ministers below the Son of Heaven. This was because no ethnic group in the world was actually curious about medieval China. Even the Chinese descendants weren't curious. After all, they burned that history, so it would honestly be stranger for someone to know about it. There was only a bit of demand for ancient China when Liu and his brothers were running around, and even that wouldn't be possible without the medium of comics. So King's reaction was lukewarm. Your Highness Grand Prince. What should I call? Why? How dare you? Will you not show proper respect? Shit. Why does this one keep yapping? Who does she think she is? King shot a glare at the noisy woman and then looked back at Zhu. Grand Prince Duxian. Call me Your Highness. Ah, Your Highness. But what's this? Why did you pretend to be dead? Oh wait, no, a broken bar. Wasn't it when we were eating together that we heard the news? No, you wench. You must refer to him as Your Highness. You should be prostrating yourself with your clothes properly arranged, and even that wouldn't be enough. Do you think you can rely on some small acquaintance you had with His Highness? The woman foamed at the mouth again. However, listening to it, there was some reason to her words. Come to think of it, even if a king came out to dally around, hiding his identity, because he was bored, just because you became a bit close at that time didn't mean you remain friends. If one had to make a comparison, it would be like the heir of a charitable family who came as a new production worker for a brief change of pace. How ridiculous and pathetic would the bizarre production worker culture of auto-hunting games, self-breaks, and company-paid dinners seem? Thinking about it that way, King also felt upset. Did he think that if he suddenly went "Tardy, I was a grand prince," I would applaud, saying "Whoa, that's so awesome"? Did I look like a materialist who would rush over wondering if there were any crumbs to be had from his money and power? A proper person, even if their identity was revealed, should properly sort out the relationship, saying something like "Due to circumstances, it ended up like this, but I'm still grateful for everything," or "I'd like to remain friends." Moreover, the prince didn't particularly stop the woman. Usually, when someone was of high status, They let others say the unpleasant things they didn't want to say themselves. King immediately corrected her crooked posture. As if she suddenly had two personalities, she immediately took on a gentle and demure appearance. This humble fairy lacks knowledge and has committed rudeness towards your highness. Since it was done in ignorance, would you generously forgive me? I came out in plain clothes, so it is natural that you did not know. There is no need to mind it, so you need not worry about that. Yes. Thank you for everything until now, your highness. Number. Grand Prince Duxian looked at the woman with a flustered expression. The woman also seemed flustered, because thank you for everything usually meant the end of a relationship. Spearwoman. Spearwoman felt dismayed. It was Spearwoman who had insisted on verifying King. Old Dog didn't have many days left to live, so he would make a fuss even if just one girl stuck close to his highness, saying things like serving the little master and whatnot. However, that wasn't the opinion of all the servants in the royal household. From what Spearwoman had heard, she was a woman who just wagged her tail at the son of a powerful family. She thought that once his highness revealed his identity, she would surely pretend to be close and aim for the position of a consort. Well, that was the kind of verification it was. Meanwhile, King was in a state of shock. No way, how can a person's name be Spearwoman, and for a woman at that? It can't be, right? It must be some kind of title, right? No wait, Spearwoman kinda sounds like Slut Person 1. How can a person's title be Spearwoman, or even Slut Person, and for a woman at that? At that moment, the unfortunate woman with both a pitiful name and title, Spearwoman, spoke with a much softened attitude, seemingly embarrassed. You said you were young Lady Xaman, right? How can one cut off human relationships so coldly? Isn't forcibly holding on to a relationship that isn't meant to be just seen as pathetic begging? Rather than that, it is better to just have one thing to brag about, saying I was once called a friend by His Highness in the past. No, that ice a broken bar. It doesn't have to be just in the past. Forget it. Tell him to speak for himself if he has something to say. What's with setting up a spokesperson to embarrass people? Does he think a woman who grew up poor will go crazy and rush over just because he's a high-ranking person? At this, the Tank Clan people who were listening turned pale. While King's rough comparison of a charitable son and a grand prince might fit to some extent, there was no such thing as a perfect analogy in the world. There had never been such blasphemy. The Grand Prince they saw as a lifeline turned out to be a potential fuse. That a broken bar. I am sorry. I did not mean it that way. I did not deliberately hide it, so please do not be angry. The Tank Clan people who were anxiously spectating eventually let out a sigh again. He's actually apologizing so readily. If it wasn't deliberate, why did you remain silent until the situation reached this point? Couldn't this whole mess have been avoided if your highness had just said one word that you were alive? Well, I too heard the news that I had passed away. When the person in charge during my absence collapsed, I too needed time to figure things out. A broken bar. King narrowed her eyes. Ze broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly thought, but why am I acting like a criminal? I am as Grand Prince. Yes, Your Highness Grand Prince. And this is the Tank Clan underground that's been hit by artillery fire. It looked absolutely fucking destroyed. The Tank Clan Lord cleared his throat uncomfortably and muttered, it's not absolutely fucking destroyed. A broken bar. A broken bar. Please do not see me as too cold-blooded. Zhu shrank again. At this, the Tank Clan people thought, he's completely cuffed. There is no doubt about it. He's cuffed so tightly that he's being swung around. Feeling their gazes, Zhi made an embarrassed expression. Well, we should move to a different place. The Emperor hated Murim. The hatred passed down since the Celestial Martial Emperor had already crossed the line of common sense to the point where he would pass the throne to the child who hates Murim the most. No matter how strong Murim practitioners were, unless they were giants reaching the heavens like the Celestial Martial Emperor, they couldn't survive against hundreds of thousands of elite troops. It was not like soldiers didn't practice martial arts. And a master's in it chi isn't infinite either. When true chi was depleted, they were just a tough, good fighter at best. So if they just overwhelmed them with sheer numbers, even though the casualties would be high, there was nothing that they couldn't push back. However, If the casualties were that high, what was the point? Murim hate or not, the imperial dynasty would change afterward, so they couldn't recklessly charge in. So it seemed they thought that while keeping an eye on the situation, if they were going to remove one, it would be better to erase the most dangerous one. And that was the Szechuan Tang clan, because they had biochemical weapons that could overwhelmingly increase the exchange ratio of martial artists to soldiers. I was wondering why elder brother sent me to Szechuan, but it makes sense. This too is an ancient capital where a king lies. After all, the wise assume the worst. The Dixian royalty was established about 10 years ago, so if they had been dreaming of dealing with the Tang clan after the assassination since then, it would inevitably be dangerous to reveal oneself carelessly. I thought I had conducted myself well to avoid falling out of favor, but it seems he still intends to eliminate me. So he acted as if he didn't exist at all. Even the good king praised by the people was actually an illusion. It was just that he didn't accumulate wealth to avoid being bothersome. As such, all he did was buy grain and throw it to the poor, because he put his own people in key government positions instead of the emperor's officials. There was an uproar about driving out corrupt officials. It wasn't ruling by the virtue of not ruling, but just not showing his face out of fear of the emperor. But well, then, it couldn't be helped, if it was to survive. But why are you here? With this opportunity, we might be able to take control of Szechuan by cooperating with the Tang clan. If Szechuan's government and Murim join forces, even His Imperial Majesty would have no answer. However, the Grand Prince straightened his posture. As he did so, there was a natural dignity emanating from him despite not having learned any martial arts. King felt anew that perhaps not just anyone could be a king. Is there any need for Murim to exist? His Imperial Majesty rules the earth with the legitimate authority received from heaven as the Son of Heaven. In this vast land, his stern laws come from him, yet dare these sword-carrying groups act as if they are the masters of the land and exploit the common people? Grand Prince Dixian siding with the Szechuan Tang clan was not something to be taken lightly. The emperor had already sent the imperial censor and embroidered uniformed guards to erase the Tang clan, so the Grand Prince opposing and confronting that would be seen as rebellion. After that, it would truly become treason. Of course, the emperor had tried to kill the Grand Prince. But wasn't the emperor someone who had the authority to order the death of his subjects? So Grand Prince Dixian's question wasn't just out of curiosity, asking for an opinion. It was because the Grand Prince had been unable to come to a conclusion after pondering alone for so long, whether it was okay to acknowledge that Murim was necessary for the world and share the authority to rule. It was the final question about an irreversible decision, asking whether the Grand Prince of Szechuan should help Emir Murim's sect and raise a sword against the imperial family. And so King answered, "Why are you asking me that?" Zhu frowned deeply. Didn't it feel like I was asking something extremely important? Friend, you also helped the Tang clan, so haven't you fulfilled your duty as a member of Murim? So I'm asking you, a Murim practitioner who is my friend, not my subject. What do you mean, a member of Murim? I just helped because I thought the Tang clan members were good people. They provided free medical treatment and had a good reputation, didn't they? Provide? Wasn't it just them trying to develop their medical skills? It's just that the results were good while pursuing their own interests. So does that make it a good thing? King chuckled and spoke. If the results are good, that's enough, isn't it? Anyway, isn't it a good thing if others like it? In my opinion, the Tang clan acting as free doctors is much more beneficial to the world than an emperor with only a bad reputation. King added one more thing with a grin. And that includes the Grand Prince Dixian. At this, Zhu's expression became ambiguously distorted. He opened and closed his mouth, as if at a loss for words, and finally settled on a self-deprecating sneer. Did I not tell you? That person only cared about his own self-preservation. He did not particularly care for the people out of affection, so how a broken bar, who knows? When they said the Grand Prince had died, people were sprawled out on the streets wailing and crying. If they're weeping so much for someone whose face they don't even know, doesn't that mean he was an excellent person? But that doesn't mean he was virtuous. A broken bar. Forget it. At least I think so, and those people crying on the streets think so too. If you've fed that many people, You should be able to puff out your chest and brag like a real man. Zhu shut his mouth tightly. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Geez, for a man to be so shy. Of course, King could tell at a glance, even if no one cried or praised him. Wasn't Zhu one of the best people among those King had met? Of course, with the overwhelmingly good King among the virtuous, if you compared the two, there would be a difference like the sun and the moon. But since the rest of the good guys were at the level of fireflies, even being a mere moon was a great achievement. By now, King roughly understood by what standards the visible righteous and evil karma were measured. If you harm people, evil karma accumulates and you become an evil person harmful to the world. But only to people. Once you turn to evil karma and become an evil person, you're treated not as a human but as a pest. It was a structure where killing or breaking the spirit of a harmful insect was actually considered beneficial to the world and gained righteous karma. However, this karma thing didn't consider individual circumstances, intentions, or nature. Even with benevolent intentions, if you ended up pushing countless lives into suffering, you were one of the evils under heaven. And even with the most wicked intentions in the world, if you made good people live and laugh, you got a big well done stamp. It was a ruthless branding that only evaluated based on results. But because of that, King wasn't truthless. If she liked someone, she could look after them like Gramps or senior sister wannabe, or she could pursue personal pleasure through fun dissection practice like with other evil people. AZ. Who decides? Well, isn't picking up trash a good deed no matter who does it? Is it a bad thing to not pick up what's strewn on the road? If someone says you pick up paper but not plastic, you bastard, you can just laugh and say you pick it up yourself. Then, the worst bastards were the ones who said it was better not to pick up at all than to do it half-heartedly. It's not like King has a job as a rehabilitation counselor for evil people. There was no obligation to say all evil people must be cut down harshly, right? Even that annoying mission window just asked what side she would take with these kinds of missions. It didn't force her to eliminate bad guys. At that point, King's thoughts, which had been going well, took a crooked turn. It might actually be easier if it forced me. Then I'd at least know why I fell into this world. Not knowing the intention makes me wanna die because of the anxiety. This was King's fundamental fear. King still didn't know how to hold back in front of food. It was not a matter of gluttony. It was just that she can't help herself. She still remembered when she first fell into Murim. She remembered how terrifying hunger was. She knew that when a person was starving, they ended up swallowing even worms and rotten food scraps. The memory of that time, when she shoved into her mouth filth that would be disgusting to even touch with modern sensibilities, forcibly swallowing it along with rising nausea, sobbing as she ate, remained as a clear, indelible brand. So she must always keep her stomach full no matter what. Because as she got endlessly hungry again, as the pain approached, feeling like her stomach was being torn apart, the memory that came back clearly was all too frightening. It was a dramatic experience where a life that had been relatively satisfied and peaceful suddenly fell into the abyss for no reason, changing to a situation worse than a worm crawling in the gutter. Because it wouldn't be strange if something that happened once happened a second time. It showed how terrifying an unguaranteed existence can be. What if suddenly, lightning strikes because you didn't do as you were told, and the genre changes to something like DLC, Eternal Hell Experience, a broken bar. At that moment, a warm sensation suddenly rose up. Friend? What's wrong? Friend. Added to that, King quickly came to her senses at the calling voice. Who up? Only then did King realize that she hadn't been breathing. Even after finally giving wind to her gasping lungs, she couldn't control the trembling, so her legs immediately lost strength and the back of her knees stung and shook. King frowned and forcibly shook off the dirty feeling. What the hell? Why isn't the great meditation divine arts working? Wasn't it supposed to block things like this? Why did he ask that kinda fuckery? It makes me feel like shit. After being hurt in her heart, the words coming out of her mouth were also extremely sharp. What do I care about the son of heaven or whatever? As far as I can see, he's just a total son of a bitch. If he's an emperor, He should think about ruling well like an emperor instead of going on about Murim this and heaven that. It's all just about filling his own belly anyway, isn't it? A broken bar. I wasn't asking you to say such blasphemous things. Son of heaven, my ass. If heaven sent him down, it would have been to do good deeds, not to sit up high and boast I'm the noblest both in heaven and under heaven, I'm the best. Tell him to fall into hellfire when he dies. Good people should receive blessings and only bad guys should be punished. In reality, these were words she was saying to herself. Good people should receive blessings, only bad guys should be punished. To Zhu, it seemed like an explosion akin to a sudden firebomb. In the highly developed psychosocial professional terms of that other world, it was something known as sudden molding. Zhu's expression hardened. To someone who didn't know King's inner thoughts, this saw how it would sound. That she had been wronged by the emperor somehow and harbored a deep grudge. Hadn't she said she had no parents? If such a spirited girl suddenly turned pale with fear, trembling and unable to even breathe, surely it must be related to that. Moreover, a broken bar. Her hand. Ah, are you all right? I'm fine. Number. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I see. Then, is it all right if I keep holding on until you calm down? At some point, without realizing it, King had been tightly grasping Zhu's hand. King let go in surprise. Zhu quickly rubbed his other hand with a somewhat regretful expression, as he withdrew his empty grasp. He had to do this or it would bruise immediately. It was because King's grip strength was no joke. King also blamed others in the uncomfortable atmosphere. This was all because of senior sister wannabe. Because when she had that fit back then, the embrace that hugged her was so warm and comfortable, and after that, even if she looked just a little anxious, she would quickly notice and hug her tightly, so whenever her condition got a little worse, she would seek human warmth. It seemed only bad habits were forming. Before, she would just throw a fit alone. Still, having someone by your side when you're anxious is really the best. One of the side effects of the white hand demonic art was that the hands were always cold and emitted a chill. One of the advantages was that because their hands were always cold, they always felt warm when touching others. King regretted the fact that the remaining warmth left her hand, but then realized there was no need for that. Don't I have something like family too? She thought. If you have nothing more to say, may I withdraw now? I'm not feeling well. Yes, I too will likely become busy. Zhu spoke with a somewhat relieved expression. Excuse me, am I a broken barkinger? Hey, huh? What number? I was wondering why you're like that. It was a question asking why she was snuggled up in someone else's arms when her legs were fine. This is originally what Gramps used to do. If your legs hurt, you just don't stand, you feel? It was like saying if you're hungry, you eat. Tang Nana tilted her head. But they don't feed you just because you're hungry, do they? However, since Choi Leong nodded as if it was natural, she just thought, maybe that's how they grew up over there. I didn't sleep well, so I'm sleepy. Gramps, wake me up if anything happens. All right. It is only right that you sleep at night, after all. Go ahead and fall asleep. And then she somehow managed to lean back and position herself, resting her head and closing her eyes. She's not a 7-year-old child. Is this seriously fine when she's all grown up? Tang Nana kept tilting her head left and right in bewilderment. The Grand Clan Lord watched this scene with half envy, and then, thinking about it, admitted that the other half was also just envy. Then he approached Tang Nana and asked quietly, just in case, is Ahu sleepy too? Should this old man hug you? HMPH, who do you think I am? A child? A child? Look at your friend too. They say beauties are sleepyheads. A broken bar still. It's embarrassing. Of course it was. It was a skill that couldn't be done unless one had a face as thick as King's. At this, Choi Leong, for some reason, seemed proud and puffed up. Listen, Tang Clan Lord. Yes, Your Highness. Please speak. I have been thinking. If you are considering having a Grand Prince as your backing, release your medical texts. Release the medical texts. He was telling them to release the medical arts researched by the Tang Clan to Jianghu. Your Highness, however, that ice a broken bar. Medical arts were also a strategic resource. Even with the same serious injuries, superior medical arts could revive and add to the fighting force, so how could it not be called a resource? It does not have to be in my name. It will benefit the world, so words praising your clan will spread far and wide. Why do you hesitate? However, Your Highness, saltpeter mines and secret gunpowder manufacturing. Not to mention, it seems you have been researching thunder bombs separately. From now on, you can do it openly. How about it? He was saying to stop doing it secretly and make them openly under the Grand Prince's name from now on. It was granting immunity, but in reality, if made openly, the ownership would also go to the Grand Prince. It was a threat to hand over both medical arts and firebombs. But if they didn't like it, they shouldn't have done things that could become treason in the first place. A broken bar. We shall release them. Do not think too badly of it. I do not know much about medical arts, but who knows? The Tank clan might become known as the greatest physicians under heaven. At this, Tang Tuzhong's expression improved a little. Being called a family of benevolent doctors with the best medical arts in the world, rather than poison-eating ruthless bastards, wasn't entirely unpleasant. Moreover, how could someone with the status of a clan lord not know the reason for making such demands at this point? It wouldn't be bad to use this opportunity to crush not only the 5 noble clans but even the 9 sects one union, and become the leader of Orthodox Murim. Do you intend to mobilize troops? Everyone looked tired from last night's unfortunate events. It shall be sorted out before the sun rises, so just think about how to raise your damaged assets. With that, he leaned back on the hastily prepared throne, indicating it was time to withdraw. After Tang Tuzhong left, a shadow from a corner of the underground protruded and approached, swaggering. Your Highness. How about this? As a future reconciliation measure between the government and Murim, nothing beats a marriage. Silence, Gaza. How could a Grand Prince stuck in a mere mountain corner speak so grandly of the government? It wasn't wrong to call it a mountain corner, since the land of Sichuan was surrounded by naturally blessed mountain peaks. However, what came out of that corner was abundant products and resources that could easily feed half of the Central Plains and still have leftovers. The young man, Yang Shanggaza, answered with a grin. That is right. How could one speak of wedding gifts first when they have not even been prepared? Broken bar. Wait, why are you hitting me? It doesn't even hurt, I tell you. Your mouth is truly uncontrollable. That is enough. Now go and tell them it is time. It seems I could not just live relying on elder brother's mercy. Old dog must be very eager. He will have to be diligent to fulfill his wish, after all. No, wait. I told you it's useless to hit me. It's the same even if you kick me, Your Highness. Grand Prince Duxian cut down the Emperor's minions coming to Sichuan. He eliminated the risk factors for his survival. However, there was something even the Grand Prince didn't expect. Sichuan was the wealthiest land in the Central Plains, and the officials coming to such a precious post were far from upright. A good post wasn't a responsibility to govern well, but a reward or gift given to favored officials. Since the position became a fitting reward given as a result of their conduct rather than a duty shouldered by the office, everyone just enjoyed it without doing any work. Cutting down such corrupt officials wasn't difficult. Just one look in their warehouses was enough to immediately behead them. One word about how they dared to steal from the country, and that treason suited them better than being civil servants, was enough. When the emperor heard the news, he raised an eyebrow saying, what do we have here? But he couldn't say much against executing corrupt officials. After this purge of corrupt officials, those who remained in office with integrity and ambition took real power. And these holders of power worshipped the Grand Prince with fervent admiration, so the tripartite system of administration, law, and military that should have been in opposition, the concept of political separation surprisingly existed since ancient times, became united in serving one person. This was the reason why the regional military vice commissioner and regional military assistant commissioner suddenly changed after Yang Shanggaza secretly entered and left the Sichuan command post. After strangling and imprisoning the regional military commissioner, the 12,000 troops of the Sichuan military mobilized by imperial order showed suspicious movements. The guests of the royal household melted away in the night. These were people who made the royal household their home to escape the world. They chose shameful and insulting names to call each other, as if making a pact not to call each other by name unless they were family members of the royal household. It was fine for family to say hey, you idiot to each other, but if a stranger did it, wouldn't it be a matter of fighting to the death over their honor? Look no further than the names of the house quests King had seen. Old Dog Jian, Twisted Old Hag Yan, the dog-life bastard of a thief Yangshang Gundia, and Spearwoman. Upon seeing such names, there wasn't any need for further explanation. When the eccentrics of the royal household walked out proudly with the character Chin, I broken bar superscript A, meaning royal, on their shoulders, not one of the Sichuan soldiers tried to stop them. The imperial censor stamped his feet and spewed anger. What is going on here? Cheng and Gumho, you bastard. Didn't you say you personally recommended the poison? No, the medicine to His Highness. Of course, didn't the esteemed censor himself confirm the corpse? After all, it is all a plot by those Tang clan bastards. Aren't they just impersonating the Grand Prince's flag to buy time? A middle-aged man with a clean, handsome face and notably thick eyebrows giving an honest impression prostrated himself. He was too handsome to be called Cheng Nan Gumho. Chang meant bedsore, and Nan meant a burnt, festering wound, so it was a name that implied an ugly fox-like beast. As such, he was also called the Rotting Flying Fox. Cheng Nan Gumho poured out his indignation with his whole body. His face was contorted and trembling, his eyes filled with tears of anger and injustice about to spill over. His reddened ears and bulging veins were the appearance of someone clearly wronged. And the imperial censor felt convinced by this. However, no matter how outrageous these traitors are, how could they dare impersonate the Grand Prince's flag? If something goes wrong at Broken Bar, the Emperor was an indifferent person. If something unfortunate happened during a mission, it wasn't the Emperor's order but the incompetence of the one who received the order. At this rate, they would be traitors whether they gave up on the Tang clan or pushed forward. So the imperial censor finally turned the arrow to the one who had brought about this mess. That a Broken Bar elder eunuch. What should we do now? A Broken Bar. We bombarded the Tang clan as instructed, but is it alright for this humble one to continue carrying out the imperial order like this? The imperial censor looked for guidance. One might ask, why was the highest-ranking official and person in charge now speaking respectfully and looking for guidance from someone else? Upon this, a soldier who had been on duty keeping the fire and boiling water in a corner of the tent naturally answered, "Since when did I recommend bombardment? I merely advised that since something that absolutely should not have entered had gone in, you should either retrieve it or eliminate all witnesses, did I not?" It was an affected voice, unnaturally nasal as if forcing it through the nose, though not a woman's. "But elder eunuch, we're Broken Bar. Since you've already done it, wouldn't it be better to complete the task and then beg for forgiveness? Just push through as you've been doing. Even if the Grand Prince is inside, people only die once in their lifetime, don't they? Someone who has already passed away cannot die twice, can they?" It was an incredibly outrageous statement. To think he would suggest to push through even with the Grand Prince inside and pretend nothing happened. Cheng Nan Gumho's eyes flashed. If this quasi-woman with an affected voice, this eunuch, was called Elder Eunuch and was a high-ranking official, there was no need to think about their identity. Eunuch fucker. It's a bastard from the Eastern Depot. In that instant, Cheng Nan Gumho sprang up and swung something from his bosom, splashing a sticky liquid onto the Eastern Depot bastard's face. "Kayak, what is this?" "Ha ha. I wondered why a eunuch of the Eastern Depot wasn't involved in this fishy business. It did smell like the thoroughly rotten discharge of someone with Cheng, you bastard. If you don't wash your face properly, you won't escape great trouble." Cheng was a type of venereal disease. When severe, it was a serious illness that could cause flesh to rot and fester. The thoroughly rotten discharge of someone with Cheng. Understanding the meaning, the Eastern Depot eunuch's pupils shrank, his mouth gaped open, and he immediately let out a terrible scream. "Kayak, ha ha, serves you right. You bastard." The imperial censor hurriedly drew his sword. However, Cheng Nan Gumho had already positioned himself near the entrance. Looking at the imperial censor's face, "I thought your guts were only as big as mouse piss and your temperament softer than tofu. As such, you didn't seem like the material to plot such a terrible scheme." But lo and behold, with that incompetent nature, How much dirty money did you have to offer to become an imperial censor? You bastard. You fired artillery at the place where His Highness is, so your life and the lives of your entire family end here. Go ahead and struggle all you want." With that, he immediately fled using King Gong, slipping away on all fours like a running dog. The eunuch was too busy screaming, crying, and wiping his face. Meanwhile, the imperial censor felt greatly dismayed. It was now all or nothing. As the eunuch had said, it was better to complete the task and beg for forgiveness than to give up and return. The imperial censor shouted as he left the tent. "Sound the drums, advance and sweep away all those traitors." A fox crawling on all fours quietly appeared before the eccentrics of the royal household. Hag Yan, with her rotating chakra demonic eyes narrowed, spoke in a suppressed voice. "Well, look who it is. Isn't it the traitor fox?" "He. Old hag." "A traitor? What a hurtful thing to say. Are you denying it?" "Didn't you put poison in His Highness's teacup?" Chin and Gumho replied smoothly. "Someone offered me gold and asked, so I just obliged." "You know my nature is too soft to refuse requests. If you do not answer properly, know that today will be your death anniversary, you little fox." "No, old hag." "Do you think I didn't know His Highness was away when I put in the poison? If it wasn't me who did it, they would have kept trying with others until it worked. As such, if trouble was bound to happen anyway, shouldn't we have one traitor die and find out who was plotting?" "How can I trust the words of a con artist?" "So who was it?" "I thoroughly smeared the Eastern Depot bastard with tracking scent." Tracking scent was a type of special fragrance, a substance applied to allow trained animals or trackers skilled in special King Gong to track targets. Hag Yan snorted at this. "HMPH, fox, we'll deal with you later." "Old dog?" "No need to tell me. I'm going." "Just keep an eye on this fox bastard." Old dog sniffed the air, looked in one direction, and then leapt away, disappearing. Only then did Chin and Gumho quietly ask a question. "But old hag, why are you all suddenly gathered?" "Why a night walk with guys who never left the royal household before?" At that, Hag Yan answered with a white smile. "We're going to screw over those embroidered uniform guard bastards." "What about it?" "The Imperial Guards were elite soldiers directly under the Emperor from the start. They were on a different level from the local government troops. From monthly wages to support for martial arts, they were truly the Emperor's soldiers, naturally different from those local country bumpkins who were just cannon fodder for wars. So there were the real soldiers, the Imperial Guard, and below them were the local country bumpkins." Of course, this was what the Imperial Guard claimed. To the Szechuan soldiers, however, the Imperial Guard were just annoying uncles who put on airs. So even after hearing the secretly passed down orders, they just thought, "Wow, those annoying bastards who always have their noses up all high must have really messed up." At the sound of drums signaling the advance, the Imperial Guard first gathered among themselves to wait. There was no need to go first and become human guinea pigs for the veritable obstacle course within the impregnable fortress of the Szechuan Tang clan with all its traps. After all, wasn't this Szechuan's business in the first place? Such expendable missions were for the Szechuan soldiers to do. So they gathered quietly, saying, "You guys go first. We'll charge in later and gain military merit." While watching the general's cannon approaching, pulled by grunting soldiers in front and pushed with difficulty from the sides and back, they just snickered saying, "You guys are working so hard. Won't you get all wet in your breeches at this point?" This general's cannon, which typically existed in quantities of 2 per 1,000-man unit in general military formations, was a primitive shotgun that fired by filling it with gunpowder and pouring metal fragments and stones on top to shoot at the enemy in front. The Imperial Guard's mockery didn't last long, because the muzzle of the general's cannon that had been brought with such difficulty was, for some reason, pointed at them. In the moment they went, "Huh?" Someone lit the short fuse with a flame stick, and before they could even take a few steps back shouting "Dodge," the cannon roared, tearing people apart. Following that, fire lance troops holding fire lances formed a wall of flames, and arrows rained down above it. The Imperial Guard, unable to even form a formation, became entangled in chaos and pandemonium. For reference, the fire lance was a weapon that was a rough equivalent to an ancient primitive flamethrower, created much earlier than cannons. The tactic of people suddenly charging in to fight in close combat was an outdated doctrine used in ancient times when Liu and Cao Cao One were contending for all under the heavens, and Sun Quan II, a local strongman, was causing trouble in between. Why would martial artists who could break rocks with their bare hands and easily leap over city walls fear the government's soldiers? A mere local gangster organization couldn't possibly stand against soldiers armed with cutting-edge primitive firearms. However, since a war between the government and Murim was obviously mutually assured destruction, they just pretended not to see each other, elegantly expressing it as the non-interference between Murim and the government. Of course, the result would be considered a win in terms of points for Murim. If the two fought, the dynasty would certainly fall, leading to the revival of the 16 Kingdoms or the Warring States period, but Murim's lineage would somehow remain and continue. At any rate, these were the horrific scenes unfolding outside the Tang clan while King was asleep. "I'm hungry, Gramps. Is there anything to eat?" That was the first thing King said as she opened her eyes. Then she looked around. It was already daylight, and she was on a bed where sunlight was streaming in. Beds in the Central Plains were scientifically designed to let sunlight fall on one's face from mid-morning to noon, after all. And outside, there were busy sounds. Sawing, hammering, walking, dragging a broken bar. King roughly put on her clothes and tied her hair as she stepped out of the bedroom. Choi Leong, who was sitting on the porch looking outside, naturally followed behind, so King gave a morning greeting. "Gramps, is there anything to eat?" "I'm hungry, Ang." It was a morning greeting as if she had entrusted him with finding food, but something immediately entered her mouth, causing King's eyes to widen before narrowing into pretty lines. Sticky, crunchy, savory, and sweet. It seemed to be a type of pastry with nuts. King stuffed the snack into her empty stomach while watching the busy construction work of the Tang clan. Choi Leong watched her contentedly. "Did something happen last night?" "Nothing much. The government troops withdrew." "What? How anticlimactic." "They acted like they were going to attack." In truth, it wasn't anticlimactic at all. The Imperial Guard was annihilated, the Imperial Censor and the Eastern Depot eunuch were captured, and the embroidered uniform guard was about halfway between annihilation and capture. "Ah, young miss. Aren't you young Miss Ximon?" "Owing." "Who are you?" "Do you know me?" "This humble one is called Chingnan Gumho." "You can just call me Fox." "Hee. Though late, I'll pay my respects." And with that, he prostrated himself on the ground. You are broken bar, are you okay?" King asked, looking at Fox's face. She didn't know what his original face looked like, but it seemed to be swollen 2 to 3 times its normal size. It looked like he had disturbed a beehive, with dark bruises and bumps all over. "Oh my, to even worry about this beast. How can your heart be so kind?" "But please lower your speech. You do not need to use honorifics." "Hee. This lowly one is dazzled in front of young miss. If you raise your speech too, my pea-sized ghoul can't handle it." Okay, a broken bar. King obediently listened. She thought he must be a servant of someone in the Tang clan. King didn't know how to refuse. "Hey, you fox bastard. Where are you going so early in the morning?" "That person is." "Young miss. Is it young miss?" "Oh my goodness, how beautiful." "Oh my, I shall pay my respects." Another servant came and immediately knelt down. "What's going on? Why are you all ooh?" "So it's that person." "I can feel an amazing aura." And then, like minions greeting their boss, servants appeared one after another to pay their respects, kneeling and bowing their heads, their numbers gradually increasing. Truly a noble person. Looking with the Taoist's spirit eyes, I can see that the rank of your soul is so high that a refined spiritual pressure flows from you. Hey, fake Taoist, is that right? How can someone who can't even find one water vein talk about spirit A's? In such one where water springs up no matter where you dig. You failed 7 times in a row. What kind of Taoist are you? And so a group of people gathered, politely taking their places in the front yard, bickering and squabbling as they held a competition to see who could flatter better. In last night's dream, as I was walking and about to pick up a piece of jade I saw on the road, suddenly the brilliant vermilion bird rose up with 5-colored radiance. Isn't this a dream of meeting the noblest person in the world? Indeed, I can see at a glance that young Miss is such a person. This bastard, always going on about vermilion birds. What happened to the azure dragon, black tortoise, and white tiger? Did you sell them off somewhere? Excuse me. It's a small thing, but a broken bar. A servant with his face completely hidden by hair quietly approached and held out a small box. When opened, lo and behold, a jade bracelet thicker than the finger hole revealed itself. King's expression soured as she quietly pushed it back, thinking that some gifts were a bit much. It seems very expensive. I just picked it up on the road, so don't worry about it. Our broken bar. No. What? Why would something like this be lying around? I don't lack that much awareness, you know. Go pick it up again. That gnat-like bastard is offering a bribe. Boo! You cheap bastard. When did you prepare that? It can't be helped. Madame, do you perhaps enjoy calligraphy and painting? This brush is made from the tail hair of a white marten from Mount. When it comes to brushes, the finest hairs are the best, aren't they? I've only used it once for a test writing, so it would suit a noble person like you better than mere broken bar. And then they rushed forward, placing their precious items before King as if offering tributes, and before King could refuse, Choi Leong swiftly intercepted them and piled them up behind his back. That's when it happened. What are you all doing so early in the morning? Don't you have work to do? If not, you should at least help with the construction. Get lost, all of you. An extremely stern-looking old woman appeared and shouted, causing everyone to scatter in fear without hiding their terror, disappearing without a trace. Ah, who are you? HMPH. I haven't acknowledged anything yet. But thanks to you, the man has conceived a grand dream, so I am grateful for that much. The old woman, Hagyan, clicked her tongue inwardly. The hidden dragon who wanted to live quietly was now aiming for ascension, but if the goal was just for one woman, wouldn't it be laughable to the world? Still, gratitude was gratitude. Thanks to this, they had eliminated 3,000 Imperial guards, wiping out 3,000 of the Emperor's most elite soldiers. In addition, there was the embroidered uniform guard assistant commissioner and 30 martial artists. They had driven the family of the Imperial censor, the head of the censorate, to extermination, and as a bonus, removed the Eastern Depot eunuch. These were all blades that the Emperor could wield directly, so it was like cutting off one of his limbs. The Emperor's power had collapsed significantly. With this much, it was enough to aim for a great undertaking. However, when one's position changes, so does their perspective. If things go well, he will return. Even if they don't, there's no need to feel disappointed with that much. Hagyan coldly threw something. It was a book without a title, and when King touched it, the martial arts window immediately flashed, announcing the registration of a new item. It meant she had touched a complete secret manual, indicating that this book was indeed a martial arts secret manual. This ice a broken bar? It's something that once caused a bloodbath in Jianghu, so it would be best to keep it hidden from others. Hagyan looked at the book with somewhat regretful eyes. It was a gaze filled with long-held resentment, as much sorrow and self-reproach. But that was only for a moment, as she turned around with a HMPH and walked away proudly. King tilted her head. So, who are they and who had they been? A broken bar? Anyway, when King checked the martial arts window, the newly registered a broken bar. My goodness. Purple. Why suddenly purple? Moreover, it's a purple movement technique called wave treading subtle steps. I've never heard of this before. It was because King's knowledge was too lacking. And then the mission window went crazy. What's going on? Why is everything taking turns going nuts? Struggle of the Yellow Dragon. The beginning chapter. Unknown crisis. Description: you have been caught up in the power struggle of the Imperial family. Decide your course of action. This choice may influence everything under heaven. This time, there was just one line about deciding factions without even saying what to do. If you suddenly do this, what am I supposed to do? King just dismissed the mission window and decided not to think about it. After that, a joint funeral was held at the Tang clan, personally presided over by the Grand Prince. It was a joint funeral to honor the 42 loyal and righteous members of the Tang clan who fell to artillery fire while resisting the rebel faction impersonating imperial troops to protect the Grand Prince, and the 117 loyal and righteous soldiers who lost their lives in the process of suppressing the traitors. After the funeral, A huge monument was erected at the entrance of the Tang clan's main gate, engraving their names. Among them were faces Tang Nana knew, and she showed quite a gloomy appearance afterward. It did look pitiful. So even though she was being particularly clingy, King let her be, thinking she must feel quite down since people she knew had died. Hey! Tang Nana immediately pressed both knees, the tops of her feet, her forehead, and the underside of her forearms to the ground. It was a grand bow with discipline and force, no matter how one went about it. King's eyes narrowed as she looked down at the back of her head. Hey, why are you fondling someone else's chest? It is only right that if a tail is long, it would get caught. Tang Nana, caught red-handed, bowed her head in a grand apology bow in the middle of the night. No, it just felt nice and soft. At this age, it's awkward to do this to my mother. And my mother's aren't that big anyway. A broken bar. Tang Nana didn't particularly have any other intention. At first, she had just wondered how something this big could stay attached without sagging and feeling how incredibly soft it was, but somehow that texture wouldn't leave her mind day and night. Shit, you have your own. Why are you messing with mine instead of your own? But the feeling is completely different. It's like, there's none of this sinking feeling. And it's not like it's going to wear out. Don't be so stingy. Friends can touch each other a bit. Tang Nana rather boldly stepped forward. King had seen things in the Divine Maiden sect too. In fact, she knew that women liked large breasts just as much as men did. Disciples with suspicious sexual preferences tended to be more reserved, while normal disciples were much more persistent in coveting others' chests. It was to the point where she would invariably see disciples with large chests complaining and telling others to stop at least once a day. There were even about 4 disciples who fearlessly asked if they could touch a great elder's chest just once. Of course, King didn't receive much treatment as a great elder besides for her title and status, being an outer disciple and a comfortable peer. King's eyes narrowed. That doesn't mean you can secretly grope. Ugh. But if I ask, you'll say number. Of course you can't. Do you know how ticklish it is? HMPH. What do you mean HMPH? You're in big trouble now. Kneel down and raise your hands. Anyway, Tang Nana, feeling guilty, obediently followed those words. It was also because she knew from numerous experiences that it was beneficial to quietly listen at times like this. Forgiveness is easier than permission. It was Tang Nana's vicious mindset, learned through the many misdeeds she had committed over a long time and the apologies that followed. And so, King's days of playing around under the pretext of fixing her split chest continued for about a month. And then there was a woman who came to see King. It wasn't senior sister wannabe, whom King wasn't particularly waiting for or even thinking about. She was still in the middle of crossing the continent. The demonic cult was too far away. Moreover, it was a journey with no need to hurry. So she was leisurely enjoying her first trip to the Central Plains, spending the generous travel expenses given by the divine cult freely, with Seal Ganim as a guide by her side. The one who came to see King was another woman. The woman's eyes were somewhat unfriendly as she looked at the large memorial stone erected next to the Tang clan's huge main gate. And then she naturally spoke down to the Tang clan warrior guarding the main gate. I heard my disciple is staying at the Tang clan. Is there not a girl named King with the surname Xaman here? At this, the Tang clan warrior froze. Young lady Xaman is staying here, but if you say you are her master, could you perhaps be Broken Bar? Yes. Who is the current Tang clan lord now? Was it that smooth-talking child Tang Tuzhong? Go and tell him that Senior Xaman Zuran has come to find her disciple. The zenith among women had personally come to find her naughty disciple who had left home and not returned. Xaman Zuran's concern was indeed justified. When King recovered dramatically from her madness at the demonic cult through the teachings of the great meditation divine arts, the ominous star in the sky had glowed red with anger and regret. Xaman Zurin, who read the meaning of this star, had offered ritual sacrifices in the middle of the night, relieved that her disciple had overcome a great crisis. In fact, she had been worried 1,000-fold since then, fearing that her gentle, kind, and not at all vicious disciple might return injured in body or mind from that ruthless place called Jiang'u. And as autumn deepened, the time for her return had passed, But the disciple did not come. Then a disciple who went out shopping brought news asking about rumors of a great calamity in Sichuan, something about rebellion and assassination plots, with King's name involved. With her heart sinking, Ximenzurin arrived in Chengde in one step, crossing the natural barrier of high mountains in the Sichuan basin using the highly refined technique of sword flight. Of course, Ximenzurin was a great elder of Taoism who knew courtesy and propriety, so she did not commit the uncivilized act of knocking on the Tang clan's door in the middle of the night when she arrived. She first got a room and spent the night. Then, after tidying her clothes, she visited the Tang clan at the hour of 10 a.m., when it would not be an inconvenience to visit. And finally, she laid eyes on her disciple. Despite it being the time when the sun was high in the sky and all under heaven were busy under the yang qi of the brightening sun, there was her disciple, sprawled out on a luxurious silk bed, wandering in dreamland. Moreover, the shameless girl was almost naked, with only bandages on her chest, her limbs spread out with a blanket kicked off, a sight that would make anyone who saw it feel ashamed. Ximenzurin's anger meter shot up. As a profound realm master became angry, the very air vibrated, gravity doubled, and a pressure that crushed space emanated, just from that alone. Under that pressure, the disciple gently opened her eyes, and as their gazes met, she burst into an innocent smile with an unfocused, dreamy expression. Hee, it's master a broken bar, I missed you a broken bar. And then she closed her eyes again, making soft breathing sounds. Ximenzurin's anger meter, which had exceeded its limit, hesitated and gradually stabilized. Right. It is fine as long as the child is safe. It is not like she is showing her sleeping appearance to anyone, so what does it matter if the scene is a bit ugly to look at, or perhaps even extremely ugly? Circumflex. Moreover, her face had become even more beautiful and younger in the time they hadn't seen each other, and her limbs had grown longer, clearly having undergone a transformation. It was disappointing that she hadn't reached the transcendent realm, but in fact, it was quite common for one's realm to remain the same while only the body changed if one failed to grasp enlightenment and lost it. Such lost enlightenment was bound to come again soon, so there was no need to be disappointed. But why was she wearing bandages only on her chest? Although there were no bloodstains or scent of blood, the fragrant smell of medicine made Ximenzurin's heart sink. As Ximenzurin reached out her hand, the bandage on King's chest gently pulled down, revealing what was inside. There, an ugly wound sewn with thread was exposed. It was a terrible trajectory that would have cut through her ribs if it had been just a bit deeper, and even her heart if it had been deeper still. Thinking the child might be lying down after taking medicine because she was in pain, she quickly approached to check her pulse, only to find healthy meridians that had developed into a difference of heaven and earth compared to before, and traces of numerous demonic hearts. A broken bar. Ximenzurin's anger meter instantly shot up and exploded through the ceiling. You little wench! Smack! With tears welling up inside both eyelids and a bump protruding from one corner of her head, King knelt on the floor with both hands raised high. You wench! You have been rolling your body around recklessly and got yourself a huge gash. How admirable! How so very admirable! Well, they said the scar wouldn't remain a broken bar. Huh? You are even bragging about it, I see. Then, what about all that demonic chi patched up inside you? Will the demonic hearts disappear without a trace later too? No, that's not it. Our broken bar. That's not it? Hee. This disciple greets master. I missed you a lot. King naturally bent her upper body and made a grand bow while keeping her hands raised. Ximenzurin, having achieved body reconstruction at a high level, only had the appearance of a noble lady, but in reality, she was a great senior of Murim who had lived even longer than Choi Leong. Having lived that long, she knew that the greeting King was offering was not just an act to avoid the current situation. Rather, it was filled with sincere longing, so the resentment she had been feeling gradually melted away. At this, Ximenzurin let out a deep sigh. You say you missed me, yet you were sprawled out living the good life in someone else's house. They said they'd make sure no scar remains. I didn't want to worry you. It was a statement that melted away the remaining resentment. However, not wanting to forgive her right away, Ximendzurin spoke sharply for no reason. So you conspired to make a fool of a master who does not even know her disciple's chest was nearly split open. Actually, my chest was already split open. Smack. King rolled on the floor. Acknowledgement. She hit the same spot again. A profound realm master's aim never wavers. Moreover, it was practically a quantum entanglement superflick that transcended distance, surpassing mere beating to deliver a strike. Highly advanced martial arts even transcend science, after all. King, who had been rubbing her head until it felt like it was on fire, saw Ximendzurin's fierce gaze and flinched, raising both hands again to assume the position. How is it that in my twilight years, I have a disciple who has nothing satisfactory about her except her nature? If hell existed and the numerous evil people burning the heard this, they would curse, saying she must have eaten through her arsehole to reach her realm. After all, how could her way of thinking be so backwards and wrong? Fine. But what kind of demonic arts did you learn? I clearly warned you to stay away from them. Well, you see, this disciple didn't learn them because I wanted to. Broken bar. Even King's way of speaking resembled Tang Nana's in front of Ximendzurin. If you did not learn them because you wanted to, are you saying someone threatened you with a sword to learn demonic arts, as you put it? Well, that's actually how it turned out. A broken bar. Ximendzurin's eye twitched. Come to think of it, besides her nature, the disciple had a talent even more dazzling than her disposition. It wouldn't be strange if some demonic adept had set their eyes on her and made her learn demonic arts. But even so, it should have been just one. No, which ill-mannered bastards took someone else's disciple and made her learn demonic arts? Don't tell me the demonic cult kidnapped you or something. Well, it's true that the demonic cult kidnapped me. A broken bar. Ximendzurin's expression became even more serious. The demonic cult? I see. Seeing that you are safe now, it seems you managed to escape somehow. More importantly, let us hear about what kind of demonic arts you learned. We need to know to deal with it, is that not so? Oh, well, first there's the purple lightning demonic arts and the black slaying demonic palm. A broken bar. In fact, the demonic cult would feel rather wronged here, as these two were the only demonic arts they had forced her to learn. The rest were ones King had forcibly taken and learned herself. The 108 Azure Sword, Heavenly Ice Zura demonic arts, Blood Demon King divine arts, and the lustful immortal disrobing dance. That's about it, I think. A broken bar. You learned quite a lot. My goodness. And you learned 4 of the 10 great demonic arts under heaven. At this rate, you seem poised to collect all 10. But I learned good things too. The Yijin cleansing method and great meditation divine arts you mentioned, Master. Wait. No, wait. Ximendzurin waved her hand. The demonic arts had clear origins, and since she said she was kidnapped by the demonic cult, their despicable intention to brand her as a demonic human even if she escaped was obvious. But the Yijin cleansing method, and the great meditation divine arts? Was there a Shaolin monk and an imam amicably captured in the demonic cult, and they happened to be owners of divine arts who passed them on? Never mind. I see. Well, what else? Ximendzurin's expression softened. Her disciple had always been one to learn strange things when she went out into Jianghu. She had guessed that there must be some means she couldn't speak of, so thinking about it now, even the initial question of what she should learn was extremely meaningful. The Supreme Yin Jade Maiden Divine Arts and the Blissful Maiden Arts. They said it was clearly a Taoist cultivation technique, although it is a bit ominous. That is correct. And this was given to me as a gift, but I wasn't sure if I should learn it. King took out the secret manual of the wave-dreading subtle steps from the guest room's drawer and held it out. Ximendzurin's expression hardened again as she roughly opened and skimmed through it. It seemed today was a day when her facial muscles had no choice but to be hard at work. This is no ordinary thing. I think it's called the wave-dreading subtle steps. Has the chakra witch settled in the demonic cult? But it does not seem like you mentioned learning the chakra demonic tribulation. At this, King's expression was the one to answer, and per usual, if King was unaware of something, Anyone in the world could tell by looking at her face. Ximendzuran changed her question. Was the person who gave you this in the demonic cult? Number. Someone in the Grand Prince's household gave it to me. I see. The royal household a broken bar burned this after you have learned it. It is something that brings blood to the world. Ah, they said that too. Something about a bloodbath or whatever? That is right. An entire sect was annihilated over this one book. So it is an object that people in the world covet that much. The blood disaster of the Yinxiang sect. It was a common tragedy that occurred when someone without the power to protect it possessed a treasure. Oh, is it a good martial art? It is said to be the greatest footwork under heaven. I hear that when mastered, its movements are like the wind, unable to be caught by anything in the world. Since it can preserve one's life even in the worst situations, it is a divine art that can indeed be called the greatest under heaven. Then, couldn't we just use it as our Divine Maiden sect's technique? I've already memorized it all. We could just change the name to something like Divine Maiden Divine Steps. Ximendzuran smiled benevolently. To her disciple, even one of the greatest divine arts under heaven was just something nice to have if possible, and no big deal if not. The problem was that she treated demonic arts the same way, not knowing how terrifying they were, which led to this situation. But is there anything in the world made of just one side? Yin and yang, shadows falling behind light. This was the principle of the world. So perhaps this elderly's job was to cover the disciple's shadow with the master's shadow. All right, let us do that. Ximendzuran put away the secret manual. While she might not do this for other martial arts, since this could ensure her disciple's safety, it was worth enduring the vile act of stealing and overlaying the legacy of a vanished old sect. Ah, that is right. Let us hear your story. How did you escape from the lair of those evil demonic cult bastards? Because Ximendzuran's gaze was so warm, King's heart gradually melted and loosened. But as always in front of her master, she loosened her guard a bit too much. Well, you see about that. Once again, this disciple crushed the demonic cult's ambitions with brilliant exploits. Ah, that's right. Look at this. Yep. Heavenly demon, I choose you. Heavenly demon summon. This is the true form of this bastard called the heavenly demon. How it happened was a broken bar. The heavenly demon spirit rose from the palm of the chattering king. At the same time, a vein also popped up on Ximendzuran's forehead. And per such natural progression, it was time for something to pop up on King's crown as well. Following that, smack! The sound of a walnut cracking reverberated clearly across the pure heaven and earth beyond the room's door. Indeed, there had never been such a major incident. To think her disciple had the heavenly demon. Wasn't this the evil spirit under heaven that had invaded the Central Plains 4 times, turning the entire world into a house of mourning? She might have to officially register her in the Divine Maiden sect. Should she take her to the Grand Elder Hall on Divine Maiden Peak and then make her read Taoist scriptures until she dies of old age? Ximendzuran seriously pondered. Her foolish disciple had embraced the source of calamity for all under heaven, so the disciple's lack of virtue was the master's lack of virtue, and since this was all due to having an incompetent master, perhaps she should keep her by her side for life. You insufficient wench. You just had to get yourself out safely. Why on earth did you take such a monstrosity? How do you expect those demonic cult bastards to let you go like this? Butte a broken bar. If I had just escaped alone, wouldn't those demonic cult bastards come rushing in again? A broken bar. What? Did you have such an impertinent thought that you should sacrifice yourself for the peace of all under heaven? As if I knew this would happen. And rather than all under heaven or whatever, it's because the war would reach our family at the Divine Maiden sect to a broken bar. How could Ximendzuran be angry in front of a disciple who spoke like that? Ximendzuran let out a deep sigh. Wanting to keep her by my side is just my own greed. It's this master who is happy to see her every day, so I'm trying to keep her close with a plausible excuse. So, it seems you headed to Sichuan after subduing the heavenly demon spirit and leaving. But what is this treason business? And who is that bastard who split my disciple's breast? The one who deserves to be torn apart? Ah, the embroidered uniform guard assistant commissioner. It was some high-ranking bastard like that. This disciple already put him to death, though. But that guy was a broken bar. Yeah, that's right. A reinforced blood demonic human? Something like that. Zurin frowned. It seems every time her disciple opened her mouth, something substantial came out. An assistant commission refers to the third in command in the government's military organizational hierarchy, so an embroidered uniform guard assistant commissioner would mean the guard assistant commander. What did it mean that a top-ranking military official qualified to directly hold the imperial banner was a cursed demonic human who had undergone the blood cult's ritual of human sacrifice? E circumflex Z broken bar. It was a sensitive matter that could be considered treason just by mentioning it. I should tell you the story from when this disciple arrived in Sichuan. This disciple wanted to eat malatang. The greatest chef under heaven. That's right, Master. There's a greatest chef under heaven in Sichuan, but he's not really the greatest chef under heaven. He's the greatest chef in Sichuan, but since Sichuan cuisine is the greatest cuisine under heaven, he's called the greatest chef under heaven instead of the greatest chef in Sichuan. Anyway, so there's this ultimate malatanga broken bar. I ended up not eating it. Master, do you like malatang by any chance? A broken bar? I do not enjoy such heavy, numbing food, so I do not eat it. Regardless of malatang or whatever it is, just move on. Anyway, these guys called the Five Poison Sect. What was with that Five Poison Sect again? Did we just happen to overlap by bad luck? What happened again? The Five Poison Sect had backed the wrong horse with the Eastern Depot eunuch, so they were soon to receive a severe attack from the royal household's eccentrics and the Tang clan's avengers. King didn't know because she didn't care, and she didn't particularly want to know either, so she just explained roughly and moved on. A broken bar. And when I woke up after sleeping like that, they said it was all over. I see. You kept your loyalty to the end but did not dig too deep. For once, your conduct was quite excellent. If only you had not gotten hurt, it would have been perfect. That's right. Master, look at this. Doesn't the cross-shaped scar have a kind of wild charm? Smack. King, who dared to show off her unnecessarily large breasts in front of her master, rolled on the floor. You are truly asking for a beating. No, wait, it really hurts. A broken bar. You say it hurts, but your endurance is growing. My goodness. If I dare speak, even cold iron would be harder than my disciple's head. This time, she was serious. She said she had learned the Yijin cleansing method. She never imagined that its mystical effects would create an iron, no, a cold iron head. Zurin, who was about to tell her to leave the scar on her chest as a lifelong lesson, changed her mind. There are some who don't learn from lessons. This insufficient wench was cheerfully talking about wild charm even with a hideous mark carved on her chest. Even if she told her to keep it as a lesson, it would only remain as a flaw for others to gossip about. Let us go home for now. The news has been such that your fellow disciples are worried beyond measure. From what she heard, there was nothing good about staying at the Tang clan any longer. Since she was involved in the imperial family's power struggle, it would be better to hide away from the secular world until her name settled down a bit. King rolled her eyes and answered quietly, I have to wait for Sister Wannabe. A broken bar. Tell that old man left in front to set up house in Zigui later. Even if he is a servant, we cannot bring him into the sect anyway, can we? Zigui was the name of a city near the Divine Maiden sect. The Divine Maiden sect was a sacred realm where men were forbidden. At least, it had been so since the Celestial Martial Emperor. Before that, there had been a few invasions by those outrageous imperial family bastards. Since the Divine Maiden of Mount Wu enshrined in the Taoist temple was the daughter of the Yan Emperor and the lover of the Yellow Emperor, they had reluctantly let it slide. However, after the government's power completely deflated, they never allowed it again. In other words, it had never happened in Zurin's lifetime. The scar treatment a broken bar. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter. We can just bring medicine for the scar. Isn't the Tang Clan Saw rejuvenation powder famous for its effectiveness? You mean we could have just applied medicine? Of course. Did you think you had to rub and knead the troublesome wound until it got worse? She definitely said it was Mo. It wasn't exactly kneading, but she stroked and stuff or broken bar. And Mo, also called massage for short, It referred to the Chinese people's healing technique. It was also a primitive medical practice that naturally arose in various parts of the world, not just among the Chinese people. And Mo is for muscles, tendons, and bones. What use is there in kneading flesh? It is already heavy and large enough to ruin the drape of clothes, so do not even think about touching it. It might get even bigger. King's eyes narrowed. That Tang Nana is quite a wicked woman. Wasn't she? Shouldn't her medical license be revoked? Of course, there were no separate licenses in the Central Plains, and the uncivilized Chinese didn't recognize female physicians, so she was just a physician wannabe who couldn't be called a physician. Knock knock, as they say, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Tang Nana appeared right on cue, knocking on the door. Lunch is ready. Would the matriarch perhaps grace us with her presence? Tang Nana nervously fidgeted as she invited them to the meal. Yet her eyes sparkled, fixed on Ximenzurin and unable to leave. This was because the matriarch Ximenzurin was the idol of all female martial artists in Jianghu. How could a female martial artist not be nervous and excited upon meeting the zenith among women? King pointed at her, saying she had met a good person. Hey, you! Is it okay for a physician to deceive a patient, huh? Who? Me? Yes, you. However, this was an unjust accusation for Tang Nana. While she couldn't say she had no personal interest, it was a medical procedure to properly align the internal tissues that had been completely split in half. Moreover, she had been focusing all her mental energy and even using her inner chi in her utterly devoted care, sweating profusely and exhausting herself each time. Ximenzurin wasn't a physician either, so her knowledge of treatment methods was limited to sewing up cuts, setting broken bones, wiping blood, and applying medicine. She didn't really know proper medical techniques. A broken bar. Sorry, I didn't know. HMPH. Sorry for being a quack. I'm really sorry. Oh? If you're sorry, you have to grant my request later. You have to grant as much as you're sorry. Not just a few, but as much as she's sorry. It was truly a vicious way of speaking. As the not-so-docile king was about to argue that there was no such thing, Tang Nana had already turned her attention to Ximenzurin and spoke demurely. Great expert Ximen, I have a request. Would you allow this humble one to stay at the Divine Maiden sect to take care of Kinga's wound and check her pulse? If you would do that, I would be grateful. Ximenzurin looked around the luxurious guest room. The Divine Maiden sect practiced frugality in all aspects of life, with meals being the only exception. Our sect's lifestyle is frugal and might be quite arduous for you. Would that be all right? Of course. Rather, I would love it. Thank you. Even if she wasn't her disciple's friend, Ximenzurin would evaluate Tang Nana quite favorably, at least for now, because she was a female physician. Wasn't it true that there were no female physicians in Jianghu, making it difficult for women to seek medical attention for embarrassing symptoms? She thought that rumors couldn't be trusted, as she had heard that Tang Nana was a childish brat who threw tantrums and knew how to make a fuss. After receiving lunch hospitality, Ximenzurin immediately packed her bags and left the Tang clan. And only then did Ximenzurin turn her eyes to look at Choi Leong. Choi Leong couldn't meet her eyes and only looked at the floor. With nothing to his advantage in terms of martial prowess, age, or even his relationship with King, he could only meekly shrink and await his fate. Ximenzurin glimpsed his anxious inner thoughts. The Purple Lightning demonic warlord was a somewhat infamous figure as the demonic cult's patrol lion. It seems he at least knows to be ashamed of his past. Still, it was an unimaginable emptiness to have scattered one's lifelong achievements. Although her disciple had taken his side and likely added a rather biased interpretation of what happened, if he had passed on his divine arts after the dissolution of his inner Kie broken bar. Ximenzurin finally let out a deep sigh and spoke. Because my disciple is lacking, her going out into Jianghu is always like leaving a child by the water's edge, so I am never at ease. At such times, please look after her a bit. A broken bar. Yes. Thank you, Senior. HMPH. It was truly frustrating to be called senior by a great demonic adept due to having a wayward disciple. Still, if a master of the unrestrained realm was going to take care of her disciple, it was something she could endure to that extent. Her disciple's journey in Jianghu had to be quite extraordinary. Perhaps it was an ordeal following her rejection of her innate killing nature, so she couldn't forcibly confine and stop her either. Grand Prince Duxian, pacing in the royal household's courtyard, asked Hagyan, who wore a sly smile, "Wouldn't it be all right to at least see them off?" "Your Highness, it's best to just stay out of sight." She might look like that now, but she used to be the crazy bitch called the female mad dog. "Does your Highness think the Grand Sect leader of the women-only Divine Maiden sect, who even passed on her surname to her named disciple, would stand by and watch her enter someone else's household?" "No, who said anything about taking her into the household? I just meant to see off a friend, that's all." "Oh my, Your Highness. You should know when to hold back. Later, after things are done and set, you can just ask for forgiveness." "Do you think she would dare to lay a hand on her son-in-law, who sits on the dragon throne?" Hagyan said with a grinning face. "No, what do you mean son-in-law? I'm not a broken bar." "Are you not? Didn't you ask this old woman about measures for harmony between the government and Murim?" "Well, that was for the greater good of broken bar." Grand Prince Duxian made excuses with a reddened face. Hagyan, having caught a rare opportunity, kept teasing him like a grandmother teasing her grandson, as was her specialty. "The greater good, yes, that's nice." This old woman likes the greater good, but she also likes personal interests too. "I've lived well liking everything up to now, so if your Highness likes it, this old woman likes it too." He. And in fact, this was the biggest problem with those who claim to have the blood of the Son of Heaven. They think that just by flashing a purple background with a golden dragon pattern, everyone in the world will go crazy and rush over. Shouldn't one first ask if the wine cellar is open for business before worrying about what to drink? There's no use in gulping down bowls of honey water to protect your stomach before the wine table. It will only bloat you unnecessarily. The demonic cult's patrol envoy comes to deliver an ultimatum. Of course, no matter how much they were enemies, there was no harming of envoys. Moreover, the recipient was the Murim Alliance, the headquarters of the Orthodox Murim. Rather, they had to protect the patrol envoy carrying the ultimatum from being attacked. It was necessary to avoid giving the Orthodox Murim a pretext for vilely harming an envoy. Thus, the Murim Alliance masters dispatched for this purpose surrounded and watched over the envoy from an awkward distance, unable to get too close as they couldn't associate with those dirty demonic cult bastards, providing both surveillance and escort. In this way, the demonic cult's infamous black ebony carriage, surrounded by a layer of masters, crossed the Central Plains, with eyewitness accounts spreading all the way to the Murim Alliance. And in front of the Murim Alliance headquarters, a broken bar. There was already a sea of people who had come to watch. Even a Murim tournament wouldn't have drawn such a crowd. However, although no one said it out loud, everyone had a general sense of what the demonic cult's patrol envoy's ultimatum would be. A final ultimatum. An ultimatum refers to a diplomatic letter sent from one power to another. Among these, the very last, final ultimatum is precisely that, a final ultimatum, meaning there's no need for dialogue anymore, let's have a go at each other. This implied an important fact for the Murim Alliance. How confident must those demonic cult bastards be to declare war and come charging in? If those who usually gathered their forces and struck with surprise attacks were now giving advance notice, here a broken bar. However, the power of the Orthodox Murim was also at its peak. Since the Celestial Martial Emperor, the level of martial arts in the Orthodox Murim had been reaching new heights every day. So even if the wicked demonic cult came charging in now, they would rise up valiantly to face them. In front of the Murim Alliance's main gate, the Alliance's key figures lined up in a row, holding their weapons. This was the Murim Alliance headquarters, imbued with the spirit of the Orthodox faction. It was a display meant to show that they couldn't allow the filthy demonic cult's spawn into the Murim Alliance. One might say this was all unnecessary. However, in the Central Plains, a matter of face was as important as life itself. The demonic cult's black ebony carriages appeared through the crowd of onlookers. An ominous murmur spread in waves. Halt! A lion's roar imbued with Buddhist merit resounded loudly. The pure energy, one which almost seemed to exterminate demons, that the inner light master of Shaolin had honed through a lifetime of martial studies spread widely. A ring. It was a kind of psychological warfare. It had an effect. The ominous murmuring noise suddenly stopped. Admiration for Shaolin, saying they were indeed worthy of being called the head of the orthodox Murim, briefly followed before subsiding. Then, what the emboldened people did next was jeering and criticism. How dare the demonic cult's evil spawn invade here? Boo! Get out, you demonic cult bastards! Did you think the orthodox Murim would be intimidated by this? Justice always prevails. Amidst this, the patrol envoy finally raised the ultimatum high and shouted, while wishing for your alliance's eternal glory, on behalf of the divine cult's supreme, I announce to the virtuous experts of the Murim Alliance. A broken bar? A broken bar? For a moment, silence hung in the air. Everyone blinked with expressions that seemed to ask, what did I just hear? Looking around at each other for confirmation, but all wore equally dumbfounded expressions. At least this confirmed that they hadn't misheard. The new divine cult's supreme wishes to erase old grudges and hatred, and see an end to the long-standing animosity. To this end, we open the doors of the divine cult and seek reconciliation, hoping to break free from the chain of sorrow where hatred begets hatred and pain begets pain, and instead sing joyful songs together under the heavens. Oh shit, we've been had. The Murim Alliance warriors broke out in a cold sweat. If they had welcomed the patrol envoy inside the alliance, it might have been different. But if they sought reconciliation in broad daylight in front of people from all over the Central Plains, the Alliance had no choice but to accept. The Murim Alliance needed the demonic cult to attack first to have justification. As protectors of peace and tranquility in the Central Plains, they couldn't refuse and declare that reconciliation was unnecessary and that they wanted war. From the beginning, hiding their true intentions and disguising it as if they were going to deliver a final ultimatum was all a ploy for this purpose. Their warriors uselessly racked their supposedly good brains. It was a characteristic of clever people. But what was the true intention behind this? If what they truly wanted was peace, this could become a historic moment where one of Murim's long-standing troubles disappeared. But what if it was just a ploy to induce complacency and spark the Fifth Great War between Orthodox and Demonic? Now that the doors of the divine cult are wide open, any virtuous expert of Murim who wishes may visit the divine city of Tanshan and see for themselves. Their warriors let out an uncomfortable groan. A door, by nature, allows passage in both directions. By merely opening the thatch door of their remote foreign village, weren't they saying they would also advance into the Central Plains? However, there was no particular justification to stop them. The long-standing grudge was indeed from long ago, so even if they said they had suffered from the demonic cult, it was mostly just learned from hearsay. The journey from Sichuan to the Divine Maiden sect wasn't really much of a trip. Just get on a boat and get off. That's it. Of course, the scenery along the Yangtze River was beautiful. From the Minutes River in Chengdu, one would take a boat and follow the waterway to join the mainstream of the Yangtze River. Without disembarking, they would then straight to enter Chongqing in the eastern part of Sichuan province. Chongqing was also one of the sweetest lands where kings emerged. The term Bashu, commonly used to refer to the Sichuan region, combines the lands of Ba and Shu, with Ba referring to Chongqing. As a result, while Sichuan people are considered Eastern Sichuan, Chongqing people get upset when lumped together with Sichuan folks, asking not to be associated with them. After passing through the long, narrow land of Chongqing horizontally, one would immediately come across the Wu Gorge, considered the most scenic part of the Yangtze River. And the highest peak of the Wu Gorge is the Divine Maiden Peak. When the sailors call out, "We've arrived at Wu Gorge, come out and take a look," King could just quietly prepare and disembark at Zigui, and she would be right at home. In modern terms, the Divine Maiden sect has a Yangtze River view and its own Divine Maiden sect station, making it a super prime location. With the return journey being so convenient and close, it was no wonder Xim and Zuran rushed out upon hearing news of turmoil in Sichuan. When a disciple who could return in just a few days if she wanted to, though the Yangtze is only fast one way, was dawdling and not showing her face, of course she would be full of worry and chase after her. Thus, upon arriving at the mountain gate of the Divine Maiden sect, King finally let out a big sigh of relief, feeling overwhelmed with emotion and thinking, at last, I'm home. While it's true that in terms of luxury, the Divine Maiden sect couldn't compare to either the demonic cult or the Tang clan, the mental stability that comes from being in one's own home is something that can't be provided anywhere else in the world. The Grand Sect leader has arrived. Gulp. The Divine Maiden sect disciples tended to be severely intimidated by Ximenzurin. So, as soon as they entered the sect, she flew off on her sword saying she had to water the orchids, which was Ximenzurin's consideration to let them enjoy their reunion time with the Divine Maiden sect disciples they hadn't seen in a long time. Great Junior Grandmaster. Wow. You've become even more beautiful. You are literally Zai Shi. You are literally Yumi Oi. You are literally Diachin. You are literally Wang Zhaojun. Zai Shi refers to the most beautiful woman of all time. Yumi Oi's surname is not known. Diachin is Diachin. And Wang Zhaojun is sometimes called Wang Jiang because her name was Jiang. It was roughly the four great beauties minus Yang Gaifai. What? The Great Junior Grandmaster is here? Great Junior Grandmaster. Great Junior Grandmaster, where did you go this time? Can we come listen to your stories? Can't you play the flute for us? It always lingers in my ears, but it doesn't feel the same unless it's you. Great Junior Grandmaster. Who's the person next to you? A new disciple? Wow, the most beautiful woman in Sichuan. The speaking poison flower. The flower rain. Can you show us the flower rain, you idiot? Wouldn't we all die if she did that? They were in an uproar, chattering among themselves. King received their enthusiastic welcome, putting a piece of candy she had brought into each of their mouths. The children who lived in the mountains without going outside the sect were not only very kind but also extremely sensitive to external stimuli. So it was almost like an attack by a flock of birds. Unlike King, who was already used to it and skillfully popped a piece of candy into each mouth, Tang Nana already looked visibly tired. I imagined something quiet when they said it was a Taoist sect. Buta broken bar. Isn't that all just prejudice? King Ching and I were quiet, you know. But you really were a Taoist elder. Broken bar. Tang Nana spoke as if seeing King anew. Of course, her attitude was already different from when she was staying at the Tang clan, so it couldn't be helped. She had been completely relaxed, with laziness ingrained in her body. There was a moment when she seemed to be training a bit with Peng Kalai during the journey, but even that didn't last long. All she did was sleep, eat, or cling to old Choi and act boiled. But now that she was home, her waist was already straightened, shoulders broadened, looking like a dignified elder sister, so it couldn't help but be surprising. King chuckled and said, "What do you mean, elder? First, let's go greet the sect leader and then I'll guide you to the guest quarters." As they were crossing Divine Maiden Peak like this, something small suddenly ran up and threw itself into an embrace. I hurt my chest, you know. Don't rub your face on the wound, please. Gasp. It was an unfamiliar face, but it was a little one wearing a second-grade disciple training uniform, whose crown just reached a bit below the collarbone when hugging. While King was tall for a woman, standing just 2 finger widths short of 6 chi, 5'9.4, even considering that, not reaching the collarbone was still quite small. There was only one person in the Divine Maiden sect who fit that description. Oh, Jiang Myongi. You've become very pretty. I almost didn't recognize you. Huet. Jiang Myong made a strange laughing sound. King looked her up and down and exclaimed in admiration. Oh, what's this? Are you around the early stage first-rate realm now? He. At this, Jiang Myong put her hands on her hips and acted smug. King continued speaking. A mere first-rate nobody shouldn't be blocking a peak realm master's chest. Won't you move aside? Go play with other early-stage first-rate novices. Oh no, I might catch the first-rate disease. Shoo, go away. Tch. Jiang Myong's face soured, as King chuckled and opened her arms again. Jiang Myong hesitated and asked, "Which side is hurt? Left, right, left?" "Okay." Jiang Myong threw herself into an embrace again. King let out another short scream. That's the left side. It just barely healed, and now it's going to split again." "What? You said left, didn't you? It's my left, you know. Not when you're looking at me. Then you should have said so. When someone asks if your left or right arm is hurt, do you answer based on their left? You're saying such stupid things even after so long has passed since we've met. HMPH. Alright. Now let go. The law is strict, and minors shouldn't be clinging like this. A broken bar? I've been an adult since we first met. To me, men and women are the same. It starts from the age of 20. Jiang Maiyongi, you're 18 this year. 2 years left. 1 year and 1 month. This year is almost over. For reference, in Chinese coming of age, men were considered adults at 20, the age of capping, while women were just 15. Literally only 15 years old. When a man was 15, they were told to set their mind on learning and told them to embrace learning, but for women at 15, forget learning, they were just told to hurry up and have children and were considered adults. This was how things were in the Central Plains, which was why Xumanzurin was so indignant and wrote down countless legendary anecdotes of women's struggles. Then she looked at Tang Nana and asked, "Who's this?" Thunk. King lightly flicked her forehead. "What kind of manners are those towards a guest?" "This thing is Tang Nana. She's one of the 5 great beauties of Murim, and also, a physician." "Hey, how can you call a person this thing?" Hello, Junior Daoist. 5 great beauties? Jinjiang Maiyong looked at Tang Nana's face, then at King's face, then checked Tang Nana's face again, and then looked at King's face with a snort and raised one corner of her mouth crookedly. "Hey, what's that, you little thing?" "What's that supposed to mean?" HMPH. King suddenly recalled an old memory at this sight. Come to think of it, this Jiang Maiyong brat has been a little shit with no manners since the beginning. I forgot because she acted so docile after entering the Divine Maiden sect. Well, maybe she just had severe anxiety when it came to strangers or something. Anyway, she sent the little squirt away to train, and led Tang Nana towards the sect leader's hall. The current sect leader, Wang Zuxi of the Heavenly Muted Sword, was a woman with a particularly weak presence. This was partly due to being overshadowed by the grand sect leader Xumanzurin, who shone so brightly. But according to what the senior sisters said, King was the youngest junior sister in the sect leader's allocation. The great senior sister had always been characterized by a faint presence that seemed to be there yet not there. So much so that her title was the Heavenly Muted Sword. It came from a single move where she had pierced the heart of the past's public enemy of Murim, the ravenous sex fiend, from behind without even her allies noticing during the subjugation. Yes, it is truly admirable and excellent that you learn medical arts at such a young age. Since you've come all the way to our Taoist temple, receive plenty or pure energy. There are no particular set rules, so rest comfortably at ease. Yes, elder sect leader, a female physician, what a wonderful sound that has. Of course, I do not mean anything else by it, but you came to check on our youngest sister's injury prognosis. Yes, how lovely of you to be so thoughtful. Number. Please withdraw your words. Yes, you should rest well. Rest, indeed, rest very well. As she particularly emphasized resting well, Tang Nana, who had been sweating profusely, quietly spoke up. If you would allow it, though this humble one's skills are still lacking, could I perhaps check pulses while I'm staying here? Broken bar. Oh my, how admirable. So that beautiful appearance comes from such a kind heart. And so the sect leader achieved what she wanted. After that, when they were about to prepare bedding for a room in the guest quarters, Tang Nana couldn't hide her surprise. What's this? It's empty. This is your room, though. A broken bar? A broken bar? Tang Nana clapped her hands as if she understood. Come on, don't tease me for not having Jianghu experience. You even told me to take off my shoes when getting on the boat. Do you think I'll fall for it again? How can this be a guest room when there's not even a bed? Then what am I holding? A blanket and a thick blanket? This is called a yu. It's used for sleeping on the floor. Gasp. Is this the thing I've only heard rumors about? A broken bar. The daughter of Sichuan's richest family seemed unable to accept reality and was in shock. Well, the size of the room was only slightly smaller or similar to Tang Nana's ultra-luxurious bed, so what could one say? Isn't this extremely hard? Hard. Try lying down once. Then King spread out the thick yo with her monstrous strength in one go, laying it out with a swish. Tang Nana lay down on it with an excited, heart-fluttering expression. Then her expression immediately hardened. "It is hard." "I didn't say it wasn't, did I?" "Of course it's hard." "No, how can anyone sleep on this?" Tang Nana made a tearful face. King snorted. Last winter, King had fallen asleep crouched in a corner, unable to even lie down due to the cold, shivering without even a single blanket. Even then, she couldn't lean against the wall because it was cold. "I'll specially bring you 2 more. Won't 3 layers be more or less okay?" HMPH. "It's uncomfortable. When you sleep outdoors, you just have to remove the pebbles and lie down, you know." "Stop complaining when you have a full stomach." Tang Nana looked at King with an aggrieved expression. These words coming from someone who spent more than half the day sprawled out comfortably on a bed didn't feel convincing at all. "Then you're a great senior sister. Aren't you using a nice room all to yourself?" "What, do you want to see my house?" And so King revealed her sweet home that she had been dreaming of. King's feelings upon seeing her home after so long were truly, well, very shabby. A broken bar. Was it this small? Did someone sneakily eat away at it and shrink it? Ximenzuran had many worries. It was because of the disciple she had taken in her twilight years. How on earth was she supposed to correct that unruly behavior? Even last winter, with the mindset of whipping a crying child's calves even more, she had almost stripped her naked. She had hoped that feeling shame from being nearly naked would make her reflect on her conduct, but instead, she ended up losing the very emotion of shame itself. Idiaresis (1/2). Even when beaten, it only lasted for that moment, and once the pain subsided, she would forget as if nothing had happened. A grown woman acting without dignity, having the audacity of being coquettish to a great elder of Taoism. Of course, how could she not understand that heart that cared for a lonely-looking master? She was only grateful for that kind nature. If it weren't for that, she would have seriously considered having to deal with the calamity of the heavenly slaughter herself. Still, thanks to that stubborn stupidity, she could have confidence that she would be able to overcome even in the face of that vicious fate of the heavenly slaughter. In fact, Ximenzuran, while calling herself a master, hadn't particularly passed on any martial arts. She had taught the heart cleanse mirror of Zuxiang, and was shocked when her disciple immediately achieved the Grand Star and appeared. However, for other martial arts like swordsmanship, she had judged that she needed to gain enlightenment from what she already possessed. So the training method Ximenzuran had prepared for this winter was also an extension of that. Thud, 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 thud. Stacks of books piled high kept landing in front of King with heavy sounds. "Ah, Master?" "I pondered why my disciple's enlightenment has not come, and I thought perhaps it is because your knowledge is not just lacking, but completely non-existent." It was a statement that outright called her, "You ignorant wench." A girl who practices Taoist and Buddhist martial arts doesn't even know a single Taoist immortal or Buddha, so how could you grasp enlightenment even if it came? Studying at this age is a beat a broken bar. Learning is a lifelong journey, my disciple. I will not allow you to go out into Jianghu until you have copied all these books twice. King made a tearful face. Of course, the books of the Central Plains were not like those in King's homeland with thin paper densely packed with text. The paper was thick and the characters were as big as gates, so even if she diligently copied them, she might or might not see results by spring. Well, it depended on King's sleeping hours. King looked down at the books. Just from the titles, she could tell they were Taoist and Buddhist scriptures, which meant that among books, they were the least interesting religious texts. Moreover, the scriptures of this era were closer to philosophical texts in commentary form, where even the same passage could have different interpretations depending on the author. In other words, they were not interesting. Even a college entrance exam could not compare. Let's say she had to start studying for one because the exam was the day after tomorrow. Even then, these books could never be interesting. King responded with a grave expression. "Master, I'd rather strip naked." Smack. King rolled on the floor. TSK. No matter what, a young lady in her prime should know better than to say such things. "Master, it seems to be getting stronger and stronger. A broken bar at this rate. Won't your disciple's head really split open? Stop exaggerating. No, it really hurts. A broken bar, King said with tears welling up in her eyes. Of course it hurt, since she was hit to make it hurt. Since my disciple knows no shame, stop saying nonsense and do as you're told. You may be ignorant, but you do have a brain, so you'll naturally memorize as you write. Yes, a broken bar, King answered dejectedly with slumped shoulders. However, there was something that wise people throughout all times and regions unanimously said: the mouth is the source of all evil, so always be careful with your words. In fact, last winter's ignorant protective chi training was close to an outrageous act that would make all masters in Jianghu point fingers and curse. How could one bear the shame of exposing a grown female disciple half-naked in front of the sect disciples? Even Ximenzuren had been apologetic and heartbroken throughout, but this was the result in the end. Ximenzuren was human too. She couldn't help but feel resentful in proportion to that heartache. But since my disciple has shown such great spirit as to dare mention undressing, how could I as a master stop her? It seems you haven't forgotten that training even after enduring such hardship all winter, so I shall allow that as well. King realized that she had not only lost her original investment by carelessly opening her mouth, but even her capital had been completely wiped out. Upon cleanly giving up, King voiced a single desperate hope. Then, could you please allow just one blanket this time? I want to sleep lying down. A broken bar. Hey, Kinga. We need to apply medicine. When Tang Nana occasionally called her by a different name than usual, she tended to look around awkwardly and shyly after speaking, as if something was so awkward and embarrassing. This time too, Tang Nana was about to look around when she immediately became shocked. Kark, you, what kind of state are you in? Tang Nana screamed, covering her eyes with both hands. Her eyeballs were fully visible between her fingers, but since it was originally a pose meant to express a woman's embarrassment, there was no particular need to nitpick. King answered with an enlightened expression. A broken bar. This is how it turned out. Why is your house like this? Did thieves come? Well, something like that. Aren't you cold? The wind is blowing so fiercely. A broken bar. I am cold. A broken bar. Being okay and being cold were two different things. Just like getting hit with a nuclear nuke didn't cause injury or tearing, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Still, it felt better than last year. Subjectively. Maybe it's because I'm at least wearing bandages. A broken bar. It was natural, given that she had learned the blissful maiden arts that helped endure heat and cold, along with 2 ice arts. Unless it was the winter of that far northern sea, this body wouldn't be invaded by the cold of the central plains. Why are you in such an indecent state, training? A broken bar. What kind of training is this? Are you perhaps being hated or bullied? How can you be in front of others like that? A broken bar. Their family are away. A broken bar. This isn't a matter of family. A broken bar. Tang Nana swallowed hard. But, it's so lewd. How can a child be so lewd? While dressed in an outfit that only the world's most lustful woman would wear, her expression and eyes were filled with gloomy resignation, shoulders slumped with a sad air. That contrast is really, how should I put it, erotic. A broken bar. Tang Nana just kept gulping like that. Tang Nana suspected the Divine Maiden sect's outer disciples physically and emotionally abuse King upon seeing her state. Especially for the delicately raised Tang Nana, it was a shocking sight that caused cultural shock. A single piece of thin, see-through cloth was draped over her with 2 shoulder straps. Moreover, one shoulder strap had frayed and broken, so it was roughly tied, making it unbalanced left and right. However, she soon realized it was a misunderstanding. Junior Grandmaster, you're wearing that again? Wow, you're still so beautiful. I'm really jealous. Why? Do you want to try it on too? Later when it's hot. It's too cold now. Can't you let me wear it when it's warm and we're alone? Wake up and stop dreaming. How could I give this to you when it's so comfortable in hot weather? If you're not going to change into it now, forget it. And then there was a passing auntie, no, a first-grade disciple. Junior Master, I sewed 2 blankets together and put in plenty of cotton, so use that. Oh my. Just looking at you makes me cold. Wow. Thank you so much. You're truly my lifesaver. If you're grateful, Don't just say it. Next time when you go out into Jianghu, you know. Noted. I'll properly repay your kindness, so look forward to it. And then, the third grade chicks. Great Junior Grandmaster. Flute, flute, flute. What the broken bar? Did I leave my flute with you or something? Did I owe you a flute performance? Do I look like a flute to you? Hurry, hurry. We've been waiting for Great Junior Grandmaster to come. Don't you have any new songs? King quickly plagiarized some eternal classics and played a few tunes, causing everyone to go wild with delight again. Everyone accepted King's attire as extremely natural, creating scenes where they would either make a fuss about how pretty she was or show not even a speck of disregard. Well, everyone was already familiar with the sight after seeing it to the point of nausea last year, and stimuli tend to raise the threshold when continued. There might have been excited last winter, but by this spring, they were more interested in the flute recital than her clothing. At this point, even Tang Nana was confused. What's going on? Am I the weird one? Isn't it indecent to wear such a see-through, unsightly thing as clothing? Isn't King ashamed as well? However, King just rubbed her arms saying it was chilly, but walked around without any particular sign of embarrassment. I don't know what's happening. If neither she nor others make an issue of it, what's the point of me being concerned? But why do I feel so thirsty every time I look at her? And so Tang Nana just kept swallowing hard and eagerly watched. However, she couldn't just follow King around all the time, as the Divine Maiden sect disciples thoroughly made use of the physician who had rolled into their sect. It was to the point where it was confusing whether she was a guest or an invited physician, as the naturally industrious people of the Divine Maiden sect couldn't stand to see anyone being idle. Especially when even the youngest junior grandmaster of the sect leader's generation, who came later, was dedicating herself to training all day with just a thin cloth wrapped around her. After spending about half a day copying, King got a rough idea. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be quite a lot of free time. The books of the Central Plains had fewer characters than King had thought. Moreover, her physical strength, concentration, and basic dexterity were unlike those of common people who didn't know martial arts, resulting in an enormous work output. At this rate, she could finish leisurely over the winter and go back out into Jianghu in spring. King felt relieved thinking this. After wrestling with ink all morning like that, she was in the middle of thoroughly demolishing the Divine Maiden sect's lunch, which wasn't fancy but was neat, deep in flavor, and above all, provided infinitely. A first-grade disciple asked with a worried expression. Junior Master, are you sick? Huh? I'm fine. The Grand Sect leader was worried that you might be sick since you didn't come to morning training. Are you just playing hooky? Huh? Only then did King realize her mistake. It wasn't training material, it was homework. And then one question came to mind. Even if she did the copying leisurely, it was still an amount that would take all winter until spring. If I go to master in the morning and afternoon a broken bar, wouldn't there be no time left? No, wait, then when would I sleep a broken bar? However, for Ximenzurin, the books she had given King were merely basic knowledge for learning. Allocating separate time to acquire such very basic background knowledge, she was a cold-blooded person who couldn't understand such a concept itself. What rush is there? It is not like the Central Plains are begging my disciple to come. You can finish slowly, so should you not learn properly before going out? Will you die if you cannot go out in spring? TSK. Look at how you are so full of thoughts of leaving. No. That's not at our broken bar. King's answer was difficult because it wasn't wrong. In the end, if she had to accept it anyway, she decided to agree cheerfully. I don't know. I guess I'll sleep when I'm dead. Excellent. Yes. I have been pondering how my disciple will achieve her progressed cultivation. It seems that although you easily understand martial arts, you do not contemplate their depths. So your attainments are delayed. She only understood to the extent that someone explained, but she made no progress in pioneering her own martial studies based on that knowledge. It was an accurate assessment. However, even her good understanding was due to the shortcut of directly engraving it in her head using the martial arts window, so how much worse would in-depth study be? Didn't I tell you before that your sword art of the maiden follows the principle of the golden mean of Jushin Xuana 1/4? It was a top-class sword art that encompassed all subtleties from the beginning, so it is only natural that you are blindly wandering now. Ximenzuran unfolded her full-fledged teaching. The golden mean means nothing is excessive, so it encompasses all four basic subtleties of martial arts. These come from the harmony of heaven and earth, yin and yang, swift, dull, illusory, and heavy. Swift sword is a fast sword, and dull sword is a slow sword. King raised her hand to ask a question. Then isn't a fast sword always better? And since force comes from speed and weight, isn't a fast sword ultimately stronger? A broken bar. Dull does not refer to slow speed. Dullness implies a lack of moving, so it is static. Swift is moving. Thus, the harmony of these two forms yin and yang, followed by the four aspects of movement within movement, movement within stillness, stillness within movement, and stillness within stillness. A mere broken bar. King's eyes spun in circles. Ximenzuran chuckled and explained. Swift and dull could be typically exemplified by the contrast between Dionkang and Wudang. The martial arts of the Dionkang sect were the epitome of extreme speed. The sword technique that pierced the sun was a beam of light that advanced like lightning towards the enemy's heart. On the other hand, the martial arts of the Wudang sect were about calmly holding one's ground. No matter what vicious killing movements swirled towards them, they simply returned it with the principle of Tai Chi, never wavering like Mount Tai. I think I understand a broken bar. Ximenzuran smiled gently at this. If you understood, wouldn't you have already reached enlightenment? For now, just engrave it in your mind. And then there are the subtleties of illusory and heavy. Illusory sword was also called transformation sword, focusing on confusing the enemy with dazzling and intricate sword energy emissions. In contrast, heavy sword pursued a single, stubborn, and weighty strike that cut off the breath of life, sending the enemy to Sukhavati 1. This could be exemplified by the contrast between Mount Hua and Shaolin. The martial arts of the Mount Hua sect were full of vitality. The sword dance that depicted the petals of fully bloomed plum blossoms was in fact a real illusion of all those falling flowers and also the very essence of unpredictable change. Shaolin's martial arts were straightforward. While the martial arts of Shaolin monks who kept the precept of no killing did not contain deadly killing intent, they embodied the subtlety of heaviness in seeking to subdue the enemy with a single strike. The subtlety of the golden mean that embraces everything must contain all these subtleties, so one must understand all principles. Broken bar. And only then did Ximenzuran speak again. It seems my disciple has a talent for picking up martial arts from somewhere, so I am warning you just in case. Make sure to engrave this in your heart. At this point, even Ximenzuran should naturally know. Where on earth would she even pick up the Yijin cleansing method and great meditation divine arts? Of course, seeing how she also picked up the wave-dreading subtle steps, it was clear her connections were not ordinary. But those two divine arts were too much. It is difficult to understand the four basic principles with just one sword technique like the sword art of the maiden. Because it is balanced, no single subtlety stands out, and because nothing stands out, it is even harder to feel. So, if you learn martial arts that extremely pursue one subtlety each, and there are four of them, would you not understand them all? You mean a broken bar, swift. The fastest sword under heaven. This would undoubtedly be the sun-piercing sword technique of Dionkang. Dull. The most static sword under heaven. This was what the emperor sword form of the Namgung clan, the greatest sword clan under heaven, pursued. Illusory. The most unpredictable sword under heaven. This would be the wisdom sword of Tai Chi, a divine technique where humans overturn heaven and earth through the infinite changes of yin, yang, and Tai Chi. Of course, some might mention Mount Hua's plum blossom sword, but while it was flashy and unpredictable, it could be said to be shallow in depth, as light as flower petals. Heavy, the heaviest sword under heaven. If we're talking about martial arts that pursue extreme heaviness, there is not really a suitable sword technique. If anything, The primordial thunderbolt Dao of the Peng clan could be called the heaviest Dao technique under heaven. Then Ximeng Zuren continued with a smile. Even if it is not necessarily a Dao technique, doesn't my disciple already hold the subtlety of heaviness in her hand? Ah, then the white hand demonic arts is ac. King rolled on the floor again. A moment later, she protested with eyes full of tears. I was just joking, a broken bar. My disciple's jokes do not sound like jokes at all. And no matter if it is a joke, one shouldn't carelessly mention the name of demonic arts. Yes. So, I mean, the Buddha's palm, a broken bar. It was a martial art that imitated the palm of Buddha, so it was truly a martial study that embodied the heaviest imagery in the world. King's lips protruded by 3 feet, having learned her lesson for carelessly making a joke. Then, which one should I learn first among them? It will take a long time to learn 3 of them. If that is the case, wouldn't it be best to first learn the wisdom sword of Tai Chi, which has both the subtleties of illusory and dull? The subtlety of swift is the most common in martial arts even without the sun piercing, so it can be postponed to the very end. So I should learn the wisdom sword of Tai Chi, emperor sword form, and sun-piercing sword technique in that order. At this point, she was stating it so shamelessly that there was clearly no intention to hide her cheats at all. However, Ximeng Zuren had already noticed and essentially said she wouldn't ask about it. So, King could also ask with a light heart. If it's going to take some time, it might be a good to learn the Emperor sword form first. There's something left by the Celestial Martial Emperor on the Absolute Sword wall, so it might be better to learn the Namgung's martial arts before the 9 sects martial arts. Then I should learn in the order of Emperor sword form, Wisdom sword of Tai Chi, and sun-piercing sword technique, right? Yes. If possible, that is. Of course, this is no different from stealing other sects' martial arts. You probably will not be able to learn them, but even if you do, you must never use them carelessly. If someone had heard this, they would have pointed fingers saying she should know better. A master advising her disciple to steal others' martial arts and even listing them out. However, Ximeng Zuren was already someone who had given up on the concept of human sentiment for her disciples since last year. But looking at King's current state, one could say she had only arbitrarily discarded human sentiment without gaining anything. After all, she had lost her sense of shame just to quickly gain a protective mirror that she would naturally realize and master as her realm increased. Looking at the results, couldn't this be considered a great loss? King was not one to delay once she set her mind to something. In a positive light, one could say she has good initiative. It was a nice way of describing someone impulsive, careless, and impatient as having good initiative. That night, she exchanged 3,000 points for the Emperor sword form, raised it to 6 stars for good performance relative to practice points, and raised the wave-dreading subtle steps to 12 stars. However, how effective that 12 stars was a broken bar. Originally, 12 stars meant the Grand Star, a stage where one had not only mastered the martial art but also completely melted it down in their own way, completing their own interpretation on top of the existing imagery. However, all King's martial arts window could do was stay faithful to its original function. 10 stars if all basic movements were crammed in, 11 stars if hidden movements were unlocked, and 12 stars if the unique effects, mostly large amounts of stats, that each martial art possessed were granted. It was 12 stars only by King's standards in the world. As such, in reality, it was no grand star but just an ultra-cramming memorization trick. Still, her abilities did surpass human limits. In fact, at this point, she was tough enough that even if she fell straight down from a fairly high cliff with her bare body, she would only get a few scratches. Then she would dust herself off, get up, pretend to be in a bad mood once, then stick her elbows back into the cliff and climb right back up, feeling refreshed as if she had just had a good workout. That was the level of monstrous strength and stamina she had attained. Moreover, she kept getting stronger even after surpassing human limits. In fact, at this point, one might question whether she even needed martial arts when she herself was strength incarnate. Perhaps that was why she might still be stuck in the late-stage peak realm. Of course, King might feel wronged if one were to ask how she could be in such a state after learning so many great divine arts. A broken bar. Well, just because you had the best verified textbooks didn't mean you would automatically study well. While it was difficult to reach enlightenment with third-rate martial arts and poor textbooks, having good textbooks didn't necessarily mean your grades would skyrocket. Wasn't it all dependent on one's aptitude for study and attitude? But King was a person from the modern era with military experience, as well as a world-class beauty who wonders why martial arts are even considered a form of study. For someone who started from scratch and was now in her 4th year, just 1 month away from completing 4 full years in this Murim journey, to have caught up to the peak realm through pure enlightenment was actually praiseworthy. She deserved nothing but accolades and compliments for her efforts, especially since she did not have a special forces background and didn't even bother to memorize a single taekwondo form in the military, being just an ordinary social science major. The swords of the Divine Maiden sect were elegant. Their father was the Yan Emperor, an extremely ancient, mythical-level conservative father among fathers. The sword technique passed down by such a Yan emperor to his daughter wouldn't have allowed for wild boar-like frolicking. The Yanji protective sword, created in imitation of that imagery, draws beautiful flows where even the slightest changes within the embrace of its lightly wielded sword strikes are splendid and elegant. In fact, the Yanji protective sword had a gold border by the martial arts Windows standards. However, even gold alone was enough to be called a great martial study worthy of being called a divine art. When a profound realm master who has achieved Grand Star wields such an ascending sword art, it's simply deadly for the opponent. Ximenzuren's Yanji protective sword, reinterpreted at the Grand Star level, was not flashy. Instead, it filled that empty space with the subtlety of the heavy sword, making it elegant and refined yet properly stubborn, containing an awe-inspiring force that made one's hair stand on end. A vicious sword chi that couldn't possibly be imagined from a wooden practice sword without a blade gently curved and surged towards King's waist. The sword tip, undulating up and down, could extend in either direction from that change, as if a single sword was approaching to target the head, body, and legs simultaneously. At that moment, King's form showed a strange movement. She stretched out her arm, swinging it while her feet showed a light movement left and right, and then, as if she were an incorporeal soul, she pierced through the sword's trajectory and appeared 5 steps behind Ximenzuren. Ximenzuren turned around smoothly, extending her sword trajectory in a dot with an unhurried, demure posture. Rather, King panicked and moved her feet again to the single point, rushing towards her lower back, leaving pleasant afterimages dot by dot as she ended up standing with her back to her master far to the west. Ximenzuren withdrew her sword and looked at King. King scratched her head awkwardly. "I guess I should only use this for running away." "Indeed, it seems so." Ximenzuren nodded as well. They said learning the greatest footwork under heaven meant one would never be defeated, and it truly was unparalleled only in not being defeated. While performing the footwork, one couldn't even breathe freely and had to follow the set order precisely, resulting in always appearing with one's back to the enemy in one of the 64 directions that were divided into 8 directions of 8 directions. If the direction of the foot were to be even slightly off while performing the wave-dreading subtle steps, one would trip over their own feet and fall with a crash. There had been countless attempts to apply the wave-dreading subtle steps to attacks, but they all ended in vain. This was a characteristic that appeared because it was more of a formation stepped on by feet rather than just footwork. So it was a footwork only useful for escaping and avoiding battle. However, wasn't it precisely because of this that it could be called a peerless divine art? If one could escape with their body intact, it literally meant never being defeated. However, it wasn't without weaknesses. An enemy who properly understood the formation could block the 64 changes of the 8 trigrams 8 palaces in advance. Even without that, it was also vulnerable to attacks that filled the entire space or blind sword strikes that didn't rely on sight. Still, It is undoubtedly excellent for self-defense. Zurin's teachings were generally like this. She opened the way for King to develop on her own by applying the martial arts she knew in her head as much as possible. So King's daily routine involved rolling around and sparring diligently while the sun was up, then resting a bit after dinner while playing the flute. Since everyone around her gave such enthusiastic support, saying she was so good, so pretty, the best, the flute that she never played outside became quite an enjoyable hobby inside. Then she would return, light a lamp, open her books, and diligently copy until late at night, only going to bed when it was deep into the night. Still, the senior disciple's special cotton-padded quilt made by sewing 2 blankets together did its job well. She would spread it on the floor, lie down at the edge, grab the blanket, and then roll herself up tightly. This way, it functioned as both a mattress and a blanket, soft underneath and blocking the wind from all sides. Even in a cold room without windows or doors, one blanket was enough to create a soft and cozy bed. Originally, King preferred to have her face and hands outside the blanket, but since there was not just a draft but a typhoon blowing in the room, this was better even if it was stuffy. Additionally, there was a positive effect that King didn't know about. After sleeping in that attention position for a day or two, her habit of tossing and turning in her sleep gradually changed to a corpse-like stillness. The books she had finished copying piled up one by one, already exceeding half. It felt like yesterday that she had eaten her fill of mooncakes for the new year, but more than 20 days had already passed since then. The cold had now reached its peak, so while her body's health remained the same, King's expression became desolate due to the sharply dropped perceived temperature. At this, Tang Nana subtly brought up the topic. "Hey, Kinga." What? I was thinking, how about staying at your place for a day? I've always wanted to sleep over at a friend's house. He broken bar. It had been a long time since King had refused to sleep in the same bed after being caught fondling her chest back at the Tank Clan. However, King unexpectedly agreed readily. "Oh, really? Then come at night." "Really? Sure." "You might want to sleep over at a friend's house once." A smile appeared on King's face as she answered like that. Tang Nana was momentarily dazed. What's this? Why is she so pretty? A broken bar. It was understandable for her to think so since the girl who had been shivering with a sad expression all this time finally showed a bright face after so long. And so, Tang Nana received the promise and, for whatever reason, even took a short nap right after dinner, heading towards King's thatched cottage in a fresh state. By the way, is this a house or an abandoned building? There wasn't a single window or door, and the only household items were a desk, scriptures piled in the corner, and a bundle of clothes roughly thrown together and tied up. King, who had been diligently filling in her copying, transcribing scriptures, greeted Tang Nana with a somewhat evil smile. "I don't have much to offer." "Want some cold water? In this cold weather a broken bar? I'm too lazy to chop wood, so there's no firewood." King's state of undress was just due to Zurin's resentment, so in fact, she could have lit a fire if she wanted to without much issue. In the Divine Maiden sect, the principle was to gather firewood on one's own. It wasn't about cutting just any tree, but the rule was to go all the way down the mountain to the gate at the foot of the mountain to cut wood. Most of the sightings of the fairy of Mount Wu were actually due to disciples who had briefly gone down to gather firewood. She didn't want to go all the way down the mountain and back just for firewood, and she couldn't steal the disciples' fuel wood given her position of respect. Besides, if it's cold, why not just wrap up in a blanket? "Let's sleep. I'm sleepy." "Let's sleep," King said as she spread out the blanket. However, that was the only one that existed. "Just that one blanket, huh? Is that all? What about pillows?" "A broken bar." "There's no such thing. My place is humble, so this is how it is." And then they lay down side by side, pulling the opposite end of the blanket to cover themselves. "A broken bar. See cold." "Cold? Wear warm clothes." "No, this is unbearable. It's so cold." Tang Nana's body shook violently. "It's cold." It was a space with no warmth in the middle of winter, with a huge draft hole and only a roof. If you stick your head out, it's so cold that it's painful as if your eyes might freeze, and if you put your head inside, You can't see anything, it's stuffy, and you can't breathe. Yet the inside of the blanket isn't particularly warm either. If Tang Nana thought she could smile and get through the cold of a mountaintop with bitter winds blowing on a midwinter night with just one blanket, she would have to be Seal Nana, the ice flower rather than the poison flower, a woman from that far northern sea. This doesn't seem right. Then there's nothing we can do. I can't see you off looking like this, though. And so Tang Nana shuddered and ran away. No wonder she agreed so readily. But is it really okay to live like that? Is there some northern sea blood mixed in her family line? Alright, this time I was underprepared. Tang Nana cleanly admitted defeat. However, the famous Sichuan's most wicked woman, the speaking poison flower, was also persistent. Next time, she would wear 4 layers of thick clothing, a fur hat that covers her ears, and even a face mask, she decided, vowing to prepare each item right away. Of course, doing so might overcome the cold. But wouldn't that make her look like a robber coming to steal rather than a friend visiting? Xim and Zurin received a letter. It was a letter stamped with the official seal of the Murim Alliance. The letter, which began with "To the respected senior Ximen," conveyed news about the demonic cult's unilateral request for reconciliation and other Jianghu news that was varied but uniformly unpleasant, such as the annihilation of the Yuan clan of the Jin prefecture and the rampaging of mysterious new bandit groups. And at the end, it wrote the conclusion. And what it said was, "Therefore, we wish to hold a grand conference to unite the Orthodox Murim in these chaotic times, and we would be grateful if you can attend and grace us with your presence." Jinjiang Maiyong is a blunt girl without edgio. This is because edgio is something closer to learned behavior than innate. One needs to accumulate experiences of getting what they want by acting cute as a child to be able to use it as a functional skill when needed as an adult. Jinjiang Maiyong had suffered from meridian blockage since childhood. Having watched her family's fortunes decline in real time because of her, she only knew how to endure and bear it. She had never even thought of trying to be forceful by putting on airs and acting coy. "I'm going to sleep over." As I've said many times, the law is strict as a broken bar. There's no such law. There is in my universe, you know. Come on, it's bedtime for the little one. Your already small height won't grow anymore otherwise. Jinjiang Maiyong is going to sleep over. At this, King opened her eyes wide. What? This little brat dares to refer to herself in third person? Of course, she and Jiang Maiyong often engaged in trading jokes, but even the most outrageous things were usually just dry wordplay delivered with that characteristic blank expression. But right now, Jinjiang Maiyong herself had her face flushed red with embarrassment. King looked at that red face and finally smiled awkwardly as if she had no choice. Using age as an excuse to keep a distance, especially from Jiang Maiyong, how hurt must she be to act cute when she never did before? Oh, she looks like she's about to die of embarrassment. Alright, it's not like the heavens will punish us for sleeping together for one day. What can we do? But won't you be cold? At this, Jinjiang Maiyong's eyes widened. Did it work? I don't usually forgive someone referring to themselves in third person, but I'll let it slide because you're cute. For Jinjiang Maiyong, this was a big step forward. The realization that sometimes it's okay to act cute. Come here. Okay. But, as expected, it's cold. Jinjiang Maiyong also had no particular preparation against the winter cold. Tang Nana's goal was more about wanting to feel that fluffy, weighty softness again rather than King herself, so she quickly gave up and ran away in the face of the cold. However, Jinjiang Maiyong endured. The trembling transmitted from the side was concerning, so King burst into a mischievous laugh. "If you're cold, go sleep at your own place." No. I'm not sea cold. Can you stop the sound of your teeth chattering when you speak? I'm not sea cold. Jinjiang Maiyong answered through gritted teeth. King let out a snort. Anyway, you're as stubborn as you are small. Just as Jinjiang Maiyong was about to protest, she was suddenly startled by arms wrapping around her. When she opened her eyes wide in surprise, the world suddenly spun dizzily. King had hugged Jinjiang Maiyong, rolled to the edge of the blanket, grabbed the cloth, and then rolled back to the other side, wrapping them up. "How is it? A bit better, right? This is how I sleep these days." Jinjiang Maiyong froze in inattention. position against King's chest, startled by her pounding heart. "What just happened?" "But it's so dark I can't see anything. The blanket tightening around me is stuffy, and all I can do is wiggle my hands and feet a bit. I can't move." How long had they been like that? King's voice was heard from above her crown. "This reminds me of the old days." "But why are you still the same size, kiddo?" "Old days?" Jinjiang Maiyong suddenly recalled an old memory. Back then in the tunnel. Come to think of it, it was just as dark and tight, difficult to move, as it was then. But there were differences from back then too. Instead of the smell from not being able to wash, there was just a faint, fragrant scent of xiangzhao, ancient primitive beauty soap. There was no discomfort of dirt caked all over the body, and no piercing cold seeping through the back and calves. Her body, which had been stiff with tension, relaxed like a wet towel and leaned against King. It wasn't at all the indescribably strange atmosphere between disciples, sisters, and juniors that Jinjiang Maiyong had expected. But it was so comfortable. It felt like there had never been a time this comfortable before. In front of her parents, she only felt sorry, so home was always an uncomfortable place with a strong smell of medicine. And while the Divine Maiden sect family was kind, living in a group without her own room meant she could never fully relax. "Hey, kiddo, is life at the Divine Maiden sect okay? You're not bullying anyone, are you?" "A broken bar?" "Usually people ask if I'm being bullied." "Who would bully the youngest of the second grade?" "The juniors must all adore you." "You might bully the third grade kids since you suddenly jumped up the hierarchy, though." "I don't." "Is that so? Then that's good." King had seen more than a few disciples hugging Jinjiang Maiyong to their chest and resting their chin on her crown, so she was just asking casually. It was like how Korean fathers awkwardly ask how's work when they're alone with their children for once. Of course, that's what King thought. Having only had one father, she couldn't know if other fathers did the same. Choi Leong might feel sad if he knew she thought this. "I wanted to go with you this time." Jinjiang Maiyong's voice was regretful. They had said that when she reached the first-rate realm, they would let her go on a short Jianghu trip with King, but this time she was rejected. But it was understandable, as this was an event where all the famous young men from Central Plains families would gather. The scions of prestigious families are fundamentally handsome. The daughters-in-law of prestigious families learn at least one fairy art and are beautiful women, and their children born from them are beautiful, and then the beautiful daughters learn fairy arts and become beautiful mothers again. A broken bar. So after accumulating fairy arts through generations of blood, now when one says prestigious family, one could tell just from their appearance, thinking how truly noble. As such, they couldn't send a defenseless 19-year-old girl to such a dangerous place. They said next time, didn't they? "If there's somewhere nearby you want to go, you should think about it." Then, the Northern Sea. King knows the Northern Sea is far, thanks to Seal Ganem. "If you reach the Peak Realm by the time I get back from this trip, TCH. Then Hainan Island, Zhoushan Islands. I don't know where those are, but they're islands, right? Are you trying to do a pilgrimage outside the Central Plains in all directions?" Then a broken bar. As they chatted about such trivial things, before they knew it, Jinjiang Maiyong was making gentle sleeping sounds. King chuckled and accepted the sleepiness she had been forcibly pushing away. Originally, big events held in the Central Plains set their dates very generously. This was because guests also came from very far away. Kaifeng, where the Murim conference is being held, is located in the northeast of Henan province, and the Divine Maiden sect is stuck in the westernmost corner of Hubei province. It was not a close distance, but with the Central Plains mindset, it was still close enough to boast that they were neighbors since they were adjacent administrative provinces. Moreover, the roads are very well paved. By taking the Yangtze River to Muhan, then north along the main road through Xianyang, Luo, Xukeng, then stopping at Zhengzhou, and then turning, it takes just a few days to reach Kaifeng. These cities have existed since ancient times in the Three Kingdoms period when Liu, Cao Cao, and Sima Yi fought for control of the world. Even in those primitive times, they had properly built roads that have been trodden until now, making them flat, well-drained, and wide enough that even cheap carriages have a decent ride. So King grumbled about being needlessly excited, and only after spending the entire winter and finishing her copying with plenty of time to spare did she finally leave the Divine Maiden sect. Have a good trip. As usual, with the Divine Maiden sect disciples' enthusiastic send-off behind her, King began her 5th year of her Jianghu journey. I can't believe I'm already in my 5th year. Time really flies. King was suddenly filled with a strange sentiment about this. However, pastime is something that always flies by in an instant, even if it was the most boring and longest time in one's life. Have a safe trip, physician. But I have to go home after it's over. A broken bar. Tang Nana, who had settled in because she had to go to the Murim conference anyway, was an extra. Still, she seemed to enjoy being enthusiastically sent off, smiling wistfully. And then they stopped by Zigui, the city in front of the Divine Maiden sect, to pick up Jianpo he who had been left there. Zigui, Seal Family Trading Company. Every time they came out to purchase supplies for the Divine Maiden sect, it had grown a little, and now it had completely become a respectable estate. As expected, the neighborhood's top intellect seemed to have a knack for business too. King accepted this, but in reality, this too was essentially a Central Plains business entity of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. The capital came from the cult, and the goods dealt with were connected to the cult's trade ships, so Seal Ganem was little more than a figurehead who had lent his name. This was the Heavenly Demon Divine cult's terrifying economic invasion towards the Central Plains. A broken barno. It was the result of Choi Leong plundering the Heavenly Demon Divine cult's secret connections to pile up gold and buy delicious things for King. The real owner of the trading company was Choi Leong. King, who had already become familiar with the company employees, the guards at the main gate, waved at them and strode inside. Then, in the middle of the main hall, the beautiful Seal Ganem, who had been giving instructions to the porters, raised his eyebrows when he saw King. Jianpo he had described him as looking like an Unni with her limited vocabulary, and seeing him in person, it made sense. With distinct features that were more handsome than beautiful, and a martial headband wrapped around his forehead, he looked like a cool cross-dressing beauty even to King's eyes. Wow, Seal Ganem, you get prettier every time I see you. Starting with insults as soon as we meet. I see. How about that person? Are they doing well? King looked around. She clearly remembered seeing a lovey-dovey couple the last time she came. Seal Ganem spoke calmly. We broke up. After thinking about it, she said she didn't want a husband prettier than herself. She couldn't live her whole life being called the ugly one compared to her husband. Oh my. Cheer up. I guess it wasn't meant to be. What do I have to be upset about? There are plenty of women who like me. It's a bit annoying since he seriously thinks that. However, when it came to women who like her, King wasn't far behind, so she just thought, welp, I guess that's how it is. Well, if Seal Ganem says so, I guess that's how it is. I'm going to caving. Where's my sworn sister? If you're coming, you should have sent word in advance so that seductress could prepare. How can you suddenly show up and demand her? Should she just play around waiting for you every day? She went out to work. Wouldn't it be nice if she could just play around? When will she be back? That might be fine for you. The old man already sent someone as soon as you entered the city, so she should be back soon. At this, King narrowed her eyes. What's this? Did someone tell us? How did you know as soon as we entered the city? Your companion is quite eye-catching, isn't she? While people might think King was a common ugly woman because of her face veil, the Tang Nana beside her was actually, lo and behold, counted among the 5 great beauties of the Central Plains. Even if she kept glancing at passing women's chests as if she wasn't, with an attitude like a boy in the prime of his youth. Even though she saw her every day at the Divine Maiden sect, she had rarely made eye contact. She was busy looking hard, thinking the person's eyes were on their chest. In any case, even so, her appearance alone was that of a supreme beauty with a fierce temperament. What's with that look? Your gaze feels unpleasant somehow. It's nothing, as long as you're happy. A broken bar? Oh, that person working over there. Their chest. At the same time, Tang Nana's head whipped around. Huh? Where? They've trained their chest muscles well. Tang Nana immediately glared with fierce eyes. King let out a deep sigh. She might not have been completely normal from the start, but she didn't seem like this kind of person before. How did she end up like this? She was already worried about this journey. Jai Eonpo, he was originally a bit lacking in the head, so it would be fine if I guide her well, but this one is a goddamn physician, yet somehow she's becoming more and more dumb. It was a time when the shoulders of King, the sole person with any common sense, felt heavy. Gramps, whom I hadn't seen in a while, was worried sick. Above all, take care of yourself. I have prepared some modest travel expenses, so make sure you never go hungry. As he said this, he handed over a money pouch. When King opened it to check, it was full of bright yellow gold. Wow, if this is modest, how much would be modest? I'll use it well. Thank you. This much is modest for you. Always get the best room and buy the most expensive dishes. Being lavish is how you avoid being looked down upon. Do not bother being diligent on your trip. Sleep when you want to sleep and play when you want to play. Usually people say the opposite. Buta broken bar. It was convincing since he was saying this while handing over a pile of gold. And he even added on more of the legendary power of convincing. These are promissory notes I prepared just in case. Each is worth 1 guan of gold, so do not even think about saving money. Wait, Gramps, where did you earn all this money? It is the operating funds for the trading company. It was a bold declaration of embezzlement. Owing. Is it okay to give that to me? When a business really gets going, excessive money starts gushing out from somewhere. Even if it goes bankrupt, it is the business that goes bankrupt, not me. Ooh, you've really become a proper business owner. When they were in Sichuan, even Choi Leong didn't know how the divine cult would respond. But now he knew. So the divine cult's assets were essentially King's assets. Choi Leong then went on to nag. If you get into any unnecessary trouble, do not leave them be, but deal with them cleanly to nip any problems in the bud. Also, be careful of men who act overly friendly for no reason. If necessary, you can accuse them of being sex fiends and deal with them without consequences. Come on, Gramps, am I a child? I know all that already. I would like to go with you if I could. But Senior is right. An old man tagging along would only be a burden to you. Honestly, I don't really care. As long as Gramps takes care of his own grudges, that's fine. If Gramps wants to come along, you can just come. Choi Leong smiled contentedly at this. It is not like I will have to endure forever, and it will naturally be resolved with time. There is no need for an old man to act like a child with a stomachache. Do not worry about this old man and just enjoy yourself. Who was worried about Gramps? If I worried about a master, they just say take care of yourself first. Only then did Jai Eonpo he return. She said she had already packed for the trip to Kaifeng and immediately came out with her luggage, so there was no reason to delay further. Ah, but didn't you say to live in hiding? Isn't the Seal family trading company a bit too eye-catching? Is Seal a common surname? I thought about it, and I realized there's no need to hide when I haven't committed any crimes. For reference, Seal Ganem originally belonged to a branch sect of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and after turning it into a sea of blood regardless of masters, seniors, peers, or juniors, he burned down the building, stole the secret manuals, and left. I superscript 1 TMI diaresis inverted question mark 1/2. However, from Seal Ganem's perspective, it was just justified revenge, even if his methods were a bit excessive. He had only hidden because he was afraid of the Ice Palace's trackers, but now that he had strong backing, he intended to live life to the fullest. King had roughly assumed that Seal Ganem had just killed a few people who bullied him and ran away, but she didn't know that he had burned everything down to the roots. You thought, well, it would be a loss for all of Murim if the neighborhood's top intellect was stuck in a corner. I've been thinking about this for a while, but isn't neighborhood's best a bit ambiguous? What, are you looking down on the neighborhood? And are you asking me to gild your face with your own words? The Seal family trading company is still at the neighborhood level, so raise it well. And then King waved goodbye noisily. Choi Leong, who saw her off, patted Seal Ganem's side and spoke. Well, let us go. If you want to be recognized as a greater strategist, you need to grow the trading company, right? Now that it has come to this, You should aim to become the Central Plains' top intellect. Yes, Elder. Then Silganim suddenly recalled. But wait, since when and why did I start being evaluated for my brain? Silganim was someone who had never once thought of himself as smart. First, they had to take a boat to Murim. On the way to the port, Jianpo he spoke blankly. You know, I just realized I've never been on a boat before. I'm excited. Are we going on a big boat? I've seen a boat this big before. Jianpo he spread her arms wide up and down as she spoke. At this, Tang Nana's eyes lit up beside her. What? You've never been on a boat? Then you probably don't know that you have to take off your shoes when you get on a boat, right? Huh? Why would you take off your shoes? Then your feet would get all wet, wouldn't they? I might be an ignorant woman, but I won't fall for such stupid talk. Come on, even a 7-year-old wouldn't fall for that kind of joke. Huh? Is it that obvious? Of course. You can just look around and see if anyone else is taking off their shoes. Have you ever seen anyone do that, Sworn Sister's friend? You are broken bar. That's true, ear broken bar. Tang Nana nodded with a sour expression. But why are you glancing around like that, Sworn Sister's friend? Is there something interesting? Wow, look at what she's got stuffed in her chest. I didn't. Okay, I wasn't stealing glances at her huh? But what did she have stuffed in there? The shape is just like that, you know. I'm not sure. A broken bar. King let out a deep sigh. When there are two idiots, there's always one that's even more of an idiot than the other. Sworn Sister Wannabe has already taken this round, but, is it okay for a physician to be like this? Is the Central Plains medical community going to be alright like this? Bickering like this, they arrived at the port, and both country bumpkins were in a frenzy, gawking with their mouths wide open. Then Tang Nana finally showed a splendid side befitting a rich family's daughter. Hey, let's ride that one. It looks the biggest and the most luxurious. I'll pay for the fare. Owing? Why do you have to pay to ride a boat? Are you making fun of me again? Do you think they'll just let us on for free? It's different for everyone. King grinned, planted both feet firmly on the ground, and raised her hand high. Everyone. I have a Dragon King's plaque here. I'm looking for just one ship owner who wants to legally evade taxes to Murin. Legal tax evasion. It was like a dream come true for all merchants in the Central Plains. The Chinese people, while hating taxes, surprisingly didn't like illegal tax evasion. This spirit continued to King's modern homeworld, where Chinese people absolutely did not engage in illegal tax evasion. After all, if caught, it undoubtedly meant execution, purging. Above all, legal tax reduction was possible. Since they didn't know where their taxes were going anyway, instead of paying taxes to the country, they offered them to high-ranking party members, receiving massive tax exemption benefits along with accumulation of guangxi. It was a different culture from Koreans, who consider those who paid a lot of taxes to be the world's idiots, morons, and imbeciles, and would praise without reserve, letting the whole nation know as if it were a holy anecdote from mythology just for the mere act of a rich person properly paying the legally stipulated taxes. Anyway, there was fierce competition to host the precious guest. Finally, the owner of a 7-story dragon palace-like ship humbly bowed at the waist and won the honor of entertaining the distinguished Xta Broken Bar. For these reasons, King received truly exceptional treatment. They cancelled the reservation for the best cabin, paying 10 times the cancellation fee to return it, and generously provided expensive alcohol and costly dishes, to the point where it was hard to tell if they were inside a ship or in paradise. In reality, the money spent on entertaining King ended up being 3 or 4 times more than the taxes they would have paid. However, would a wealthy ship owner who owned a 7-story large ship have made such a fuss just to avoid some taxes? It was because they wanted to get back at those annoying waterway forts bastards who block the waterways with harpoons and extort money without doing any real work. Stop. You stop. We have a guest with the Dragon King's plaque on board. Do you dare to cause trouble? Please proceed. The waterway fort's personnel immediately tucked their tails and retreated. It was the most satisfying moment in the ship owner's 30-year career. The ship owner was happy, King was happy, and even the guest whose reservation was cancelled made money by receiving 10 times the deposit, so it was a happy conclusion for everyone. As for the waterway forts, The Dragon King's plaque was originally given out for situations like this, so this was all part of treating their benefactor well. And so, as they ate well, played well, and slept well, before they knew it, the ship flowed along and arrived in Murim. Murim is not the name of a city, but a term combining three keys meaning three ports of Murim. Among the famous places, there was a restaurant called Yellow Crane Tower, said to have been built by Sun Quan, that very Sun Quan, himself. Originally used as a watchtower, it burned down and was rebuilt several times, gradually becoming taller, and by the Tang dynasty, it had become a skyscraper that was always mentioned when discussing the greatest towers under heaven. At the top, they hung a huge plaque engraved with piercing the sky and reaching the clouds, which also grew slightly larger each time the original, which had burned and disappeared, was remade. The original was a phrase written by Sun Quan himself. It meant "I will finally confirm with my own eyes the sky of Chu," and was highly regarded as a phrase of lofty spirit, comparing himself to Xiangnu, the hegemon king of Western Chu. It might seem a bit grandiose for the chieftain of a primitive tribe whose specialty was dying young while shouting about their liver after eating raw freshwater fish, but still, there weren't any particular specialties besides that. But in the distant future, it was destined to become famous as the hometown of a dangerous disease that would strike the entire world. What was this place called in the modern era? Well, Muhan is read as Wuhan in a certain uncivilized language. And if the heavenly slaughtering star had known this, it might have abandoned its obsession with a mere human girl and embraced this city instead. At any rate, with a full money bag and Tang Nana by her side who could splurge if necessary, King had nothing to fear anymore. How could they just pass by when that golden roof that had been visible in the distance since they were on the boat was said to be one of the most famous restaurants in the world? As soon as they got off the boat, they headed straight for it, determined to either make a reservation or pay extra to have a meal if possible. However, the Yellow Crane Tower was a famous landmark known throughout all under the heavens. If you want to make a reservation, it would be 4 months from now. A broken bar. 4 months, or maybe 10 months. Spring and autumn are already fully booked without a single day free. Aha, broken bar. Well, there's nothing we can do about that. King was surprisingly a person of common sense who treated common sense with common sense. King drooped her shoulders and clicked her tongue in disappointment, taking in the high scenery of the Yellow Crane Tower once more. Then suddenly, something caught her eye. A man leaning against the railing on the highest 6th floor, looking outside. A grin spread across King's face behind her face veil. Oh, if there's someone I know, wouldn't it be okay to join them? In truth, King didn't usually go around memorizing people's faces. But it was just the beginning of spring, and the weather wasn't much different from winter. There was a man with his upper body bare, striking a muscle-tensing pose and showing off his huge naked body to the outside. Someone immediately came to King's mind, thinking, that guy. Excuse me, server. Is there perhaps a Jigala broken bar? But what was his name again? I can only remember his surname Jigal. What was it? His title was something like Beast Man. At this, the server's eyes narrowed. Do you mean Great Expert Beastly Sage? That's right. That's it. Beastly Sage. The body of a beast and the brain of a sage. Wow, I think I only heard it once, but I got it right. That's correct, right? Well, I basically told you everything. A broken bar. The server looked at where King's eyes would be behind the face veil with an expression that seemed to ask where her conscience was. Then, could you go up and ask if he remembers this Nunim who came, and if he does, if he could just save 1 seat? I'll pay for my own food. Well, a broken bar. He's an important person. How could he have broken bar? The server looked troubled. The most famous Murim sect in Wuhan is undoubtedly their Yudang sect. Wuhan's pride, Wuhan's dignity, the leader of the Orthodox faction and the northern dipper of Mount Tai. The position of Orthodox faction leader usually changes depending on the locals, the Yudang sect. However, if you ask who rules Wuhan, everyone says it's the Jigal clan. Because their territory overlapped with the Yudang sect, they moved to a scenic spot next to Dongwu Lake in front of Wuhan and established a new headquarters 800 years ago. At that time, the government's orders were absolute, so they had no choice but to follow the emperor's order, saying, "Since you two are stuck together, it's awkward to give land, one of you should yield a bit." So the Jagol clan stepped forward with a very bright, beaming expression, saying they would yield first. In fact, even if they received the same amount of land, the area in front of Dongwu Lake was such a good location. Not only was it along the Yangtze River and by the lake, but the Huguang Plain around Wuhan was the most precious fertile land in Hubei. The Wudang sect couldn't abandon Mount Wudang no matter how much they coveted good land, so in the end, the Jagol clan swallowed up all the expensive urban and metropolitan land. At that time, the level of martial arts wasn't high, and it was an era when the greatest master under heaven was only at the transcendent realm, so the influence of the Jagol family members taking official positions and generously distributing benefits to their main family must have been significant. "Ah, he really is someone I know." Since the server had been consistently polite, King read his discomfort and couldn't force the issue. After all, it was like calling over a new recruit who had just gotten their yellow tag and saying, "I don't remember the name of your battalion commander, but anyway, tell him I'm here," which was quite suspicious. At that moment, Tang Nana stepped forward, using a villainous's specialty, pointing fingers. "Hey, server. You're just a server, yet you're hesitating when our Kinga is speaking. Go tell little brother Jagol that the speaking poison flower of the great Sichuan Tang clan has dropped by." "Ah, yes, understood." The arrogant and high-handed tone, Sichuan Tang clan, and little brother Jagol. This was the attitude that gave the server the trust that, this young lady is certainly a high-ranking person. "What? You knew Jagol?" "Just by face." "Maybe saw him twice?" "What about you?" "I just saw him once too." "He talked a lot, but he seemed nice." "Is that so?" "He was quite friendly. Didn't act obnoxiously either." He was certainly someone with an unusual personality, as there was no prior appointment and they weren't particularly close. Yet as soon as the message was delivered, he came running down himself, which gave an idea of his character. "However, I can't help but think it might have been better if he had put on some upper clothing before coming." "Oh, Nunim Dang. What brings you to Wuhan?" "You must be on your way to the Murim conference." "But how did you know I was here?" "Ah, embarrassingly, you must have seen this little brother emitting his lofty spirit while looking out over the area. And the companion next to you also looks familiar." "Ah, Nunim, it's Nunim, right? The one I met in Liuoyang?" He asked and answered his own questions, and even correctly guessed the identity of King, whose face was hidden. This was the terrifying power of the brain possessed by the Jagol family, the miraculous Jagol. Of course, anyone with good observational skills could have quickly guessed from her tall stature and chest. How many women in the Central Plains would have both such rare height and rare chest size? In fact, covering her face made her even easier to recognize. "Oh, hey Jiggly, you remembered?" "How could I forget? Women skilled in debate are rare in this world." "Come, let's not stand here. Please come inside." "Oh, is that okay? We're not pushing out other guests' reservations or anything, right?" King said this as she entered the restaurant. Jagolahong laughed heartily. "Nunim, you are truly kind. But do not worry. The restaurant only goes up to the 5th floor. The 6th floor is used by our clan as a watchtower, which this little brother often uses for training. Of course, it's also a place to entertain precious guests. Like now." It turns out the Jagol clan had been continuously rebuilding the Yellow Crane Tower, which had burned down several times. One might wonder why the building burns down periodically. But the Yellow Crane Tower was originally built as a watchtower for surveillance and is an important military facility. Military facilities tend to burn down when the world is in turmoil, to the point where it was jokingly said that as soon as the blood cult or demonic cult showed up, the Yellow Crane Tower would be the first to burn, lighting the beacon fire. Every time they rebuilt it, they increased the number of floors according to improved construction techniques, and incidentally opened a business as a leisure space. Only the highest floor is used as a watchtower, as well as a clan rest area, as well as a banquet hall. In modern terms, it would be like a penthouse. "Ah, now you're Nunim Ximen. To think you're studying under Matriarch Ximen Zurin." "Oh, then Nunim, Aren't you at the level of a sect leader of the 9 sects? This little brother should pay his respects with a grand bow. Come on, no need to be so formal between us. Ha ha, then this little brother shall treat you with the protocol befitting a sect leader today. You originally enjoyed fine cuisine, didn't you? When it comes to Hubei, it's all about rivers and lakes, and Wuhan is at the center of it all, so today we shall dry up the fish population. Our Jiggly always knows just what to say. At this, Tang Nana linked arms with King and spoke. I can buy lots of dishes too, you know. I'll even call the greatest chef under heaven and just a broken bar. Why would you bother someone who's doing business properly? Sworn sister, I'll work hard to earn money. Jian Po He clung to the other side as she spoke. Your friendship is truly deep. Now, this is the top of the Yellow Crane Tower, piercing the sky and reaching the clouds. This name comes from the sky of Chu that Sun Zongma yearned for in his heart. When hearing the word Chu, there are several it could be referencing, however, considering the historical context and the characteristics of the person, the academic consensus is that it refers to Xianyu's state of quad broken bar. Ooh, how amazing! In King's memory, she roughly remembered him as a huge muscle man who talked a lot, and she was absolutely correct. King let the words she couldn't understand anyway and wasn't interested in go in one ear and out the other, enjoying the view from the high place. Although they had stopped at famous places wherever they went, there hadn't been a place this open and refreshing among them. It was a skyscraper built high on top of an almost uniquely protruding mountain amidst the flat plains surrounding the naturally low-lying area of rivers and lakes. The view from its peak was bound to be special. Ugh, this is in the way. King casually took off her face veil and naturally handed it to Jian Po He as if it were obvious. Jian Po He very naturally took care of the face veil. At this, Jigorleon made a fuss. Nunim. My goodness, the 5 flowers of Murim should become the 6 flowers of Murim. However, as you know, while 5 is a perfect and auspicious number, 6 is an inauspicious number, so, interesting. Perhaps one of the existent 5 great beauties might have to unfortunately relinquish their title. It was a remarkably plain attitude for making such a fuss. Tang Nana immediately growled like a chihuahua. What? Are you hitting on our Kinga right now? How could this little brother do such a thing? Doesn't Nunim Tang know? Know what? Oh my. Haven't you heard how this little brother is famous for valuing a person's inner beauty more than their outer appearance? HMPH. All men say things like that. That a good heart is more important than a pretty face and whatnot. You speak of a good heart? When it's already difficult for people to accurately know their own hearts, how could one measure and judge another's heart as good or bad? And since people's hearts naturally become generous to those they know, wouldn't the heart shown to the most beloved and mutually adoring person be considered beautiful for any couple under heaven? Tang Nana made a slightly disgusted expression. It was clear she was thinking, why does he talk so much? Then what? You said inner beauty. That's right. A person's inner beauty. A person's beauty undoubtedly comes from their inner self. Isn't it from their bones and muscles? A strong physique is truly beautiful. Simultaneously, Jigorleon bent his arms like sickles, raised both elbows horizontally, and twisted his waist to show off his bulging back muscles. King thought as she looked at this sight. Honestly, it's cool. I don't think even that actor-turned-governor back home in his prime could be quite like this. Then suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Does Jiggly prefer women like young Lady Peng? Embarrassingly, this little brother once ardently admired her. However, besides the age difference, Nunim Peng said she had already married the Dao and had no space in her heart for men, so it's just a beautiful memory from my immature days. Jigorleon calmly reminisced about his past love. This kid definitely has that aura. He's locked the fuck in. King nodded. In fact, this love for physique in the Jigol family is famous. The hidden title of Huangbo, the third family matriarch and Jigorleon's mother, was Great Bear, Great Woman, like a big bear woman, so you can imagine how it was. There was even a joke that if a girl had a large build, she should first learn external arts and then loiter in front of the Jigol clan's main gate. However, whether it was a curse of the bloodline or something else, None of the direct male descendants of the Jigol family were born with both an outstanding physique and outstanding intellect. In over 1,000 years of family history, Jigol was the only one. He surpassed all his impressive older brothers, to the point where even those brothers willingly gave up the position of young clan lord, saying the future of the clan rested on him. Of course, King didn't know this, and neither did Tang Nana, who had never left Chengde in her life. Ah, right. What about that tiny person? Do you mean elder brother Anqiao? Of course, he's at the main family in Jinan. Ah, haven't you heard the news? They've set an auspicious date for the wedding this autumn. He'll be attending the Murim conference with his fiancée Tilda copyrightee. Will they be throwing candy? Ha ha, since you're a great elder of Taoism, Nunim, if you attend and grace their occasion with your presence, my brother would be overjoyed. That works out well. I can take Zhang Maiyong along after the Murim conference is over. But where's the wedding venue? It shouldn't be too far, right? For reference, King doesn't know this, she really doesn't know anything, to be fair, but the location of the Huangbo clan is Jinan, the capital of Shandong province. It was close on the way there along the Yangtze River, but far on the way back, so the probability of sect leader Wang Zuxi of the Divine Maiden sect allowing Jin Zhang Maiyong to go out was exactly 50-50. In fact, King, being from Hubei, knew Hubei cuisine inside out. When it comes to Hubei, it was first golden mandarin fish, and then soft-shelled turtle. Roughly speaking, in Chinese people's perception, if you put mandarin fish or soft-shelled turtle with lotus root and cook it, they would generally accept it as Hubei cuisine. There were also lamb and duck dishes, but those two were so common in Chinese people's daily lives that they were enjoyed in any region, and pork was just like China itself. The Chinese love for pork went beyond just eating it. They even came to resemble its national character, so one could say they were practically living piglets. Besides these, various freshwater fish dishes were developed, but interestingly, they don't often eat them as sashimi. Of course, it's not that they don't eat it at all. This aversion was due to records of geniuses from the ancient state of Wu dying young after being defeated by parasites from eating raw freshwater fish. And then they all blamed the heavens for it. From heaven's perspective, these people ate parasite-ridden things claiming they were delicious and died, but before dying, they cried out "Oh heaven!" while coughing up blood, so heaven probably didn't feel any affection for the state of Wu out of spite. So the dishes that Jigor Lihong laid out until the table legs nearly broke were actually all familiar to King. However, unfamiliar dishes bring a different kind of joy, and familiar dishes are often more delicious. After a long time, 3 Shishin, King started a stormy-like meal with a serious attitude. In fact, the Chinese strangely love carp family friends when it comes to freshwater fish. However, these friends are structurally like monsters with bones spreading in all directions, making them difficult to eat. But Jai Po He, sitting beside her, somehow skillfully deboned them and kept piling them on King's plate. Not wanting to lose, King kept clearing her plate quickly. "What? I can too." Tang Nana clumsily deboned and occasionally placed ragged pieces of fish on King's plate. "Thanks, but there are still bones in it, you know." She said this while chewing the sharp freshwater fish bones along with the meat. Tang Nana also tried to debone the fish, but as mentioned earlier, these elastic and sharp-boned fish with bones spread everywhere without a single empty spot were truly the worst of the worst, the emperor of evil among evils. Only after Tang Nana put the fish meat she had deboned into her mouth, found it half meat and half bones, and spat it out unable to chew, did she realize how serious it was. "Oh, sorry, this has so many bones as a broken bar." "It's okay. It's delicious. Originally, if you chew the bones slowly, they have a savory taste." "Even so, give it here, I'll do it again." I said it's fine. "You went to the trouble of deboning it for me." King said this while shoving into her mouth the ragged pieces that Tang Nana was trying to take back. Were broken bar. For Tang Nana, it was something absolutely inedible that she had to spit out. But seeing her forcibly eat it, what woman wouldn't be moved? However, King was just eating. She already had a body that could crunch and chew even tough rib bones, let alone fish bones. This is the greatest reward of having high stats. If it's hard, debone the mandarin fish instead of the carp. It doesn't have many bones. Huh? Mandarin fish? Which one is that? That one. Chichio meant carp, and Guaolio meant mandarin fish. However, to Tang Nana, all fish looked the same with their fish heads. For Tang Nana, fish always came delivered to her with their names. In the style of deer, the croaker is really delicious. So this was the first time in her life that someone had actually deboned a fish and given it to her, and if the Tang clan lord and his wife had seen this, they would have lamented that raising a daughter was all in vain. Ha ha. Murim, you eat so heartily. You're not insulting me, are you? How could I? It's just like the spirit of Murim Peng in her prime. At this rate, this little brother might end up falling for you. The women of the Central Plains all pretend to eat daintily, which rather makes one lose their appetite when dining together. Young Lady Peng did eat well too, though she was a bit of a picky eater. Does Murim Peng still only eat meat? Yeah, she says you have to eat muscle to grow muscle. Like yours is just a superstition, but thinking of Murim Peng, it doesn't seem entirely false. Like yours means eating the same thing to broken bar. Jigorlahan showed off his miraculous chatter, speaking without slurring at all even while eating everything. King pretended to listen to the story while focusing on her meal, since he was a friend who bought her food after all. Oh yeah, I see. Right. The enjoyable mealtime passed with these soulless responses. Wow, that was a good meal. King had already loosened her belt while eating earlier, so she gently rubbed her protruding belly. Tang Nana poked it and exclaimed in admiration. Wow, it's really firm. To think you ate all that a broken bar. Actually, I could eat more. But that space is reserved for dessert. No, how do you eat like this every meal and not gain weight? All the flesh goes up to the flesh lumps a broken bar. As Tang Nana's hand started to rise sneakily, King slapped it away. There you go again. No, I did it without thinking. King narrowed her eyes. It's fortunate she was born a woman. If she had been a man, wouldn't she have become the world's greatest lecher and scoundrel? In fact, the consensus among Jianghu people was that Wuhan itself didn't have much to see. At best, there was only the yellow crane tower skyscraper on high ground, and Dongwu Lake, famous for its cherry blossoms, was now out of season and just a quiet lake where you could view the horizon. Of course, being able to see the horizon from a lake could be considered the spirit of the Central Plains, but still. Yingchuan Temple was famous, but not quite a tourist attraction like the White Horse Temple in Liaoyang, so it was just a temple people visited when going to Dongwu Lake. So with nowhere to go after dinner, they decided to stop by the Jigul clan and stay for a night. Although he talked a bit much, Jigorlahan was an enormous little brother who was inherently friendly and had some cool aspects. There was no reason to refuse when he said they could stay at his house for a night, and since they were going to Kaifeng anyway, he wanted to go together. In fact, there was a hidden attraction in Wuhan, the short street leading to the front gate of the Jigul clan. It was filled with tea houses and restaurants, with many tables set up outdoors, each occupied by burly older sisters and occasionally men. The businesses here were owned by the Jigul clan, and the customers were those who gathered hoping to catch the eye of the Jigul family members, so it could be said they had a devilish sense for making money. What's with those scrawny wenches? Do they think they can wag their tails just because their faces are somewhat decent? I know, right? Those girls with waists thinner than your arm daring to cling to the young master. Look at their faces. They're smaller than my fist. They're not womanly at all. A proper woman should compete with muscles. The content King overheard when she focused on their whispering was quite alarming. What's this? Are these people from some distant ocean women's country? What do you do competing with muscles? Is this some kind of abduction marriage? Is this that famous gender reversal thing? Of course, King didn't know anything about hearing technique, inner chi enhanced hearing. She was just a superhuman who had transcended human limits even in hearing, so she could hear everything if she concentrated. It wasn't that they were speaking loudly enough to be heard, it was just that the content of their whispers to each other was shocking. Since there was no particular reason to feel bad about it, King pretended not to have heard. When visiting a friend's house, The proper order was to first greet the parents. Before that, they were on their way to unpack their luggage. Hyon Arabioni. King flinched. Arabioni, who would use such an outrageous word? And even stretching out the end of the word. However, at the same time, a tiny thing came running, a girl who looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. Ah, for a little kid, it's acceptable. How cute. Oh, Yang, were you playing nicely? Jigalihan lifted the girl high above his head, spun around about 4 times, and then neatly sat her on his shoulder. Usually, one would give a piggyback ride, but his shoulders were so broad that he could seat her there. The clear laughter characteristic of children filled the surroundings. King smiled a fatherly smile behind her face veil. It was a heartwarming scene to see, after all. This was Jigalihan, the youngest direct descendant of the Jigal family. However, the following conversation was a bit strange. I wonder what book Hyang read today? Today, Hyang read 31 chapters of Uluzi. Oh, Uluzi. That's a good book. Yes, it's quite an interesting book too. Which part left the deepest impression on you? Starting with the heavenly officials, since it says that the weather is just a matter for the heavenly officials and doesn't include it in personal matters, this is a different perspective from Sun Tzu's timing, terrain, and a broken bar. Oh my. That's just emphasizing the importance of preparedness before the heavenly officials. It's not that Wu Liu a broken bar. But after the defense, if you dig water channels, dig wells and expand warehouses in preparation for raids, and prepare for winter in case of drought, a broken bar. Those are all pre-war preparations that should naturally be broken bar. King looked at Tang Nana to see if she understood what they were saying. As Tang Nana was also looking at King with the same expression, they both just thought, well, I guess that's how it is. Of course, there was no need to check with Jian Po-hee separately, so neither of them particularly glanced in that direction. Feeling somewhat like idiots, they uncomfortably unpacked their luggage and then paid their respects to the thin Jigal clan lord and his burly wives. Please take care of Arahion. The child's head is only full of knowledge, so he's still naive about worldly matters. I hope you'll cherish him like a younger sibling. Yes, elder. Right. Young friends should play together. Despite his most beloved and proud son bringing along a group of women and even declaring he would leave with them, he maintained a plain attitude without any unnecessary comments, as if he had brought along some same-sex friends. Rather, the one who looked upset was Jigalihan, who was clinging tightly to Jigalihan as if she had made a nest in his arms. What? Arabioni, where are you going? This child, Yang. Stop being clingy. Let your brother go meet his friends and come here. No, I don't want to. Hyang wants to be with Arabioni. No, I don't want to. Jigalihan clung tightly, but no matter how much strength the young child might use, with a mother whose arm was about as thick as her daughter, there was no way she could win. The little one couldn't overcome her mother's strength and was pulled away. After that, they moved to a separate building, laid out some snacks, and just chatted casually. Surprisingly, the various stories Jigalihan told were quite interesting. Then, saying he had to pack his luggage too, he left early, and they also soaked their bodies in a hot bath. They even allowed sworn sister wannabe to attend to them during the bath. And then, while sitting on the porch of the guest room, swinging her feet and drying her hair, King sensed a gaze. When she turned her head, there was one head peeking out from behind the wall. Little one? Your name was Hyang, right? Yuga broken bar. At King's gesture, Jigalihan approached hesitantly and suddenly asked, "You're the sister who was wearing the face veil earlier, right? Are you going to be our new sister?" To be precise, she asked if she would become a suja, which was the Chinese word for new sister-in-law or sister-in-law. King asked playfully with a smile. "Why? Don't you like that number?" "I don't like it." "Why don't you like it?" "Because you're weak." "Weak?" "This body is a master." King emitted chi with barbaric output from her hand. If Ximenzuran had seen this, it would have been grounds for a nuclear noogie. She would have said, "You have nothing to show, so you're showing demonic arts to a child?" Fortunately, or unfortunately, young Jigalihan didn't have the discernment to recognize the white hand demonic arts. "No, not that. You don't have muscles. You're weak." "But I'm strong, you know." I'm totally like Xiangji. At this, Jigul Hyang pouted her lips. PFFT. Liar. Can you even lift 100 jin with those arms? 100 jin? I can lift that with one hand. Then how about 200 jin? If I use both hands, that's 200 jin, isn't it? What about 300 jin? I haven't tried, so I'm not sure, but I probably could. If it's just lifting, it shouldn't be too difficult. Swinging it around might be a bit hard though. Without using inner chi? Without using inner chi. At this, Jigul Hyang slapped King's knee. You can't. You're a total liar. Look at this. Such a tiny thing already trying to win with agitation and fabrication. Hiya, I can't just show you by lifting something directly. Then Jigul Hyang answered as if she had been waiting for this. In fact, she had been waiting. As a descendant of the Jigul family, she should be able to devise strategies at the age of 7. Then show me. Owing quickly. Otherwise, I'll tell Arabioni that you told a bunch of lies.